Yeah. I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price. It's all in the description. My time has arrived. I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way. Knocking down barricades. On a different type of time. Use another lane. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. I ain't got time for indecision. I got one love. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a
Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. When I my way, I'm with all of the smoke. The Call of Duty League returns better than ever.
Oh my.
Black Ops 6 is here, and it's already a banger.
Oh!
All your favorites are back, some with a fresh new look. And get your passports ready. We're Spain bound for Major 1. But first, let's see what these teams are made of. Opening weekend starts right now.
Left in the 1v2 on this side of the match. Off the rebound! That is unbelievable! This does get contested. Matraza with the double. Oh! We are in for one hell of a season.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League for Black Ops 6. You can see the brand new gameplay featuring some Omni movement, a whole lot of medals, and some brand new jerseys as old faces are now rocking with new teams and new orgs are starting to line up some stellar talent. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Alley Cat. Black Ops 6 has been out for about a month and a half. How's it been treating you?
It's been so much fun. I've been playing with my parents almost every single night, and these lobbies have been really exciting.
It's a family matter. Nameless, I know you've been on the grind for the top 250. Now that seems to be more possible than it was a week ago. How are we feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Like 800-900 SR away. Might be able to get it next week. But yes, Black Ops 6 has been absolutely incredible. Been loving it, and I can't wait to see all our new rosters here in week 1.
Big shout out to all of you who made it into the initial stream for Black Ops 6. Before we dive into the new game, let's take a look back at what happened last year for the 2024 season of the CDL. It all ended with Optic Texas being crowned our champions.
And I can't even describe to you what the energy was like in this room. It had been 7 years since Optic Texas won champs. Dashley finally getting a ring. Shotzi and Kenny now two-time world champions. And Pred in his first season on Optic Texas. As a kid, it was a dream for him to join Optic, and he gets a ring in his first year on the team.
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfect marriage. I mean, when you look at it, Kenny and Pred, the swagger and confidence that they had combined with the individual talent of Dashy and Shotzi, they were able to come back from adversity from that last major, go into champs, and just light it up. Shotzi, MVP performance, and you know what that meant to all the fans of the Green Wall. I've been waiting to see them hoist that trophy. Once again, they're able to do it.
Their second COD championship, 7 years between titles. Their first in the CDL era, and Optic end the season as the top dogs. That was until we announced another $1 million tournament on the other side of the planet. Over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we had the Esports World Cup with a $60 million prize pool. Call of Duty, $1.8 million, and FaZe, they showed up to play, proving that they do not need a roster change to find success.
And for Atlanta FaZe, this was kind of a second chance for them. This huge opportunity for them to solidify having Draza slotted into that 4th place, and they get the huge win. Almost not dropping a map and keeping this team together.
Yeah, you know, there are only 2 teams that didn't make a roster change, and for good reason, winning the 2 biggest tournaments of the year. And for, FaZe, people were saying they couldn't close out finals. They couldn't get it done. Sullium said, you know what? I'm going to get my swagger back. I'm going to start slaying. Lit it up, and they get that dub.
It was so fun to watch Simp throughout that tournament, and you have to think it's only going to get more fun to watch him and Abizi go to work for Atlanta FaZe, because now in Black Ops 6, we have Omni movement. And if you don't know what this means, it means you are about to see accelerated gameplay with the ability to win gunfights that were not possible to win a year ago, Alley Cat.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. It feels like every year we're just singing the praises of the cracked SMGs. Abizi and Simp are a huge shout. Shotzi as well. Omni movement is going to be crazy with some of these talent.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch these SMGs go out there. I mean, we've seen clips, right? We've seen glimpses, but we haven't seen, these guys going hard in an official match in the CDL. So we know we're going to see them bringing out all the stops here in week 1.
All the CDL pros that you ran into on ranked, most annoying.
I mean, Abizi's always the toughest guy, man. He's just running around. Obviously, Shotzi, incredible player as well. Abizi, both them one and the same.
Love that call out. We'll keep our eyes on both those players here in our intro week. And, of course, we also have to keep our eyes on the community. We have a brand new segment here called Burgers and Fries, and this is where we are going to review some clips from the community and rate them right here on the desk. Let's start with Hydra.
Fries.
Burger that means your buns. Fries, it means you're frying. This guy, well, he's pretty good for some highlights.
Yeah, I don't even think we got to watch the clip to know that he probably absolutely worked on somebody. And that's only Omni movement for you right there. That's got to be a meme. Somebody screenshot that face.
I love the reaction from Hydra. Here's a man that we know well, Mr. Stud, ranked teammate of Nameless. Is this a real one, Nameless, or is he hacking here?
He's using the Krig. Like, what are we talking about? Now, Jay was absolutely frying. This is my duo right here, pulling out the pistol, going crazy. He gets fries for that one.
Fries for Jay all around. Well done, Stud fam. Moving on here. Clip number 3. It's our one and only analyst of the year. Nameless going to town. 2? Walk me through it, Nameless. Give me some play-by-play.
Listen, we win this game. I know the score, leads you astray, but I was frying. Nice 4-piece, led to the rotation. Just going crazy in the rank a little bit.
Fury kill's good enough for fries for me, Allie.
No, fries and some dip. That last turn on was pretty crazy.
Samuel.
This is so toxic.
Oh my gosh.
This is the most toxic edition of Black Ops 6. Taking people hostage and just doing what you want with them, and brings them into the water.
Oh, he got killed!
Oh my god!
Burger! Straight buttons play! You can't even troll properly, Octane. At least you got the dub, unlike Nameless in his game.
I won mine.
Maybe retired at the
No
right
one
time.
believes you.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Yeah, no, awesome stuff there. Keep your clips coming, and remember, you can be featured on a future show. All you got to do, use the hashtag CDLRanked, and you could be in our place. Nameless, how easy is ranked right now, and what gun do you need to use if you're coming into an opening night of gameplay?
Listen, Jacko and Ames, those are the 2 guns that you're going to be running.
Jacko, if you're an
Look at your
SMG.
favorite pro class and hop in there.
And of course, get used to some new maps that are going to be here in Season 1 Reloaded live now. Nameless, talk to me about it.
Yeah, we played this map last night a lot. It's really fun. I mean, instantly going to be one of the best maps in terms of search and destroy and hardpoint. We played this back in Black Ops 4. It's got some iconic areas on it. A little bit bigger of a map, but it plays well. There's some variety. In the middle, you can go into Top Palace. There's also the bottom fountain where you can get mixy with an SMG. People are going to have a lot of fun playing Hacienda back in range.
Hardpoint, search and destroy. What are we thinking, Al?
All the above. I feel like control might be a little bit weird on this map, and like Ann said, it is bigger because back in Black Ops 4 we did have 5v5. But what I'm most excited about with Hacienda added is to see Simp and Obeezy, because that is one of their best games and best titles. To see some of those maps now get added, you got to keep your eyes on them.
You watched last year, we added new maps and expect the same here in 2025. Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not, but I assume so. Let's move on to Roster Mania, because we had so many rosters changing, and the big winner, it's clearly LA Thieves, right? This is a team that saved bank last year. They brought in a bunch of young guns. Only one remains as Dan Ghosty stays on the roster. He's now joined by Envoys. He makes his return to LA, but they steal 2 superstars in Scrap from Toronto and Hydra from New York.
There's just so much to talk about each individual player on this team. Just to keep it short and sweet, I mostly want to focus on Ghosty because his first season was on Optic Texas. He had to play a role filler. And then last year he was put on LA Thieves, and he was kind of the leader when it came to all the young guns. Now he's surrounded by players that he doesn't have to teach, and I'm excited to see what they can do.
How good is this team? Well, we asked Nadeshot about it on his stream. Here's what he had to say.
Who knows? They could be overhyped. It might end up becoming true. We'll see. All I know is we had a 4-team LAN with C9, Atlanta FaZe, and Optic, and we beat Optic in a best-of-7. And we beat FaZe in 2 best-of-5s. So I don't think anybody's really overhyped right now. I don't even think you can consider us overhyped because we got bragging rights until the matches start up in December. Right now, we're in the driver's seat. We're in pole position, dude.
We're in pole position. That is the feeling out there in LA. And Nameless, you agree with it after the Kason showdown. Talk to me about this tournament. What went down?
I mean, if you really look at it, well, obviously they won. They beat all top teams as Nadeshot just described. But if you really look at these players, they have 3 of like the top 6 players from the entirety of last year. Ghosty, unbelievable on the LA Thieves squad, and they ended up getting top 4 champs, top 2 at EWC. And then Hydra and Scrap, arguably the best AR and best SMG on the year, arguably. So, I mean, this team is stacked from top to bottom, and they're going to be going toe-to-toe with your 2 favorite squads.
All right, so New York loses their superstar in Hydra, but they rebrand. Now, the former Subliner squad known as the New York Cloud9. Let's take a look at this lineup because they still have some veterans. You got attached the world champion alongside the youngster Crimp. Mac makes his return to the CDL after taking a year off to deal with some family issues. And, of course, you have Sib, the only returning member from 2024. So, Alley Cat, walk me through Cloud9. Cloud9. What are we thinking about this squad?
There's still a lot to talk about when it comes to Cloud9. I guess the biggest thing's got to be Mac and his return. He took a year off, and now he's back into the league, and he joins his former teammate in Civ. I like to say he plays a little bit similar to a baby Kismet. He has potential to pop off, but that's not where his strengths lie. It's going to be in that annoying player, getting behind the scenes, playing some objectives, and when you need it, sometimes he's able to pop that 2 and 3 piece and get the break on his own.
And you were telling me there's a little bit of concern for any player that takes a year off. Walk me through it as a former pro. What are you looking out for? What do you need to see from Mac?
Listen, we all know that playing Call of Duty and being the best, it comes with a lot of reps, Chris. You have to be going hard scrimming, playing every day. So there's going to be some ring rust for him, a player who was already prone to that bad game. The good thing for him is he has some familiarity with Civ, obviously won a championship with him, and then the coach being Accuracy, who also sort of molded him and guided him to be the player that he was. But with this roster, it's just a weird one for me. I think off the rip, they might struggle a little bit versus the top teams, because I look at the dynamic between, Civ and Attach, both players who like to play for kills heavily, right? So you got some raw issues there, and you got Matt coming in after a year off. So they're going to have to be very patient with this roster and with each other, because it might be a little bit of a learning process.
For me, it's kind of like this is still a solid roster, and they're still going to contend. It's just, is it championship level? That's going to be the biggest question mark. I am happy for Attach, though, to find himself on a team that maybe will find a little bit more success after his rocky season last year.
Is this roster stronger for Attach this year or his Vegas squad last year?
Yeah, this is a stronger roster for Attach. I mean, you look across and you got Sib, right, to be like the main slayer. So could take some pressure off him. Maybe he falls back into a gap-filling role. And Kremp, coming off of an insane year last year, could be the superstar SMG they need.
Another team that may be feeling the pressure is a squad just a few miles north of New York City, Toronto Ultra, losing Scrap, who was, of course, a Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, basically the face of the franchise. Now the man is in LA, and they make a trade as Joe Deceives makes his way up to Canada. But you look across the board, you got 3 Europeans. You got Kleenex, Insight, and Beans playing with Joe Deceives. What do we think of the makeup of this team?
Yeah, I think they made the most underrated moves of the offseason. I'm going to dive super deep into it on my own personal channels before, but when I talk about this roster, I think Beans is great. I think last year he was a slayer on his team. The team wasn't good, but if you look at his numbers, statistically putting up a crazy amount of damage. So for what is asked of him, he should be able to deliver with players like Kleenex and Insight around him. And then Joe Deceives, unbelievable, man. Like, if he was a rookie last year, would have won Rookie of the Year.
Now, Ali, I want you to chime in as well. But first, I want you to listen to the comms from this team, because this is what has me most concerned about Toronto. Listening with Beans.
I'd say these two. I'd say adaptation, maybe. Me and Joe bring a lot of energy, a lot of sometimes over comms, too much comms, high energy, all that stuff. Whereas you two can adapt to that quite well. You've had a lot of slower comms in the recent years, and been chill and stuff like that, but you're adapting to us, because it's hard to go to your old way of coming. It's extremely hard. To basically just sit there and not call out for most of the time.
To be fair though, Toby literally said bring it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's great adaptation to your new teammates. I like it. It's great. You could stick it on us and tell us to shut up sometimes, but
I might now.
You might.
Is there trouble brewing in Toronto when it comes to the comms, Ali? Because last year, it was calm, cool, and collected. Every time you listen to it, it was perfect. Now, you're bringing in a lot of hype from Beans and Joe Deceives, but these youngsters also come with some noise.
Yeah, that's my biggest worry. I understand the game plan of kind of replacing with similar play styles, and the fact that Beans is very aggressive, similar to Scrap, but again, he's also very aggressive in comms. So as Chris said, you're kind of completely evolving the camp of what Toronto Ultra has been for the past couple of years. And I'm also worried about the SMG duo of Kleenex and Joe Deceives, individually incredibly talented SMGs, but put them together, the chemistry for me is a very big question mark.
The members from Las Vegas Legion are now spread throughout the CDL, but the squad as a whole, totally rebranded. Welcome to the League, the Falcons, as we have some of the best from Saudi Arabia making their way to play against the greats in Call of Duty. Let's take a look at this lineup, and I want to call out Xnit on the far right. When I was at EWC, he was the superstar slayer. He was the guy that showcased his movement. But the other three, they told us there's no way for them to practice hardpoint. There's no way for them to practice most of the game modes we use here in the CDL. It's almost only S&D when they hop online at home.
Yeah, and what they showed us at EWC is they can't contend. I mean, they played our Challengers champs in lore, brought them all the way to a Game 5, and the Search and Destroy looked excellent, right? So the hope is they come here, get a ton of reps early on, and they're able to get points early, which is going to be tough, right? We have to be patient with them, but we've seen players come over here and develop. We saw what Heretics were able to do. They're looking to sort of do the same thing this year.
And Ali, you were there at the Esports World Cup. What did you see from the Falcons? Because they took Lore Gaming all the way to that Game 5.
Just a lot of persistence, and that's what they're going to need the entirety of this season. I think they very much understand the situation that they're in. Obviously, they're going to be behind, but they have the confidence and the work ethic. It's just about not letting your mental get down on you at this point. If you do tend to fall behind and it happens to be egregious. So that's going to be kind of my biggest expectation for Falcons right now, is to understand their situation and persist through it throughout the entirety of this season.
Who you got eyes on today? Xnid, Roxas, King of Bodhi, Khalid, who you got eyes on?
I'm going to be looking at Colin, looking at Kicks to see what he's able to do in that first match. But really all of them. I think everybody's going to have their eye out to see what they're up to. Obviously, they have Clayster as well, sort of helping them through it. And he knows that he has to be patient as well. So hopefully you translate that sentiment over towards the players.
Here's what Clay had to say about coaching now on the other side.
I think it'll be a little easier to coach them. They'll listen to what I say more, but I have to be a little more careful with what I say. I need to make sure I'm not just spewing. I need to make sure that, like, when I talk, I actually am correct in what I'm saying. They are mechanically gifted. A couple of them are some shooters, bro. They got some movement on them, and they got some confidence, which is all you really need. You got to learn some Arabic. I don't know any. They're already trying to teach me bad words. Literally, we joined the TeamSpeak for the first time today, and these guys are already trying to teach me bad words, bro. I'm like, can y'all just teach me, like, some basic nice things to say, please?
Big opportunity for the Falcons as they face off against Carolina Royal Ravens to open up this season. As we take a look at the full day, though, I'm excited. Not only are you going to see Optic Texas, Atlanta FaZe, and Toronto Ultra in action, we also have a brand new lineup there at the top. 3 o'clock features Los Angeles Guerrillas M8. The French are here, Nameless.
Oh, yeah. I am so excited for this organization and these fans to be in Call of Duty. Gotaga is a Call of Duty legend, and him and Broken bringing over their organization back to Call of Duty. I mean, it's like poetry in motion, and they got a fantastic roster to kick things off.
Ali, you pumped for today? 4 matches.
I'm so excited for today. Honestly, I'm just really excited to see some of these new rosters.
Keep it rolling here. Production killing it behind the scenes. Shout out to Clayton in my ear as always. And a reminder, get your pick'ems in right now. All you have to do is scan that QR code and get your pick'ems in now before the games get kicked off. Otherwise, you're scoring 0 points on day one. You're behind.
I haven't done mine yet. I got to do that literally in our 3-minute break before we start this match. I'm going to be doing my pick'ems. So if you guys haven't done it yet, scan that QR code and join me. Let's get our picks in.
So taking a look at the schedule here, Nameless, I want to know who are the favorites, because we got a whole lot of new rosters, Ali. At the end, we got Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto. So let's start there. Atlanta FaZe, the clear favorites against the new Toronto?
Yeah, clear favorites for sure, but I think a lot of people are underrating Toronto. Obviously, going up against Atlanta is going to be tough, but I really do like this roster.
Second most one-sided matchup, or more arguably the most one-sided matchup, Optic Texas, who won champs, going up against the new Boston that we saw at EWC, Ali.
I don't think, you're right, just because they stayed together in Boston Breach, we're talking about chemistry here, but I don't hate that roster either. And we know anything about Optic Texas is sometimes they like to get caught off guard at the beginning of the season, so maybe we could see at least one upset today.
Well, we got a moment to talk about Boston. Let's take a look at this lineup, because, Nameless, there are a lot of question marks when we went out to Riyadh. Awakening, though, was arguably the story of the tournament for us. The man was absolutely frying.
Yeah, listen, this is my guy. And we'll talk about the roster as a whole for a second here, though. Boston Breach last year, abysmal. Terrible year, placed last in every single tournament, but then they bring this roster, TWC, and end up getting top 8, right? Making it out of group, so it was their best placing. So they decided to run it back with this team coming into the year, and I gotta say, I love Purge and Awakening as a duo. The two of my favorite players, I think they just get it done. I feel like Awakening should have been in the league. Obviously, there's a little bias there, because I just love their game. His gameplay reminds me of myself. So I think they're going to have a little bit of success in the respawns early on. It's just the search and destroys. Can they win those with this roster?
Ali, give me the GM roster grade, though. How do you rank this team? It's a bunch of guys that were in the CDL, got knocked down to challengers, and are now returning back to the top.
Honestly, I know you're expecting something crazy, but I have to give them kind of like a B. Like, considering a lot of the super teams that was made, I mean, we have 3 or 4 or 5 teams right now that are just going going to be disgusting. So the fact that they were able to put this together with what was left, I got to give them a B. I don't hate it. Maybe some changes in the future, but maybe some upsets as well.
It's honestly going to depend on Snoopy's development over the offseason and coming into this game. We all know he's a fast-paced SMG. Last year, clearly wasn't playing the right way. They had some of the most chaotic maps that we have ever seen in the Call of Duty League, and he's had some time now, right, to get more comfortable, especially on this game that has Omni movement. If he can sort of be what they were hoping out of him the entire season last year, they can do some damage.
We'll see Boston a little bit later today in our second match, but the third match features that Vegas Falcon squad facing off against this team, Carolina, looking very similar to a lineup we saw last year. You got Gwyn and TJ, an old stable AR, and then you got someone like Vivid here who's going to try and fill in where Felony was last year. How do you see the squad breaking down? What do you grade it?
My biggest worry right now about this squad is kind of their pace and what that's going to look like. Gwyn can be really fast at times, Slasher can be really slow, and then Vivid and TJ, this feels like going to put a lot of weight on him to be a very aggressive SMG and a very omni movement aggressive game. So for them, it's going to be about keeping pace. This is an older roster. I'm gonna give it like a B-, C+.
Slasher got shelved for the entirety of the season. It didn't make sense to Boston fans. It didn't make sense to us here at the desk. What are you expecting from Austin Liddycoat in Black Ops 4? Or Black Ops 6, excuse me.
I mean, I think having Vivid and TJ takes a lot of pressure off of Slasher. Like last year, he was having to deal with sort of guiding these guys, and now he can kind of sit back and just play his game. So I think we'll see bigger numbers out of him in terms of the respawn, but Search and Destroy with this roster should be phenomenal. I mean, TJ, one of the best of all time in that game mode. Slasher, phenomenal mind. Literally got brought into Atlanta FaZe to fix their Search and Destroy and did just that. Set records in terms of search wins in a row. So I'm expecting this team to be great there. And Respawn, strategically, they're going to be on point. So they could do some damage.
Carolina looking for a fresh start here with some new faces. We'll see if they can find that in our third battle on the day. And we have matches all weekend long. 4 coming your way here on Friday, 4 on Saturday. And one of the big ones tomorrow features a team from Miami/Spain. Let's take a look at the Heretics and what they're bringing to the table here in 2025. Because for 2024, their star was Real, but he only played the last 2-3 events of the year. Now they get him for a full season.
Yeah, and that's when they started winning LAN matches. It was when Real came into the team, right? So Meadows, we all know, can put up the damage, can slay. Real, he was the difference maker. Lucky, sort of the AR, holding things down, search and destroy specialist. What we've been hearing about Rencor is that he is unbelievable. So if he can come in and match what Real was doing for them, this team can be way better. And when you think about Heretics, stage 1 last year, they were frying. Like, turned up, I think they were top 4 seeding, 5 wins in that first online stage. Well, this year, now, if they can do that again, and then going with the LAN experience, completely different result could happen.
Now, I got a lot of faith in their coach methods over there for Miami Heretics, but I have to question letting go of Vikal. This was the guy that blew up social media, the man who's willing to talk smack to the entire franchise of Optic. But let's take a look at what he brought in-game as well. There wasn't really anyone that I would describe as more of an X factor than this guy. When he was hot, Miami was crushing. When he was not, they were struggling.
I think it was mutual. I think obviously Vikal wanted to go back for his academics and achieved his dream of becoming a pro player. And then they also had Rencor, another guy from their region that has been unbelievable. So it was like a natural fit towards the evolution of their roster, right? So I think it was mutual, and we all appreciate what Vikal did for the esport, bringing that energy and sort of being that enemy to Optic.
And I think what's so great about Miami Heretics is they have consistently kept it in the roster to be Spanish, to try and keep it into the region. And the fact they keep finding all these talented players, you could never sleep on this team. You could never sleep on their energy. You could never sleep on their matches. So for Miami Heretics, even though they have the loss of Vikal, we know he infected Lucky and Metals. Whenever we were interviewing them, they were very confident. They were ready to talk smack as well. I can't wait to see them this season.
So now, with Big Vic on the sideline, who is that new person to lead them, to instill that confidence when they take the stage?
It's got to be Lucky, I think. I think Lucky will definitely do it.
He's the silent assassin, though. So, yeah, if he can find it, that would be sick. That'd be good for them.
All right, good luck, Miami. They're in action tomorrow. As you take a look at the full schedule, we've got a whole lot of Black Ops 6 to play. Friday, it's the LA Gorillas Mate versus Minnesota Rocker, Texas versus Breach, Vegas Falcons versus Carolina Royal Ravens, and of course, we close it out with arguably the match of the week, Atlanta FaZe taking on Toronto Ultra. It's a great day.
It was a great day.
Which one of those matches are you most excited for?
The one we're about to get in right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you ready to get into it right now?
I'm ready to get into it right now. I see our casters are putting a headset on. Chris, start the match.
Let's
I can't
take a
believe it's
look
here.
at the new Minnesota Rocker.
Let's go.
With Babe, comes off with the backside of Powell's wall, plus the delayed hit from Escriel.
Check the scoreboard, I'm running up stacks. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't stop.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. I got
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map, has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Minnesota Rocker coming in with Gio, Estriel, Nero, and Paul X. And Paul, of course, the player we didn't see a lot of. We saw the other three. Who is the star on this lineup in your eyes, Alley Cat?
I talk about the star. I have to say it's Gio just because his performance last year. He was a contender for Rookie of the Year. He became an IGL. His communication was above a lot of the other rookies that we've seen in previous years. So my expectations for Gio and becoming the IGL and the leader for this team are really, really high.
I think that's the whole thesis of this roster, in my opinion, is that there's no star, like individual star player. Like they all have their moments and they all have a very high ceiling. We've seen each of these players take over series before and just light it up. So I think that's what they're going for here. If these guys can catch fire in a stage, they can go toe-to-toe. They're going to steal respawns from top teams at some point. So I think they have players with high ceilings. Can they put together on a consistent basis? That is the concern.
We've seen tight matches between these two franchises over the years, but this may be the strongest lineup you will see for LAG. Let's take a look at the new built Gorillas mates. We got Kismet, Linz, Skies, and Priesta. Basically 3/4, or I guess 3/5 of the World Championship subliner squad, and we got a new French phenom in Linz.
This is insane. The fact that this roster got through is insane to me, and we have to focus on Linz. I want to talk about the core three, but the fact that they were like, all right, we can't have Hydra, we'll go for the next best thing, and Linz, he was up for Rookie of the Year last year as well, and we saw his growth and consistency throughout the entirety of it. It didn't matter how many times his roster changed. It didn't matter how the game changed. Linz was very consistent for his first year.
Nameless, who are you more happy for? Linz getting to play alongside Kismet, who just enables their stars to perform at their peak, or a guy like Priesta, who is on Boston riding the struggle bus to the worst record in CDL history?
Yeah, I'm excited about Linz, but Priesta I'm super excited for as well. Getting back with his boys, they obviously won a world championship together, and last year was so tough for Priesta, the worst team that he's ever been on. People starting to doubt him, and what happens every time you doubt Priesta? He comes back 2 times stronger. So this roster, I think by far the best LAG's ever had. Gentlemate's doing a great job in the offseason getting these guys back together and getting a guy like Linz, who they have high hopes for.
The Frenchman doing it well. Shout out to the GMs overseas. For now, though, let's take a look at the maps and modes. Your first best of 5 here for Black Ops 6 is a triple dose of Vault.
I love it.
We'll go to Skyline for the second hard point, and if needed, Rewind will close things out in a blockbuster. Talk to me a little bit about the Vault, though. Why is this such a loved map? Why is everyone willing to square up on it?
I can tell you why, because they want to get rid of Red Card. So we're seeing Red Card being gone for Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, but also Vault, like it just feels very controllable when you talk about Hardpoint, P3 to P4 rotation.
Right.
If you play that excellent, you're going to get a ton of points, 90 to 100 points on that rotation alone, and then you get over towards the control. Well, we got 2 control maps, and Vault's just better than Protocol in a lot of pros' eyes.
That's our Scuff maps and modes, but now it's time to get to our Scuff pick'ems. And Allie, you were our pick'em queen of 2024. You narrowly edged out Nameless, and you beat me by 15. But this year I'm trying hard. You're going first, though. Where are we going?
I have to go Gentlemates. I think this roster is disgusting. For me, they're one of the A+ tier teams. I got to go with them.
Going with the LA Gorilla, mate. What about you, Nameless?
I'm going to go with Gentlemates as well. I think they take it. Great roster. I'm excited to see Linz and see if he gets off to a hot start.
I, too, am choosing the Bulldog. Let's go 3 Gentlemates, and the fans will make it 4. Everyone is feeling LAG. Let's see if Merc and Maven agree. Fellas?
Yeah, I think we're on board with you. Let's get going. I'm excited to be back. But let's talk a little bit about this Gentlemates team, because I think, yeah, it's sort of like Alex said, like how this team happened. Like, we're excited. They went with that same recipe, right? You had that New York squad where you had this core 3 together in Skies, Priesta, Kiz, And now you bring in same recipe? Like we'll get a French guy.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Right? We'll see. We'll try to elevate Linz into that superstar. He did have his moments last year, early on with Rocker. Then they had a couple of team changes, and I'll be honest, I just think he was uncomfortable. I think Vivid really helped him, and it allowed him to sort of just be himself. But then it got weird.
Well, now you have like a Priesta and a Kiz, like a guy you could really kind of put up some stats behind. And I think we were wondering, sort of like I don't know, Beans and Linz are like two that jump out where I'm like, they have not really been on good teams yet. If they're on a good team now, suddenly, do they really shine? Like, this is Linz's first moment to maybe, I know he was like Rookie of the Year contender last year, but like that team wasn't very good.
No, and I mean, really, it's really a system to enable him, right?
Yeah.
In this core trio that won a world championship, I mean, it tells you to what Skies and Kismet believe Priesta can do, right? Like, there is a reason they opted for Priesta over Sib, right? There just has to be, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Maybe there was practice issues, whatever it was. They went back to it. They believed in this formula. We'll see if it pays off again.
Well, for those of you maybe new to this or aren't familiar with Woman Down, I mean, it's one of the weirder changes we've had in the history of Call of Duty. Like, you win a world championship, you win it all, you make a change after to get better than already being the best. And granted, that New York team,
close.
They did. They got second, but it was a really kind of a bumpy road, really, until the final couple of majors and into champs. But yeah, they wanted to bring it back. They wanted to get big Priesta back on the roster, and this is what it looks like. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of with Ali in the sense like this. Okay, I don't know if I would say this is an A-plus team that's necessarily going to be battling with the top three and your Thieves, your FaZe, and your Optic. I don't know. But is the potential there if they get back to clicking right away and Linz can be that type of superstar? He's just got big shoes to fill, bro.
No, I mean, honestly, I think for me, what I look at this is I think you need Kiz to go back to just be a little bit more consistent. Last year, it was just so...
Not 99 Kiz or 0 Kiz?
Yeah, in last year, I think for a lot of sub players, like even somebody like Envoy, like you can go off a list, right? Because what ended up happening in MW3 is it sort of turned into this 3 AR meta, right? That's sort of like, Optic really set on a lot of those maps. And what that does, if you're the sole sub, it makes your life hell. Kiz is just hoping to play a lot with this SMG with that Jackal PDW and really start to get frying. And then for Skies to also be a top AR again in this league. Got to be top 5 if these guys want success against the best teams in the game.
Well, I know when we talked to him last year, that was one of the frustrations. He didn't know how he had to play based on like how Sib was kind of playing week to week, match to match. He wasn't really sure. Maybe now he can be a little bit more comfortable with Priesta back on the roster. But we're going to take a look at the coaches poll now and kind of see how things broke down from the coaches, kind of a tier list of where they think teams are going to be. And what do you think about this? At least top 3, yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Across there, I think, maybe I haven't seen many scrims of, honestly, of Ultra. I've seen some of the top teams play each other, but I haven't seen that Ultra team play yet. So excited to see them there today. And then there's just a lot of question marks elsewhere. There's a lot of rosters where you're just like, maybe this could work. Really, what happened is like the Hydra to LA Thieves in Scrap to LA Thieves, it really shook the league. It really did, right? So now, I mean, everyone's just trying to fill those voids, and then there's other spots open. Who do we go with? You're taking some risks all across the board.
Yeah, because I thought, like, originally it might be even crazier depending on how like, kind of the year ended. Like, honestly, if Optic didn't win champs and FaZe didn't win EWC,
yeah, who knows?
Yeah, like it might have even been wilder. It already ended up being crazy, but like who the hell knows what might have happened if those two things didn't play out. Like I thought there might be changes on both, but you win the 2 big events, they stay the same. Now Thieves thinks they have to pack a punch a little bit. They find the money, I guess.
They just found it.
To put this roster together. They probably stopped paying Mud Dog or somebody over there.
Yeah, probably. No, I think I know where they found it. However, it was all those subs there for Matthew. But like honestly, I think for them it's just it's a huge risk because they went the cheap route, right? And it kind of worked. Like you got top 4 at champs at the end of the day. So now it's pretty much championships or bust for them.
Well, we're kind of hanging out. We're going to look through some stuff to get ready to go. I heard there's a lobby issue briefly with these 2 squads. So as soon as they're ready to go, we're going to kick it. Hey, it's day 1. You know, we always have issues day 1. It's how it works. You're going to be hanging out with Big Joe and I, but we're going to take a look now at our CDL 2025 season schedule. This is how it is going to break down. You've got basically all the information there except for just determining where Major 4 will be. But that is still a work in progress. Joe, this is pretty familiar territory for us.
Not Madrid.
Okay. I mean, like the type of schedule. Madrid's different.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna be a Spanish sensation. I'm gonna be dancing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They dance there? I don't know.
Of course, yeah. They love to party.
Okay.
No, and then, yeah, you have the minor tournaments obviously added in there as well to spice things up, right? Put some things on the line, break up sort of the monotony of what can be online matches at
No, I
times.
mean, you've even seen like the NBA and other sports starting to do this, to add sort of tournaments into it, because I think whether you're a sports fan or an esports fan, or you're a player in sports or esports, like it's kind of exhausting, the monotony just of like your league match, all this build up to it. And yes, it is important, but putting some money on the line and having like an elimination aspect to it, it adds some fun. I mean, I know just as a commentator, I will enjoy, like I know people don't want single elim all the time, but for like an online tournament we're throwing in like this, I love it. Put a little pressure on, a little something extra to play for. Because even like scrims, like, you know, these players are putting up some extra money just to make it like matter more. That's what this is for me.
Yeah, it's what it is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, just as soon as we get back from holiday break, we'll have our first one, so should be great.
Yeah, no, should be a hell of a fun time. But what if you take, I know we've been watching some of the scrims, usually, you know, we're kind of boys with Crowder or, you know, kind of Mud Dog on the Thieves side. We'll watch some of the Thieves scrims, watch some of the FaZe scrims they play against different teams, listen to the players talk through stuff. But like, what's been jumping out to you? Like, what is the beginning of the year sort of like? You've obviously were a pro player for a very long time, very accomplished. Like, what are you just trying to do to ramp up to this point now? We're getting into official matches.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the first thing really is like hard point, just sort of figuring out spawns, right? Good spawn, bad spawn.
Step one.
Yeah, do we have squad spawns? Do we not? You're really just trying to push the limits here when you talk about that, sort of figure things out. If I do this, what happens over here? They're still doing that probably to this day. You know, obviously a lot of search and destroy early on with tournaments is a big thing. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just every single day you're just learning something new. You're learning new spots. I mean, day one's a great time.
It's a million little things. I was watching a scrim the other day for a team, and like they had a 4 down in a scenario, and like afterwards, like we need to figure out how much we can push our limits in those scenarios. Like when we get 4 down, like it's like replicating these scenarios. How far can we get away with it? How greedy can we get? All these little things you're trying to figure out that obviously you'll improve over the course of the year. But now we have a big change to this title as well. Listen, we've had jetpacks. We've had all sorts of movement. This year, Omni movement is going to be the big change. And Joe, I know for me, it's just one of those things that's like, once you played with it, it's like, this should have just been how it was all the time.
No, it feels great.
It feels great, yeah. Right? It's just like, why wasn't I always able to run to the side? It's, like, it's wonderful.
No, I mean, listen, I think every single match, someone's going to get destroyed. Probably multiple times. Really, like, if you remember Jetpack COD tournaments, somebody was getting turned on every single game, if not multiple times. So there's going to be a lot of clips. It's going to happen to everyone.
Yeah, it's just, there's been some, like, when I'm watching, like, it's just sometimes where I don't know, you think you're making a sneaky play or you think you have a freebie or just something. It's just a backward slide, a little something quick. You're like, okay, well.
Dude, the animations when you're like prone, but prone like on your back, it still looks like dead bodies to me. I'm not used to it at all. Not one bit.
Yeah,
I just run by those people all the time.
Number of times, I've been in a pub and I just think it's a dead body. Yes, I get shot. I'm like, okay, a dead body shooting me. Lit.
Yes, great time. So, yeah, you got to get used to the new animations. It's happened to us. It's going to happen to our pro players. So, should be a great time. But I think just in terms of this title, like a lot of these maps, just fast paced. Like we're, Vault Rewind if we get there, or sorry, Skyline if we get there. Like just there are a ton of engagements. There's obviously good spawns, bad spawns on some of these maps, but you're just right back into the action quickly.
Well, we're going to take a look at the map pool now as you're kind of talking about maps. And listen, it starts like this. I know usually like Spencer or the league will tweet out something about maps. Everyone like freaks out. Like, we only have 2 controls. Like, we need another map in here. Why do we have the same maps? Like, listen, we usually end up adding a couple as the year goes on. There's already been talk of Hacienda. We know that came out. You played a little bit today and ranked played. It was great, right? Like,
yeah, it's great.
Yeah, fantastic. Like, remember how much fun that was back in BO4? Like, there's going to be additions. There's going to be changes. This is just where we start. And yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Vault, but this is what Hacienda looks like, is that's just getting added into the rotation. I think for us, it's after the break, right? We had 2 weeks break, and then this is likely when we're going to work it into the action, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can do it right now.
No, I'd be down with it, yes, but players haven't been scrimming it, Joe, and that would be rude.
Yeah, but I'm still cool with it.
No, I'm too.
Yeah, I mean,
surprise.
Listen, obviously as a league and as an esport, you never know what the maps are going to be like. For competitive especially, and I think, you see the map set this year, and I mean, I think we're lucky to have 4 or 5 maps. Like, there are some, like Red Card, that I think everyone's kind of just like, you put Hacienda in for that. Like, there's some just non-traditional sort of Treyarch maps in this map pool, but...
Well, Red Card probably, if the spawns like weren't as close, probably could.
Every time I see Red Card, I'm just like, why don't I just have Moscow? Let's just play that one.
Yeah. That would work too. Yeah. We'll see what else gets brought back into the mix. But I'm someone that's always, you get that argument from casual fans or competitive fans every year. Like, in a perfect world, yes, every new map we have is awesome or competitive. It's just not always realistic. So I'm always like, if we had raid every year, I'd be okay with it.
Well, the formula is just so different. Obviously, you know, for competitive, like we do need some spacing, right? Where like a lot of the pub maps, everyone's just in these, I want 900 engagements as much as possible to grind my headshots.
Well, that's
right?
why sometimes you end up with like spawns that are a bit closer than you'd like them to be as a competitive
Yeah, so
player.
it just
ends up
it can be tough. Yeah, it can be difficult.
Just bashing them together like Gentlemates and Rocker are about ready to do. Last I heard, they're about a minute out. I imagine if we don't get it solved here shortly, we'll be going to break. Just a lobby issue for the two teams. For those of you watching at home, thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for being patient. Being patient is probably going to be a lot of me and Joe and Chance and Miles just talking about Lord knows what today. But it's going to be beautiful, and each one of you is a bright ray of sunshine.
Except for the people that are just yelling, start the game in the chat. I probably don't like you.
Probably 99% of you, but Joe does like you. He's lying. We're going to take a look at some highlights. This is New York back in 2023. And this is what you're talking about. If you're new to it or maybe didn't see this, what a crazy moment it was. You get a win with Hydra, Skies, Priesta, and Kiz. Then you make a change shortly following it to go into the next year. And I mean, I know you as a competitor was just pissed, right? Like that doesn't happen or shouldn't happen. Like if you win a world championship, like,
oh, no, for Priesta? Yeah, I was not happy about that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there is nothing. That man, I think, throughout his career has been the utility man for, you know, 100 Thieves when they were one of the best teams in the world during the BO4 season. After that, Yoda phase, I'll do whatever I have to do. He's just a kid that he understands it. He knows what he needs to do. But I think now you're looking at this core, and it's how much, obviously, you give a lot of freedom to Hydra, right? And he is an MVP superstar, but now you're going to individually have to step up.
No, you are. But I think there's a reason, like those guys go away but always come back or always find a home. Like, I don't know, your Kismets, your Priestas, your Vivids, your like Loonies back in the day. Like they're guys that people want to play with because usually if you're sort of their duo in a role, you are going to perform well statistically. And then they're also kind of like, I mean, it's messed up to say, but like they're kind of a scapegoat in a way. Like,
yeah, in a way.
If you know they're not going to usually put up numbers, or kind of the scapegoat. But I've been told by our producer we do have game ready, so fingers crossed we might be good to go. If not, we'll blame our producer.
We'll talk about
down.
more stuff.
We'll just keep chatting. Thankfully, things are starting out. We've got tons of team changes, new rosters, new cities, new game, new movement, new maps, new everything. So we'll have plenty to chat through. But
I'm seeing fist bumps.
Just a shot of the guys. We did talk a lot about obviously the Gentlemate side of this thing. For Minnesota Rocker, it's a weird one. It's just. Is a team that could do well? Sure. I mean, I don't have them in a high tier going into this. It's just, I don't know. You get like half of like the Vegas roster, which we did love like moments from Gio and Arrow. Estriel, like he had some really solid moments last year as well, but it's just on a team that was really struggling, obviously.
Well, I kind of like what the desk talks about. It's like, where is your star power here, right? So,
yes.
I think for a Minnesota Rocker, it's just going to come down to who will step it up this year. All right. Well.
Okay, we just teased you a little bit home. We just teased you a little bit. It's a draw.
Listen, maybe not. We've been doing this a long time. We were prepped for this.
Yeah. No, we knew this was going to happen. Joe and I talk about our way, and I'm like, listen, it's day one. You know, you always want to like under-promise and over-deliver. It's an expectations thing. As the older you get, just set realistic expectations, and you're okay. I knew it was day one. New title. We're going to have some delays, but we're going to hang out, have a great time, have a smile on our face, and love each other emotionally, sexually, and spiritually.
Yeah. Well, I just think the kickoff land. I mean, Miles and Chance had like a 28-hour podcast.
Bro, we were doing.
I thought it was like a 2-day event, and I woke up and they were still playing.
We were doing like a different launch event, and we're like, I don't know, it was great. Nice paycheck. Busy just casting sort of with some fans and stuff, playing against like the FaZe boys and some of our boys that were sponsored by a company, and you know, we had a smooth day. It was a 3-hour broadcast, and like Joe and I were like, high five, Joe, great day. Earn some money. And then Joe, I'm like, Joe's like, they're still casting. I was like, huh? And
I thought
like
it was
midday.
2 days.
And he's like midday. He's like, they're still casting. I was like, what?
Yeah, I mean, luckily,
it's like 3, 4 a.m.
Yeah, they just kept going. I literally went to bed and woke up and they were still going. So they had a brutal day one.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no. From what we understand, it was just wrong sides was all we had to swap. And for those maybe not familiar with it, you've got a strong side, you got a weak side. It all goes through kind of your ban and pick process when they get set up with how we're going to play this out. That is very, very important. I mean,
the problem is once we switch sides again, though, it's just, does the lobby die? Because that may happen.
You never know, Joe. You never know.
Yeah.
But this is, again, how it's going to play out. We're going to be a lot of Vault to kick us off for our first 3. I mean, I'm excited to get into as much as I've watched, like, scrims of Hardpoint and Control and stuff. Like, Search is just always, that's kind of my favorite thing to hop in at the beginning of the year. Kind of Search what it looks like at the beginning of the year towards the end of the year is insane. It usually changes quite a bit.
Yeah,
well, everything does, I guess, but
and I think one thing with this Gentlemates lineup will just be, I think they're just gonna be a tough team to beat. Right, I think they're going to be solid in every single game mode. Like they may not be as good as or as skilled as our top 3, top 4 that we've talked about, but I think the fundamentals are going to be there. They're just going to be a difficult team to beat. And then on the Rocker side, if you're a team who is sort of in this situation, how do you cause upsets in the CDL? It's normally through that search and destroy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I think the one scrim I watched that had the Gentlemates team, I think it was against FaZe. It was like FaZe's POV, so I was listening to their comms, and like at times they were getting under their skin a little bit, like a little frustrated. Like they were a very relentless team, and like the map, I think they were playing red card, maybe talking about it.
Priest always plays well versus FaZe. He loves it.
That's true. Well, I mean, team with him, with him, familiar with him. I'm sure it just gives you a little bit of a mental edge. I mean, that's always obviously part of it. But no, we'll see what Priest can do against his former teammates this year when we get into that. But now it's going to be what can he do against this Rocker team as Gentlemates look to get their first victory. We are looking to load back into it. Thanks again for your patience. Hopefully sides are correct. Lobby is locked and loaded, and we're ready to get it kicking and cruising here for our map 1 Vault Hardpoint. And Joe, I know you've been grinding some rank, watching some scrims just for Vault. Why has this become, you think, like kind of the most popular map amongst, well, kind of pros and competitive community?
Well, it's just it's a good size map. I think every single mode is, well, you can tell plays well. I think that's just sort of it. It's sort of your 3 lanes, but still kind of not 3 lanes.
Because underground holes.
Yeah, underground. But I think it's just a very good pace map. You can make some big plays. Your ARs can get comfortable. Subs have a ton of routes to take.
Well, at least a little good opening and start to get to the point here for Rocker, but it'll be Kismet trying to bring it back inside. So far, so good for Rocker, but a mix in and around the point. Linz, we're going to have eyes on him. He's going to need to hit a new form. We saw the potential for him last year. I was going to say we need to see some flashy moments, nearly able to hit the movement to get the gunny up there, but comes up a little bit short.
Yeah, I think the big thing just early on, 20 seconds left on this P1. Gentlemates right now, they're going to try to control that right side of your mini-map, right? That's where the good spawn is for that P2. As Geo just trying to get them off time. P1 can just be tough. There's a lot of different angles that you can get taken down from with Catwalk, with Underground. The nades are hitting. Sky's just trying to do what he can. But behind Estriel and Nero, they're already going to have pressure up towards his P2. And one of the things with this is that back spawn can be very sensitive. If you move just a little bit too far forward, the opponents will spawn right behind you.
And some of these kind of 4 hardpoint maps, I mean, I've seen some almost go into time because it ends up like 2 of the hardpoints you're sort of just playing setup for the other hardpoint. Like, right, 1 you're kind of setting up for 2, 3 you're kind of setting up for 4. It ends up with like a decent amount of white time or a lot of contested time. Is everyone just kind of trying to body for our big time? It is a nice break from Rocker in through the front. You're still spawning safe in the back of your Gorilla mates, but this has been wondrous from Rocker.
Yeah, stuns and nades going down. 4 Gentlemates as Nero and Pollux able to take down too. Some great time with those front spawns, but here comes the pinch from number 3 and 4. That's Kismet and Linz, 15 seconds left. And this is kind of it. You know you can play for all of P2 because P3, really what you're trying to do is set up for our 4th and final hill on the left side of the map. So you're going to try to earn as much time as you can over towards pillars, but really what Priest is doing in that number 1, you want to control top art, control that side of the map for our money hill.
Well, it's a couple of things, right? Like, that's a key position, obviously, with getting set up when we're holding here at 3, then 4, but also just kind of that God power spot, right? You have the elevation, you've got the gunny from there, but you've also got a lot to watch. The comms have got to be on point for that player, because there are a lot of ways to leak through, and you've got to deal with all sorts of stuff. But so far, you've got the position you want for your Gorilla mates. You've got a 7-point advantage. Geo, though, trying to fight around the point. He's hitting shots, but not able to get into the actual
that's,
point.
I mean, honestly, like, you have 3 or 4 dead, but Geo just finds 1, so you haven't been earning much time. Have not been earning much time. Skies is on 7 in a row, so it's 1,050 for a Hellstorm, which it's a bit of work. It's a bit of work. I don't even know if Skies has it equipped, actually, so he may have had one by now, but it's not on.
Well, that's a little bit different. We've had score streaks, we've had kill streaks, we've been back and forth across some of the titles. Tons of score you got to earn here to try and get it. Is the Hellstorm will see be the one thing thrown into the fray. Linz is ripped down to 50 HP. They've got the kills, 3 through on the feed. Gorilla mates now set up with one of your money hills, and they are locking it down. This is prime position now to get a lot of time. The player in the point gets picked out through the doors, though. That's going to cause a rotation. for another player into it, that's the opening you need if you're a rocker. You get one pick, people got to rotate, you move on in.
This is it though, right? You still have two close, spawning very close if you are Gentlemate. So they're going to immediately trade. Number 7 is still there, Nero. He's just trying to buy time, be annoying. His teammates going to spawn up in the middle of the map, but Linz and Skies deal with that. So it was about a tie game. Now it's 20 points still, 25 seconds left. This is why P4 is so important on Vault.
And this is a much better job than I did at P2. I mean, if you're a rocker, both times you kind of break into P4 and you break into P2. This time, if you're Gorilla Mates, you kind of get a little control back, right? Like you don't end up being a mess there at P2 like it was the rest of the time. You're able to rack up some time, get a significant lead. Kismet's starting to rock and roll. Really, everybody kind of putting up numbers. Priesta, 5 and 8, but he was the early rotation guy. He was the one locking down or making sure they could get that time at P4.
And again, this is what you're going to want to see from Skies throughout the year.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You know, maybe last year he takes a bit of a backseat, but he's a world champion. He could be one of the best ARs we have in the league.
I mean, before that, he was one of the most underrated ARs we've ever had. The guy was like a lock for like a 1-2 for a long time. Like he was very, very consistent. When you talk about just statistically, something, just wasn't really hitting last year, but hell, you still got a second overall, and you still made some runs late in the year. But for the most part, still a tight one now as we get into our second set. I don't know, if you're a rocker and you're going to bring this back, is there anything major you need to see turn around outside of Estriel being 6 and 13?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you lose the P4. That's going to be the big focus, coming up on this rotation. But you're just trying to chip away at this 30-point lead here at P1 and P2. Get right back to the game. It is not a big lead at all. They're able to do that. You see the spawns coming in poolside here for LAG. So they're just going to play slow, give up this scrap time, and try to get into a nice setup. Yeah,
it just feels like the most time if you're Rocky, you've been trying to break, right? That's probably why Estriel struggled. When you're a sub player and you're trying to find openings on early setups from Gorilla Mates, you're going against ARs just posted. You got AMS lining everything up. It can be so tricky. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, there's that back spawn. This is what I was talking about. You be very sensitive. If you get a little bit far forward, see number 4 is going to back up in Linz. Try to find that player. Gio, he's in a good spot maybe to make that play. But let's go to our first listening of the year with LAG.
I have the P1. I have money. You have money. Gio's front. Money. Almost you. Almost shot. Oh, I got 3. Okay, both there. Both shot. Literally, absolute. No one there. I'll spawn there. Yo, single. I got her. Jump down. Short. Secure all that time. There's no one out there. Pull the truck. He's front. Yo, comms. I'm getting new. Just secure all the time. They're not real still. One spawn behind you. You guys statue on me. Let's get back to apartment. Yeah, he got me. Gun and gold. Heard you. Alright, Paul is gun, and then there's one guy is gold. One was left. I'm about okay. 100% was left.
I'm happy left. Nice, fucking go.
Left. He's on me single. Single. Top gold. I'm ignoring him. I'm gonna go con. Top gold. This one for gold.
In the pin on them.
One time. Give me. I'll get your one bullet on the van. On the truck, man. One shot. Nice, stay alive mid. They're gonna re-grab mid. They're gonna keep re-grabbing mid. Time. They have a trophy. I'm gonna side now. I'm gonna mid.
Pila. One shot, pila.
Top gold.
One shot, pila.
Okay,
yo, medical.
Pillar, Astro pillar. Pillar vault. P1 near. Alright, take our time.
Yeah,
make sure we get mid. We can flip this.
Trying to get a cat.
Nero mid. Go left to mid. Yeah.
One for mid.
He's Paul killing in the hall.
I think, yeah,
Paul killing. Yep, he's coming back to you. Nice, good shit. Go through mid.
I'm going to left.
Yeah, we're vault. I'm going through left. He spawns gun. Nero spawns gun.
Top gold, Gio.
Yeah, nice. Two spawn out. Get gold. Back up for Mark. One shot.
I kind of like the end of that when, they had like a 3 or 4 down, and Sky's just kind of like, slow down, let's take mid-control, let's take our time on this next push. Was there anything you really liked from the comps?
I mean, yeah, it was great. It's just they were getting fried.
Yeah, no, they were.
They are getting fried. And, Rocker backed into this game, and you had a chance there for Gentlemates to get into P4 and break it, but you responded in if you're a Rocker. And now, 38 seconds left on this hill. You are right back into this one on map number 1.
I kind of like that, because sometimes we hear comms when a team is frying. Sometimes you get comms when a team's getting fried. You kind of hear how they deal with adversity there. And, well, they were dealing with it, and now they get a break in. This ends up being a big one, because there's still a pretty good chunk of time left. There's about 30 seconds remaining in this point. A chance for Rocker to really get back into a tie game with the late burst here from Gentlemates. A chance to push out this lead once again as we get closer then to our third set of rotations.
Yeah, you normally do not see a clean 4 dead on a P4 break. They just kind of slammed the door on it, as that was the chance for Rocker to get, pretty much tie up the game.
That's on you.
I guess it is, yeah. I love when I hype things up and then it goes the other way.
The caster curse alive and well in our first map, but Estriel, Gio, making plays to get 3 down. They'll each get a pair. And you got a bit of a split right now then for Gorilla Mates. Kind of 2-2. You got to deal with them left and right. They deal with one side of it, so it's going to be Priest and Skies are going to try and do it from the other side. It's Estriel that's watching, making sure they have that safe spawn in. And now Skies and company will try and break back on through, but you're getting some really solid P1 time here, and Paulus makes Kismet pay.
Yeah, no, a big part of that is because Skies goes on that long route to try to set them up for spawns for P2, and he's doing that. But yeah, you've just soaked the hill. So now you're going to need to hold on to this position. And this is almost 40 seconds of uncontested time here at P1. Finally, you're able to get up top in the catwalk, but Nero is watching it. There is the angle out of Skies. He's going to try to back on up. You can see Gentlemate's just making sure no one leaking on through, but you take that all day if you're Rocker.
And that's kind of the conversation. Like I mentioned earlier, usually, you know, at least on this, it's like P1 and P3 are kind of about to set up for the next two, but you can't just let them get all the time. Like yes, the rotation's great. Getting spawns is great. You better hope you lock it down now, though, because you gave up so much time. As Skies is now on 5 straight. A spawn comes in the backside, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Joe. The wheels starting to come off. 20 points separating these squads as Rocker looking to burst on through.
They are just very sensitive. You know, you try to get Lins through catwalk to put an aggression on the spawns, but you just push up a little bit too far. Nobody plays deep back. Nobody blocks that spawn, and yeah, now Rocker are on the point.
There's just one where you just gotta have somebody deep. Yeah. You just got to.
You have to. Yeah, like there's like, look at a little staircase right there. They know it. It's just, yeah, they thought maybe they had it blocked. Instead, it allows Rocker to get right back down the hill.
Well, we think this Gorilla Mates team should be a team that's great about the fundamentals, but it's day one. It's day one. A lot to be worked on there, but the spawn does come in for Rocker. They're able to make the bust on through. Now, 204 to 200. And next hard point popping. We get ready for 3. Early to the art rotation. This time it'll be Skies. It'll be him with eyes from up above. It's Estriel now trying to get in underneath and maybe make the play. Did anyone get eyes on him? Number 2 turned in Skies. I thought somebody got eyes, but Estriel's able to find the timing. That's going to be 3 down. Everybody spawning out again over the second half of this game. Rocker, turn it up.
Well, I think you're right. I think they did call it out, but the problem is everyone else died around Skies, right? So as soon as Estriel starts that cross, his teammates push the hill. They push on through. They find a couple of picks. Then he's got all the advantage in the world in that 1v1 with this Jackal PDW. Able to win that. Now, again, you are set up for this P4 for now. You're only 27 points away from winning map 1.
They're so close. Have they done what it takes to close out this map? You're going to need something magical here from Gorilla Mates down the stretch. They got 10 seconds left you could earn for Rocker right now. Get him about 235. And you're going to have Rocker now set up for this P4. Some big gunfights going to be upcoming. Inside first will be Estriel. 17 to go for the victory. 3 arrows flooding forward if you are Gorilla Mates. Estriel to be the point man. Look for these kills. Try to get in behind enemy lines. Able to take out 1. Take out 2. Estriel popping off late. Now 5 just needed for the W. Kismet, though, going to win a big gunfight on the site. It's a flurry of trades. You still got people battling here. If you're Gorilla Mates, there's 3 down. They got a chance to do this.
Yeah, I mean, you had the spawn. You had 3 spawn up in the back off the Estriel play, but they still get the break. Do Gentlemates, and now, yeah, as you said, you should still win it here. First pick gonna go to Lins. He's just up top, putting shots in. Gio's trying to work the top side to get a crossfire, but they're just getting picked apart from these power positions.
That's what's tough. If there's a change in 1 second here, and there has to be a rotation, you feel okay, but you have to get in.
Through.
You gotta get in.
He got in. Who was that? Estriel makes the play again. He's able to find the 1v1, but they're gonna need to get on for a couple more seconds. Gio maybe with the opening and the double, and he does it. He's able to get it back to that P1, and there we go. Rocker take it versus Gentlemates.
I had to get in, at least disrupt it for a second. There was just enough left on the hard point time to get the W for Gentlemates, but you're able to break in. You kick it back to a P1, and maybe a shocker here early on is I think everybody had Gentlemates as the favorites, but Rocker will strike first on Vault. And yeah, I mean, even if you think back to the first set of rotations, I mean, you were set up for what? You had the early set for 2 and 4. If you were Gorillas, and Rocker was showing the ability to break like right away. Like early on, some of the tough hard points. I know they were down early, but they were shown they had opportunities to break. Like the pressure was there.
Yeah, I think just 2 P2s. The first P2 and that last one. Yeah, you're trying to mess that up if you are Gentlemates. That's really what the game comes down to.
Because the first time he got broken through the front, right? The last time he gave up the back spawn.
Yeah, gave up that back spawn. As we take a look at the stats of what Nero just kind of right back to his form. 34 and 32, putting pressure all over the map on the other side. Yeah, you get contribution really from everyone. You outslay. You just don't find those key kills and allow a couple openings, and Rocker take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like that great of a map for Mestro if you take a look like the damage. Like,
No,
only
like the
2500,
plays at the end.
Yes, he had some terrific plays at the end. Remember, he was getting slammed early on, though. He was, well, like 6 and 14, 6 and 13, really, really struggling to get it going. We'll take a look at some of the highlights before we get ready and into a search and destroy. But what a victory. They're out of Rocker right down to the wire. Did anyone really stand out for you? Like from an individual basis?
I think Sky's right away. I think Sky's, you know, at this point, he's 29 and 17. They're up to 30 and 19, but I think just to close this game out, you get Estriel who flips those spawns, but then he also has, what, that two-piece that breaks the game wide open. You're able to deal with this. You get the close spawns, but Gentlemates are able to find their way in through. You see Rocker's just 6 points away, but Gentlemates are like, all right, we can hold it now. But it's a break through that side door that gets it back to the P1.
Just enough to get on through. One big gunfight.
Yeah, right. It's Estriel here again that does it, right? He finds this double. Yeah, or he just slides on through. He's able to find it.
Yeah, no, he just needed the one. Really, just the even if he didn't get the kill, I think just the contest of time was enough, really, because he was to the second, right? Like maybe 1 extra second they get the tick. Like it was that close. He just had to get in. It's like a game of blitz, bro. Just had to get on through. just contested for a second, find an opening. He's able to do that. Plus, he gets the kill. We're gonna stay on vault for the next two, but we got a nail biter for our first one. 7-point victory for Rocker. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to call like anything a massive upset right now. Like for me, the league starts now. I know there's been scrims. I know you had one tourney, but like the game had barely been played at that point. Like it starts now, and Rocker come out, get the W.
Yeah, no, I mean, nice map one from them. I mean, again, just both teams, I think that second P1 where they find, what, full 50 to 60 seconds got them right back into that game, and then a couple individual plays there to close it out.
Unbelievable stuff. And now we get ready to go to Search and Destroy, which I know for me, like any scrim VOD I've been sent, watching Hardpoints and Control. Like haven't seen a lot of Search, and this is where, you can really catch people early on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is an opportunity. Normally, like, teams who go on to, like, win some of the first majors of the year are typically, like, very good Search teams because they just sort of get ahead. Where everyone's focus is, like, sort of respawn. If you're a great Search team, this is where you can cause early upsets on the season.
Well, it's a difficult thing. You know, we don't talk about it a lot, but, like, you take a look at a game like a Counter-Strike or a League or a different esports. Like, you have one map and mode, really. Like, well, not one map, but, you know, I mean, like, one mode, and you play several maps. Like, it's easier to maybe just have a day of practice where we have 3 different modes, all these different maps. Like, how do you try to go about, like, finding great balance as a team? It's got to be one of the hardest things, right?
No, it is. And you know, our players know that pace changes during matches as well because nerves come to you. You don't want to make any mistakes.
Yeah.
Right? You always see that on Twitter, like, afterwards, sort of like matches always play different. And Search is another thing. It's like you can practice this a bunch, but there may just be some things that happen in an official match that normally don't. So,
sure.
A lot of the practice is just sort of learning timings, setups, how we want to play, sort of retake situations.
Absolutely.
Just some basics, but yeah, you don't really know if you're like bad at Search until there's a couple matches played.
Yeah, I mean, heck, who you're playing against. They might be working on a break-off they really want to perfect or something they really want to work on. Yeah, they do the complete opposite once you come play them. It's like, oh, well, that didn't really help us all that much. But into this round one we now go as GorillaMates trying to bounce back and even up. Nero wants none of that. He will be quickly traded out, though, as Kismet does get one. Skies tallies on as well. We got 3-on-2 right now for GorillaMates.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big position. Obviously, this underground tunnel there for Kismet. You can go between both bomb sites. Watch that bottom middle drop as Priest and Sky starting to work towards this A bomb. Normally with Vault, this is really the bomb side of focus, but Estriel maybe finds a timing. Maybe the timing goes against him, and this is what I was talking about. Like, everybody's just going to have a couple of moments where that slide's going to get away from you, and
yes,
you're going to look like that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. There's times where I just, like, lose the person. Sometimes they just hit, like, a long slide, and it's just like, I just lose them.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like real close range. Like, I don't know what's happening. I just know I'm dead and I embarrass myself.
He's like, I gotta get this kill quick because I'm sure there's a second one on the bottom right. He's left in a 1 versus 3. But Gentlemates strike first.
Yeah, I don't know if it's really... You think it's going to be like the potential of kind of what we have with jetpacks, just like the individual playmaking ability to do some nutty stuff, or not? Maybe not quite to that level.
I don't know about to that level, but it should be close.
Yeah, the closest you're going to get with like boots on the ground, I guess, right? since BO4, like with Stims.
Yeah.
Estriel getting right in, trying to get the quick plant down. Gio does find one, some shots in for Pollux as well, but he gives up his position. Len's then able to pounce to a 3v3 we go. Numbers now to Gorilla Mates. As they try to get their second round in a row, as they'll have to look to collapse. 30 seconds now to work this. Trying to work from the outside box. Get an angle, stun is gonna hit, and he's able to win the gunfight. Estriel drops, Gio by himself. Gio drops, and there's the defuse through. And that'll be back-to-back rounds for Gorilla Mates. You got 3 straight for Kiz, 2 straight for Priest.
And this is going to be Vault Search Destroy. A lot of the times it comes down to retakes over towards A. And what LAG do is they just go all the way through that attacking side of the spawn. They allow the bomb to go down. They play for that player over towards back tree. As soon as he's dead, you have so many angles that you can pinch on this bomb site, able to work that defuse.
And I was talking to you about Search early because you've just been grinding rank play and asking you kind of, well, it's probably a lot more respawn, I imagine, but you were just like, you can get to sites fast. Like, there's going to be a lot of quick plants, a lot of retakes.
Yeah,
it plays real. You just kept saying fast, plays fast, real fast. So like,
yeah,
right.
There's some bomb placements. If it was up to me, I'd change them.
Yeah,
it ain't up to me.
Just get him in the studio.
Yeah.
Let him start drawing. Give him an iPad. We've had that before.
Yeah, I mean, Skyline, I think you start fighting in 4 seconds. I'm serious. It's crazy.
Well, Priesta will be your bomb carriers. We'll take a look out to the B-side street push. They have multiple in front. He's got the bomb hay to work with, but he is in trouble. Can't get out.
They know Linz is here, though. Yeah, Linz is already across. They have no idea.
I thought maybe he got spotted for a second, but no.
He can make some big plays from here. He's able to find the double, but a nice trade from Estriel, so all down to Kiz.
He gives Kiz a shot, though, right? He gets 2. Now on Kiz to clutch. Knock, knock. Through the door. Wins 1. Gets out with his life. Trade not going to be there. Down to a 1 versus 1 now. Gio. Kiz. Under 40 on the clock. We're bombed down right on B. Oh! Tries to jump top, look down. Angle is there. You get on the board now if you're Rocker.
Yeah, I mean, just great job by Rocker. Nice, team rotation. Back towards that B site. Priesta obviously gets picked. Linz has a chance to make it interesting and does, but just so much there for Kismet to have to clear. Gio picks the right corner.
Yeah, they both kind of done the same way. Like Escher was like kind of jumping out top our balcony, try maybe get an angle, gets dropped. Same ends up happening here to Kiz, but nearly brought it back, but not quite. We hop into our round 4 now. Kiz, though, still leading all players at 4-1 as he kicks it off. Offense back for Rocker. We're getting right back to poolside.
So this is the opposite look. They went 4 top B. This time they go 4 towards A, and Linz able to hit the pistol shots, but just like that, it's still a 2-on-2.
Skies, though, brings them the numbers. Now on Pollux to try and clutch some nice damage in, but can't finish the kill. Nade not going to do anything. He's on an 0-3 start, now trying to clutch in this 1 versus 2. A ton of time on the clock. Once again, a bomb drops right on a site, this time over at A.
And you have the AMS, like you're just hoping to find a pick here, but it's going to be difficult with all the different sort of angles that Skies and Linz have. They're just going to throw shoulders back away.
Oh, yeah, they're butt to butt. Just hoping he can rip one. Time starting to dwindle, under 30 to go. Maybe just hope you hit a pre-fire.
Yeah, that's really what it is. He wants Linz to like overpeak this, but as soon as he goes, they're going to double chow. There was the double chow, and then right back to the pillar. Synchronized swimming here on this bomb site, but he's able to get through it. He was close.
They nearly lined up perfectly.
I think it was one bullet away. Maybe on both of them.
Oh, they line up perfectly for just a second. Lenz, though, with the 2. One almost got away from, nearly able to slide out, but then the pistol gunfight win. Estriel's just got to win that.
Yeah, he's just on that bomb. It can be tough. You're right.
Yeah,
you have that extra cover, but close there from Paul.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to even get that kind of opportunity, honestly. Like to slide to there and nearly just line them both up.
I think maybe like the player shouldering didn't see him slide because maybe he gets behind the bomb, like the angle.
Kind of what it seemed like.
Yeah.
But you'll keep the advantage if you're Gorilla Mates. This time they'll try their odds over at A. Well, Kiz just gets swarmed. So does Priesta. The setup there inside the point just falls apart. Lenz has nearly been the hero of these last couple of rounds. His multi-kills have been the difference. This time, going to have to do it from a 2 versus 4. He's already able to take out Geo. Now, what can him and Skies do? I know Sky is also known kind of for his S&D capability.
Really, he's just waiting on Lenz. He needs him to make a play here with the sub so they get inside a vault. But you're watching that. He's able to get away with his life. Paul doesn't want to overchow.
And that's honestly kind of the fun thing about the early skirmishes, that you come down a lot of these 2v2s, these 2v3s, these 1v1s, and you give Lenz time to pick them apart. There's another one added on.
Oh, hello.
RC car in, they're able to take that out. Lynn gets some damage in, wants to challenge behind it. Sky's able to get the kill, and that is how you do the 2v4. All smiles there as Lynn's now with multi-kills in 3 straight rounds. Beautiful stuff there.
I mean, it helps when you get one more kill, and then you got the RC.
Okay, I lied. Maybe it wasn't. Sky's got the other 2, but still.
He uses the RC, and I mean, yeah, you saw it blow up, and that's just going to cause chaos. You give that call out to Skies, they're weak. He slides on in, and I think for Rocker, it's just like, yeah, I mean, Paul can't get picked there, but maybe you have numbers, and you probably just want to get out of the bomb site. Like, they just got picked apart from all the.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, was it kind of Lenz's first kill or second kill that kind of was the bad one? Well, we're waiting to see what's going on. We have a 4-1 advantage right now for Gorilla Mates. I know we can see the game, and it appears that we are frozen currently between rounds. So we're going to wait and see if we're going to be loading back up with a 4-1 advantage here for Gorilla Mates, or what the deal is. We're hopping back to us just for a second while we get them to figure it out. I don't know if the lobby crashed or what exactly happened. That's what it looked like.
Day 1.
They won 4-1. We're done. That's it.
It's day 1.
Oh, I thought they said they won. I'm like,
no,
okay, Joe, I don't know if we can make those calls.
No, it's day 1. This is just.
Yeah, yep.
It's going to be a party.
Just roll with the punches, Joe. No matter where on your body you're being punched, you're just going to roll with it,
I'm rolling with it.
Absolutely. But bit of a blunder there. But yeah, 4-1 advantage for Gentlemen. As soon as we can get back in, we will. Thank you again for your patience at home. But yeah, bear with us. Day 1. Early in the title, we're going to have some issues, but that's why you get to look at us handsome lads as we hang out and chat through things. But as it was a 4-1 advantage so far, and that's the only search and destroy we've seen so far, at least officially in the league. Gentlemen were up. They did rely on some kind of bring it back moments from Lynn, some big moments. Like Rocker had some rounds they're in control. Like, it probably shouldn't be a 4-1 score.
No, it should not. But yeah, I mean, obviously, Gentlemates, they do have that. And I mean, I think really kind of what we talked about, what does BO6 S&D look like? I mean, I think like last year, a lot of the defenses were spread apart on the maps. You're trying to find pace with MCWs. I think we're like 4 rounds in a row where the defensive team is running as 4, just trying to find an opening, right? Just flying together. And that's like what we saw in jetpacks all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Luminosity.
Yes. yeah, exactly.
Sam Octane LaRue.
Just sort of this death
Nikki
ball.
D. Death ball. Yeah.
that's kind of it on some of these maps.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing. But I want to give a shout out. Listen, we were talking about Gentlemates and how excited we have them here. We got some watch parties going on. Gataga, we've been a long-time fan of his from back when he was a competitor. Their fan base we're going to have just from like the European and French side of this is nuts. Listen, I remember back to like, dude, this is like BO3 back when we had what, like a Vitality, Millennium, going up against like a Fabi, like a German team. And this would be like it was a LCQ type match that had
Roki down there, by the way, that picture they had out of him.
You want to get one of those of me?
I'm probably
just pans a little bit lower?
No.
Oh. Well, no, anyway, that match, by the way, it was like a losers qualifier.
Yeah, like 100,000.
It was like 100,000 viewers.
Yeah.
Like the French fans, German fans. It can be insane. So
that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was. That's why we're so excited though when Heretics got involved. What did I say to you like years and years ago? I was like, I'd do anything if we just had like a good French team, a good Spanish team, a good German team. Like, I'd be so happy just for those fan bases that we have internationally, because that's the one thing sometimes we've lacked in COD esports is we just. North American players, for the most part, run shit. It's just how it's been. Whereas for most other esports, it's not really the case.
No, not really the case
at all.
But I mean, here's the good thing. I mean, Jotaga, legend. I mean, I played against him years and years ago, right, in Europe. French monster. Same with Brokey. Just those guys are incredible creators, and they've built up this fan base, this organization. So we are very happy to have them with us.
No, it's awesome to see just what they've been able to do, because that's a question mark a lot of times of players. Like, what do you do? Once you're done competing, you can't compete forever. Whether they're talking about like athletes and like sports or
they figured it out.
Yeah, I mean they had a fan base. You found me. Now you're stuck with me here, casted in Columbus. But now we're having a hell of a time. But it's exciting to see what they do, the fan base they have built, and I'm sure we're going to be bringing in a lot of French viewers to watch this team, and that's why it's cool we've got Lens on it. I mean, I know this is sort of the recipe for success for the other 3 guys. Get that French submachine gun. He's got big shoes to fill, and kind of what Hydra was able to do with those 3 guys, but I think he's a young player we're excited about.
Yeah, I think Sky's tweeted out, like, our fans are insane. Like, I'm downloading Duolingo now to learn French. Like, I'm like, respect.
No, yeah.
That's awesome.
It is so, so cool. And just to get another fan base kind of behind this league, behind E-Team, as we get back into it. Remember, it's 4-1 advantage to Gorilla Mates, so they need 2 more rounds here to take this map 2 and tie us up at 1-1 in this best of 5. As we go over to Gio's POV and see what the line side looks like from tree side.
And again, you just see all the purple arrows, right? Just sort of scanning, trying to find info, but not ready for this. Good trade, though, from Priesta into a 3-on-3. Another retake scenario here towards A.
Nero is trying to shoulder. The bottom mid push. The full side push. See what info he can get. Pollux just tucked away in a corner. He's able to get a freebie there onto Priesta. They go 1 for 1. I thought it was a great snap there from Pollux, but not enough to win the gunfight. Hopping out of Gio. The reads on to the next one, able to win the 1v2. It's like a mantle party there. It's just everybody's mantling out over the balcony. Some awkward gunfights, but able to clutch up with the 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing here is, right, you're still so weak if you're Skies from that previous gunfight. Just you had a great snap to weaken him up. Maybe if he's full health, that's a little bit easier. You see how quick they want to go for that trade. Kismet gets caught, and then you hit the backslide. If you're Gio, you're ready for the next one.
Great stuff there. Heads up play to get the clutch. But that just looks, the whole sequence looks so awkward. Just you never want to, like, you know, even though that was kind of pushing each other, but hearing like comms, people are like mantle cheese. Like you don't mean to and it happens. Like,
yep.
God, remember that? What was that? Priest says he had a bad one back. Was that? Oh, Hotel. When BZ had that 1v4, remember he like mantled over that? Never. That's like the most famous mantle I'll think of. That just, oof. That one's tough. But Gio pulls off the 1v2. You see we got the scoreboard updated here, custom in-house to show the 4v2 advantage now for Gorilla Mates. Priest trying to spot. Teammate gets the kill. Next gunfight in front. Nice drop shot there from Pollux. Quick trade though, as he's so tagged up. Lins could do it. They have a 2 versus 1. Gio, well, you clutched in a 1v2. Can you do it again? A little bit different of a situation now. This looks like Pollux's POV from earlier. Tries to go through, gets in, catches one, nearly another. Oh God, another bullet or 2, and he's likely clutched that one. That one almost looks more awkward than the other. Like, I thought he got spotted by the first player.
He does, he just gets behind the pillar. Right, he hits the slide timing. The first player has no idea, and then Skies is like, all right, you know, you got to take the challenge. So great trade there, but yeah, close clutch. Gio almost does it back-to-back
I just thought there was like time for the first player to like react, but it just didn't happen so quick. So quick. Is they're just smiling, having a bit of a laugh about it. Some wild situations in this map too. But that brings us now to 5-2. 1 round needed for Gorilla Mates to even up the series. Quick hit from Rocker. Again, takes out 1. Damage into a second. Lins with another multi-kill in this, but he will be traded out by Paul. We take a breath. This has been the same thing every round. Like, hit it, yeah. 2 or 3 die from each team, and then we slow down.
Yes. So far it has been that in 7 rounds, without a doubt. But Paul and Gio right under Skies.
Oh my.
And
oh no!
Crazy timing here. They don't go through the street though, so Priesta's gonna be safe, but there is the comms, and now Priesta can pinch this. As well, both players, though, just slide across, gaining the info. Good job there by Paul and Gio, not to get picked, and now starting to work towards it.
The angle's like a little different for Skies or Priesta. You probably get 1, but can't quite do it. Now Priesta maybe in trouble, getting double shout. Nice use of the box here, tries to reload, though, gonna get pushed out. Give Skies time, though. He bought Skies time to rotate in from balcony, get the kill. And that'll be the 6th round. We had a bit of a pause in it, but we get right back to it, and Gentlemate's able to pick up where they left off in a dominant search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, just great teamwork there out of Gentlemates. I mean, they found a ton of first bloods, and yeah, I mean, you allow a couple of clutches to happen, and they had some clutches themselves, but that is a preview of what we are going to see on Vault.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, but like, even just like, I don't know, like Priest at the end there, like, don't overchow, pull out your pistol, do some crazy slide, try to just lay down behind the box, just buy time. Good heads up play, because yes, they did let some rounds slip away from them. Same on the other side of it. But they get it done. Sky's a nice little clutch and flashy plays for a bunch of players. But yeah, it's just, let's hit it, let's headbutt each other, and then basically it's like what's left when the dust settles.
Yeah, and there will be things like that sort of counter these 4-man pushes, and you start to slow things down, but that's going to take some time to incorporate.
It will. I mean, this is probably the mode that takes the longest to develop due to just not being a part necessarily of your kind of regular scrim cycle, but some eyes on it. I mean, did that play basically exactly how you kind of thought it would?
Absolutely, yep. Retakes at A.
Yeah, fast. Is how it was. But 2 maps underway. We're tied up 1-1. We're going to kick it to the desk now before we get to the map 3. Chris Buck, it's all you, baby.
Thank you, gentlemen. A brand new halftime segment. We got Alec Cat and Nameless to break down the early action. And let's start here. Minnesota steals game number 1 after everyone chooses Gentlemates to win the series. Minnesota on the final rotation takes it back. Allie, who's shining for our purple people eaters right now up there in Minnesota?
Over in Minnesota, for me, it has to be Estriel. He had a really slow start in the beginning of that hard point, but then he is the catalyst for them to go on and win that first hard point to tie this series up. He goes on a 6-3 to break that pre 30 seconds at that P4, and then they just chain after chain after chain after chain. For Minnesota Rocker, what's crazy about this is the fact that they win that first hard point even though they were behind on fundamentals about the majority of the map. So if they can just tweak and clean those up a little bit, this isn't anything to sneeze at going up against a team like Gentlemates, who is considered maybe one of the top 4 contenders right now.
Nameless, I want to take a dive deeper into that hard point. I know you've been working some things out on our brand new Telestrator. What do you got for us?
I got some new toys, so let's jump into drawing conclusions, and let's talk about what happened here at the end of this hard point. This is a beautiful play by the Minnesota Rocker. If you zoom in here on the mini map, when you look at this, listen, this is going to be the bad spawn and this is going to be the good spawn. So what you see here in this situation, they're going to have to break. So Estriel has to make a miracle happen here. So he's going to go through low bottom vault, get pushed all the way up and get the kill on top of the building, and then the rest of the players end up pushing through and flipping. But what happens early is Priest tries to rotate over to help. He dies and he ends up spawning out. So they're aware of that. When Paul X sees it, he knows, turns around to try to play for it once again, and then there's a flurry of kills. So let's clear the screen so you guys can take a look at what went down here. It was a massive play in this situation. You know you have to find somebody first and get that first blood. So what you're seeing here is Paul X spawns up, right, in the bottom right side of your mini map, and he knows because he spawns there that Priest to kill, he's getting the bad spawn. So he plays the timing, leaves to go help his teammates. They end up getting 4 kills, spawning them all the way out, which leads to them winning this map. Just an incredible play by Paul X and Estriel. You saw him get all the way through. If it wasn't for that, they don't win this map.
Fire breakdown and fist bump for that one. That is the exact change, the exact turning point when it came to that hard point. Not only does Estriel get the first kill, allow his teammates to get 4 down, but like Ant just showed you, he's able to also secure spawns for the first time for P4 for Minnesota Rocker to then go on and win.
We're expecting a ton of vault, and already you've seen it twice. You're about to see it a 3rd time for Control. Before we get into that Control, we're giving our players a moment to get a drink of water. Let's take a look, though, at some of the big plays from S&D. This is LAG bouncing back. We thought they would be a tough search squad. Who showed up on Vault today?
Who showed up on Vault today? The entirety of LAG Gentlemates. But like you said, it's going to be Skies and Kismet for me. I mean, just the pace of which they were playing this map number 2 was insane. You talk about this underground, this is the doghouse for Kismet.
Nameless, it's day number 1. I know we all locked in Gentlemates to start the game.
Yeah.
It's halftime, though. 1-1. I'll give you and you alone the opportunity to flip. Do you think Rocker steals the series?
I'm going to stick with Gentlemates. I think the end of that hard point, as we just saw, it was sort of a blunder there. Played a little bit too aggressive. I think they had a chance to win that, and I think they'll figure it out here in the Control coming into this game number 3. I love this roster, though, and I think, if anything, so far, we may have underrated Rocker a little bit. They were playing sound Call of Duty on that map number 1. We saw some big plays. Spawn awareness was there throughout the entirety of the map. So we could have ourselves a Game 5 banger to kick things off.
You know, my big fear was who is going to be that IGL for Minnesota Rocker? Who is going to lead the team? Can't wait for the comms opportunity to listen in with this squad, because they are finding success against world champions, people who have been here and done it at the highest level. Taking a look at the remaining maps that we have to go, it is a best of 5. We're guaranteed 4 maps here. Not only are you going to see Vault Control, we'll get our first dose of Skyline Hardpoint.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get to that game 4. When I first saw this layout, I was hoping we'd go with the distance. So as we go into Vault Control, if you want a player to watch, I'm going to shout out Nero. He had 34 and 32, doing what he does as one of the engagement kings on this map, and I'm expecting him to do it again.
Nero, player to watch for you, Allie. What about you, Nameless? We still got a little bit.
I want to see what Lens does here. I mean, Control, obviously a slay-heavy game mode. He's got to be that guy coming in. I mean, he's filling Hydra's shoes, let's be honest here, on this roster, right? So he's got to be the fry man. We'll see what he can do here in this Vault.
Well, there we go. The match is ready. We got map 3 coming up next. Take a look.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Good job. I know you...
We get right back to it now. Getting ready to hop into map 3. We're tied up 1-1. What, Rocker kind of shocking the map 1. Gentlemates handle business in map 2. They're probably thinking we could very easily be up 2-0, but here we are. We're tied up, going into control. What are you thinking looking forward?
I mean, both these teams are probably like more reps, honestly. Like, we're still just so early. Like, yeah, I mean, you're going to get some more reps on these maps in official matches.
Yeah, how do you feel about, listen, these are official matches. This is the lead up to Major 1.
Yeah.
Like, we have this thing every year where it's like, we have 2 weeks, and then we have this long break, like over the holiday with Christmas, and then we come back, and like a map gets added in. Like, is this just, do you view it differently as a player a little bit? Because it's like you have that elongated break and like a change, or not really?
I mean, there may be even some more updates and patches, so like potentially. But yeah, I mean, this is almost like a preview in a way. These couple of weeks.
Kind of view it like that a little bit, like kind of work on our fundamentals, still get stuff down, like it's still a new.
But like you might not make champs at 10 points, and this could be true. This could be a match.
Exactly. That's why it's a little bit weird because like these absolutely are very important official matches, but like it always just feels like a little different. It's just it's so new. You're still trying to figure things out. There's going to be some changes that come in quickly, but. I mean, a lot of times, I mean, to be fair, regardless of the teams that look good early on, like usually they're your best teams. I mean, there's some changes, don't get me wrong, but typically you start strong, you kind of follow that up over the course of the year. As we'll see what this team can do. Excited to see Priest back with Skies and Kiz. Lens, it's always fun to see, you know, you and I have chatted about this a lot. Like, there's like a couple of ways that like rookies come in, right? It's like, you know, you can be your Shotzi and Simps of the world. Yeah, you come in, you join a Dallas Empire, you join like an United, you come in, you join like a God Squad right away, or a good team. But most of them, like, if you're good, you still come in and kind of start from the bottom to some degree, or start at the mid tier and work your way up.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is just sort of, you know, it's just like, is a top team going to take a chance on like if they're going to make a roster change? Yeah. They're going to take that risk.
The only ones that really get onto the elite teams like that when you don't really think you're taking a risk. It's your
exactly.
Your Hydras, your Shotzis, your Sims. Like the ones you know are gods, but even the good players, like you usually got to work your way up. And maybe this is that kind of that step for Lens. But really, really excited to see what he's going to be able to do. But as far as the control goes, making the first bit of progress, the nice little break is Rocker Estriel. Able to get 2 basically out the gate. Halfway towards the second tick, the retake. It is upcoming. Some big gunfights now between both squads. A team kill comes in as Priest takes out Lens.
I mean, this is about as good as a break you're gonna get if you are Rocker. That 8 point is not easy at all because there's just so many angles you can get shot from, but they did 3-4 dead. They stacked the point. Shout out to Coach Looney making sure they have the basics down and now right over towards B.
Well, how important breakoff's been in control always. I mean, since the game mode came in, an incredible break. You get a 3-4 down, it might lead to a point. It does there, and you've already got a presence on B.
And Nero's pushed up spawn killing. I mean, this is a start here on ball control.
They just come in, throw an uppercut early on, and Gorilla Mates, they are just absolutely lost in the sauce as Nero is just farming them from art side. Give Papa another. Kismet drops. Second point about to be done. That'll be the kill. Give him another 7 straight for Nero. Round done. And like a lightning strike, Rocker, they hit.
I mean, that was impressive. That is typically not what we see from Control early. Usually it can be pretty tough to win an offense early in the year, even on a map like this. Like obviously it's the middle of the map, but there's just so many angles you get shot from. You can get worked underground, catwalk, you can get pinched, where normally 1 or 2 is going down, so you typically don't have a stack on it. Like, you really just don't.
Or you have like a fight, like an extended fight, like a contest on the point. Like, once they got on the point, they were on both, like, December got off.
Yeah, I mean, you have that transition. It's very easy to go away from B. You can use the underground route. But then over towards B, like, you have top art. You have all these different angles. You can push up the street, spawn them poolside. They
never got art control.
Yeah, Gorilla's never had control of anything.
Yeah, I mean, you had Nero and Art, like, right after they got the first point.
I mean, Nero just, right back to it. And he has the Hellstorm, so he did equip it, so we will have a Hellstorm.
Okay. We'll see if that gets tossed into it. Maybe another nice start for an offense, as that looks to be about 3 down.
But this is what I mean. Even, all right, you have 2 on it, like, you're going to get a take, but there's going to be another chance here for Rocker to try and retake this. Right off spawn, though, Joe's Gentlemates trying to find those angles, but this guy's going to find that first pick. And now Nero just going to look around, has the help of Paul. There's the contest, 3 dead as Paul He's able to find 3. Can he find the 4th and save the point? Not going to happen. The Bulldog gets it done.
Yeah, they made it a little bit mixed here, but still kind of same result.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe our right team is just
well, but it's very different here. Because the fact that Paul got 3. You slow it down, you're able to get into some position. But yes, I think, listen, maybe ranked hardpoint you can compare to some degree, but control is like a different beast entirely.
Different beast.
That's a different beast entirely. And pushing up, trying to get in towards Art and maybe make a play like Nero was eventually able to do is going to be Lens. He'll be the guy pushed on forward. Now kind of your first 4-man push. Get some shots in the top. There's a battle going down bottom. Lens sees him, tries to back up. Estro is going to go ahead and chase him down. That's 3 down, and you're going to continue to push the point. It's all offense so far. It's going to force the Hellstorm out early on. See what he can come up with. Missiles out. Doesn't hit, but gets people to safety, buys him time, exactly.
But it may not matter, just right away you get a pick. You get a pick on the ball from Priesta. Middle of the map is Kismet. He can rotate back and forth to go for the Chow. That's 2 dead. This should jump down to Nero and dead. Him and Paul to try to retake this. But the numbers are too strong. And, well, I think we're going to get back-to-back offenses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's very different. It's not as clean from A to B, maybe at least, because you kind of got 3 down if you're Paul, but it's like the next wave. They're able to get there. And to be fair, like, once you got to B, it's just like heady central. Like, you've got all those blocks to work, and you're just popping, bobbing, weaving, hitting shots, and yeah, dominant so far on offense. Who will be able to step it up on defense?
Well, we always talk about it like in previous years of Control is sort of, do you go for it one last time? Because if you do try to defend that first point and it fails, right, it allows a transition. And because this is so close, I think that's what's happening is both of these teams kind of went for A one more time. And they went 3 or 4 dead. You're just not getting any B street control whatsoever.
You're in a much better position, though, if you were Rocker, at least, just because Paul got 3. But yeah, it was, I mean, it was like flawless on the other side. They were A to B so quick. We'll see if anyone can improve on it. Well, Priesta with a team kill there. You hear the headshot. It's Lens's head coming clean off his shoulders. They try to double chow that side.
Another team that's 3 dead. Like, you might just have to give this up. This is what I mean. Yeah, you're going to have to work up B street. They're going to go for this again.
They're trying to.
Okay.
This time, the pounce and attack works. Paul will be the last guy up, and he's just going to kind of tuck his tail between his legs and back up, wait for the reinforcements. That's our first sort of retake we've seen so far.
I knew the scrims that I've watched weren't crazy.
It is possible to retake A. Now, what can they do with this position? So far, they're getting work done. Skies and Lynn's able to tally through on the feed. The Bulldog, he's still hunting. Try to watch the push through on both sides of it. Nero able to maybe get the entry, though, and now it's going to allow them to push around the back and pinch. So it'll be Lynn's POV is now he has to deal with it, but it kind of slides out and gets caught. You've now got people collapsing on both sides. The Sky's got to keep his head on an absolute swivel. He's able to take out 2, but he would have had to find 4 there. Everybody else got picked.
Yeah, now you're going to have that 3rd tick in. So that'll be done. You get that minute extension. 1 life advantage, but you at least get into a setup. So you have Lynn's pushed up. You have Kismet inside of both Skies, Priest, and making sure nobody can work the pinch.
And Priest's only kill is on Lynn's.
Well, no, I did.
That is just by dad.
Oh, yeah, no, right. I looked at that a couple of times. I was like, I don't think he's 0-5.
Yeah. We also knew, we said day 1 we've got some issues sometimes. Day 1, month 1, usually some Codcaster issues as well. So numbers not always correct, but we'll try to keep you up to date the best we can. Usually for the player bottom right, when you see their tag bottom right, that'll be the accurate number for what they're looking at for the entire game.
Yeah, so 1 minute to go now. Nero trying to work that pinch. Getting a much stronger defensive setup here towards B, and they're really controlling it from the middle of the map. Just watching those crosses. Zestro, that stun doesn't hit. He would have stunned both of them. Instead, he gets taken down.
A much better time this time for your Gorilla mates in defending B. Rocker trying to find this opening. You're down to 40 seconds. Gentleman's a slight little life advantage, trying to increase that there with the kill behind Lens. Nero looking to chow out. Can't quite finish the first. You got to worry about the top art angle as well, because Sky's going to try to get shots in. Couldn't quite finish him, though, so...
Yeah, numbers here.
He's able to tuck behind the van. Kismet and Sky still trying to do their best to hold, but they're going to have to apply pressure at some point. Unfortunately, another team kill. Is Nade going to take out Kismet this time? Pollux going to be the last one up again that kind of backs out. Well, he does have a little help in Geo. Nice chow there from Paul.
I mean, the finesse ability really from the subs of Rocker have just kept this alive. The nades have not connected. Paul and Nero have just put the pressure on, and now that allows Nero to go on a pinch. Gio's able to find another one. It's only 25 seconds, though. 6v6. And there is the time. So Nero gets taken down, and now things will slow down.
You need to get him, though. You couldn't let him get loose in Art and just pick you apart like that round one. Back and forth we go. No respawns remaining for Rocker. They're down to 3 players here. Paul, Estriel, Nero. Now just Estriel and Nero. I thought they did enough to get the round win, but it's looking like a little bit more juice in the tank here for Gentlemates as they hold off. They get the defensive victory. So a team can win on defense.
They can. I mean, yeah, just good holds from them. I think like Kids had a couple of big kills middle of the map where, you know, really what we've seen from both of these teams is you're putting a player or two on it, and then you're trying to get someone through that lobby door, like near that line, to basically just get a crossfire. That player is just trying to not allow people to cross out of Art and slide onto the point and contest. And Kids had a couple of big kills in that area on defense, allows him to get to that point, allows them to hang on to B.
Barely. I thought when the UConn called the 3 down, I thought that was it. I thought they needed like half a tick, but they need the full bar still. Like a little bit more on it might be enough to do it, but really just comes down to lives. Good job communicating and dealing with Nero when he got loose into Art.
I just feel bad for Priest because I know there's someone typing like he's really owned 5 in control, and he's not.
Yeah. I swear we had this issue before, like updated after the round, like what did it change? But nah, he's just on a goose forever. We'll see it at the end. Kiz, 16 and 14, showing off his movement.
He's on 4 in a row.
Paul
and Nero going to take down 2, so no early A pressure. And Nero just trying to find some spawn kills when Skies has his teammates back.
Probably, well, definitely the best position we've had from a defensive team onto A, but now you flood 3 on through. You get in through pool side, Pollux though, he's up top. Trying to lock it down. Not a lot of ammo left in the gunny. Not a lot of health left either, but Linz, it's a multi for him. And that should be a good presence. They get the 4th player there. It's a nice presence now onto A. So they'll start to push this. It'll be 5 straight for Skies. And a minute extension. It's looming here as the nades start to flood on in. Thought maybe they go for one more time, but they're just going to try to lock him in. You get a nice kill there if you're Skies, though. Maybe get you out and try to apply progression over here over to B.
Yeah, I was waiting for Estrel. He was on the full flank. I was waiting for him to go, but he ends up just kind of waiting. Maybe they decide not to retake, so they were just trying to trap them in the area to find the kills afterwards. Finally, they start to come through. But Brisa hits the slide and destroys Estriel. The problem is, though, his teammates are off spawn.
Yeah, so he's 11 and 18. I mean, not having the best of maps, but
that looked good.
No goose egg. Yeah, that looks real good. Is that, dude, how funny is that sometimes, though, as a caster? Like, we'll be, like, commentating. We don't see that guy's POV much. He's, like, triple negative, and then we, like, hop to him. We, like, pops up triple. I'm like, okay, well, how's he triple negative?
Well, this might be map over as well. They get 3 dead. They're actually not going to stack it. They're going to send Kismet into Art to cut off the reinforcements. I love that. Just finds one, backs away, but a nade does connect on the Skies.
It buys a little bit of time for Rocker to get here off spawn, but Kid's still going to be a problem. He's got the cross. Just being a thorn in the side. Wins another chow. A great life there from Kiz. Nobody on the point, though, for now. Lynn's trying to win a tough one-on-one. It's Nero with the pistol on the other side that's able to do it. Priest nearly gets in, gets that first bit of progression, but I think you still need a sliver. A team kill does come in for Rocker as well, but they find the rest of the kills behind that. Paul X kills everybody, including his teammates, and that gives him a little life, a little breathing room now.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of teammates this year, right, with a lot of frags being used. Because you don't have as many trophies as often, but also Semtexes, they activate a little bit differently, so a lot of our players on a map like this are going to use frags.
More team kills, more laughter, more flanks as they lie. God! I thought 2 lined up in front. Aim assist maybe going both ways. Seeing cross-eyed, gets neither, ends up getting punished. 6v7 now. Priesthood trying to finesse, not gonna happen. Estriel takes his wig off. Nero wins one on the other side of it. Now to Sky's POV.
If that card just blows up, I think Linz maybe wins that if that doesn't happen. It's seeming like Rocker gonna hold on. 3 versus 5. Maybe Kiz can get into a spot to at least contest. Hits the slide, wins the gunfight. Another one almost hits it, but Nero with the headshot with the PDW. That was the gunfight. He needed it. And well, back-to-back defenses.
Teams clutch it up. I mean, you thought it might be done in a moment, kind of in the middle of that one, but A great surge there from Rocker. I mean, you had a good amount of time where like Kiz was pushed up our side. Like, what went wrong around the objective? Was it just you said a couple big nades hit?
Yeah, a couple big nades. I mean, obviously, if your trophies aren't down, maybe that's why they don't 3-stack that, right? They don't want to get team naded, or sorry, just naded. You know,
or team naded.
Yeah, lose all map control. Kiz and Art, maybe you can allow a play to happen, but yeah, 1 nade hits from Rocker just right off spawn, and that just buys them enough time.
Well, we've kind of seen everything now at this point. Like, seen the offensive wins, defensive wins. Solid an extended A-hold in the last round. What is round 5 going to bring us? The early deaths a bit delayed in this one, but that does end up being 3 through. The 4th will drop, so now you get nice control if you're the side of Gorilla mates. A great opening break from them. Now, what can they turn this into?
Guys is 29-14. I mean, talk about his respawn performances. Even with that map 1 loss, he has been putting the numbers down.
You kind of figured back with Priest this would be the case, right? Like, he can be the numbers man. Hell, maybe a little more comfortable kind of playing that role. If the start was good from Gorilla's mates, it's a good little retake here from Rocker to try and get some mid-map position. At least I thought so for a second, but then Lens pops a double. Estriel answers with a double. Just keeping enough to make sure you can't get too forward if you're LAG, but look at that number 3. Keep an eye on Kiz on the map.
I thought maybe Paul was watching that cross. I'm going to imagine he did because, yeah, Gio is looking at this.
What timing?
Yeah, he has to pick up that back route. So I think Paul did call this out, so it's just going to have a one-on-one with Gio. Both players just going to chill in their respective
It's kind of like
houses.
hardpoint. You just have these, you have these extended 1v1s in hardpoint too when you're trying to set up for 4. And he's like, Paul, I saw him. I've been looking for him. I don't know where he is. Kiz just staying alive, but yeah, you're kind of relying on your teammates to try and win on the other side. Skies does get the pick into top art, so Gio will drop, and that's going to be the call to pounce on forward. You need to get help from Kiz, though, because you then lose 2 of your teammates. You're kind of going 1 for 1 on both sides of this, so you haven't really got anywhere.
It could be so tough to be this player in Kiz's position, especially him, right? He's a guy that like wants to fly and help his team on the objective. Finally, he's going to activate here, right? Because you're getting kills, but your teammates are dying elsewhere. Exactly. So now he finally is like, all right, let's go. I'm going to try to help you guys out, get you over towards B, but Nero going to take him down with another multi-kill. He's had some big ones throughout this match.
Yeah, it's eventually you just get antsy. It's like, I feel like I'm getting kills. I feel like I'm helping, but you feel like you have to be a little bit more involved. Priest he gets a dead slide there as he tries to go chow the edge. Skies can't connect either, but you're still on the point with 32 seconds remaining. Estriel with the movement, he slides out and chows, picks him off the point, and now time is starting to dwindle. Rocker close to taking both of the respawns in this and getting back to a 2-1 edge. Kill feed lights up white again. Rocker looking good. They got a 4-life advantage. Time is on their side. Estriel again with the movement and chow out. Been an absolute demon here late. No respawns remaining. You run by 1. Things fall apart. And it's just enough here from Rocker. That was a 10v6. They go 10-0. They don't lose a player over that final stretch. Some ice again from Minnesota Rocker in the late time of respawn.
And what the Death was kind of talking about, you know, just giving props to Rocker in this roster. We just really weren't sure.
No,
you have no idea, but they are playing well. Taking 2 respawns away from this team. Playing fundamentally well, and I mean, the individual skill is showing, right? Like, he had Kismet in spawn, but in their spawn, but he can't help out. You had another situation where Lins is there 30 seconds later, and then it's a double kill from Estriel on the point. So it's like, Lins is like, I can't be here all game. Like, we have to go. So just some big plays from the SMGs from Rocker.
Whew. I mean, they're up there as one of the biggest question marks as teams, right? Like, I know there were a lot of changes, but
I think there's question marks.
Yeah, I mean, there are. There really are. There really are.
Besides 1 through 3, I think everyone is just.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And nothing matters till we get into the official matches. And so far, a great showing here for Rocker. Granted, it's been a round 5 control. It was what, like a 250, 200 hard point. That was a close one as well. The only real dominant win was that search and destroy the map 2, which we'll see. If you can get it to a map 5, you're feeling probably pretty good if you're Gentle Mates, but you still have to get it all the way there, and you're going to need to win a map 4, which I believe is Skyline, right?
Yeah, that is Skyline. I mean, this is we're fighting
Bocage?
Yeah, no, modern day Bocage.
Yeah. It's funny how crazy Bocage was that, like, no matter what, would, like, when you start laughing about, like, a crazy map, I just think Bocage always. Like, it's just, like, my default. Oh, Bocage?
Yeah.
50 kills, 50 deaths. Like, I know maybe not quite that, but, like, it's just one of those mixy ones.
Yeah, 3 feet off spawn, you're shooting.
Yeah. Keeping the hands warm. You know, it's one of those ones that can be maybe tough to cast and watch at times, but it is fun to play.
It's a great time to play.
It really is. It really is. Oh, just take a look at some of the highlights before we get loaded up into the map 4. But great stuff from Rocker so far in taking both respawns, and they have done it in the clutch. And, you would think, if there was one advantage that I'd probably give to the side of Gentlemates, it probably would be, like, clutch type stuff, just due to the synergy and history you have between kind of that core 3 back from that New York Subliners team. I know it's a different roster. They'd all play together for a year. It's very different, but, like, I guess those moments, like the clutch where the comm needs to be on, the playmaking ability, that's probably where I give the edge, but that's not been how it's gone so far.
No, it hasn't. Yeah, I mean, 7-point map number 1. The Vault, there were some clutches on both sides. Like, that 6-2 could have easily been a 10-11 round map for sure. We could have gone there, but yeah, I mean, LAG able to win that one, and then we just saw that round number 5. 2 offensive in a row, and then all defense to close it out.
Absolutely. Well, we get ready for Skyline. Maybe going to be going to a rewind search and destroy. We've got 4 matches to bring you today. It's our 2025 season. It's day 1 of a long season. We've got 4 matches every day this weekend. We have the new online tournaments kind of into the mix. We've got the majors going on. We're traveling all over the world. Apparently, it's going to be fantastic. But this is just the first match. And so far, I mean, I don't know. Listen, let's be honest. Both of us thought this could be a 3-0 for Gentlemates when we first saw it. We did. That was kind of just not even going off a lot, just kind of what we thought, just based on the rosters and what we've seen in some scrims.
Yeah, I mean, you go off history, but
yeah, you kind of have to. At
we
this
have
point.
a new game.
Yes, but you have to go off history to some degree. Like, even if we'll watch some scrims, if it's sent from coaches or a stream here and there, like, we're not seeing everything at this point. But there's only one that I really had watched with the LAG side, and I thought they looked damn good. Like, I thought it was going to be a better showing in the respawns, but still day 1. They got to bounce back here, though, if they're going to get it to a map 5. They can do that. They look really good in that map, too. How do you get it done on Skyline? What's your recipe for success? Get the gunny up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there's, like, every single hill, like, there is opportunity to find good time. I think in terms of money hills, you're looking at your P2 and P4. Now, for those of you who play ranked at home, P2 is going to look a lot differently. We don't play with dynamic map elements on in the CDL.
So the doors?
Yeah, you can't close the doors and make that impenetrable, right? But yeah, you're looking at your P2 and P4s, but I think the difference will be, like, how much time can you find in your P1s and your P3s just in those setups.
Listen, nothing will beat an Avalanche in the middle of a search and destroy game. Like,
I don't know,
man. Wait, didn't we have a map? What was the map also in AW that we played only the one part of it? It, like, transformed to, like, another part opened in the middle of it, but we just played, like, the one part. Wasn't that a map too?
Yeah, that was a search. That was a search and destroy. We played that, yeah. We've had some wild stuff.
Sure have, Joe.
Yeah.
Doors. I mean, players should deal with doors. No, I'm kidding.
They do. I would if it was up to me, I'd delete those as well.
Listen, thank you, MW 2019, for doors.
Yeah.
But we get ready now to continue on our best of 5. First to 3 obviously gets the victory. Could be done here in the hard point. Could be 3 respawn wins for Rocker. And a series win if they're able to do it there. Coming out so strong in the respawns, but yeah, again, they've been so tight. Some little mistakes, some little clutch moments, and your Gentlemates, you might be on the other side of this. You might already have a series victory and a chance to win both respawns, but now you got to do it. We are going to be hopping out real quick and back in, just because, unfortunately, the teams are on the wrong sides again. So I don't know who we're yelling at. Could be the players' fault, coaches, admins. I don't know. But wrong
maybe
sides.
someone didn't write it down.
We'll be right back in.
Yeah.
But that is very, very important because, well, we've had some maps. I mean, listen, it varies. Like, there's always a strong side, like always. A lot of times it's kind of just based on what side the P2 is on. But, like, there's some maps where, like, over the past couple of years where it's like you might be getting 100-point leads. Like, it could be huge. So, yes, we got to get the sides right.
Yeah, I mean,
what was it, Hackney? Yeah. Hackney Yard?
Can we, I never want to talk about that game again.
I'm sorry, Joe.
That was a title.
It's my bad.
We did that.
I know you've tried multiple times. Have you seen that? Listen, I'm going to show my age, but what is it? The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, the Jim Carrey one?
I haven't.
Oh, well, he basically had, like, a bad breakup, and he went to, like, a doctor, and the doctor can just they basically delete your memories. Okay. So he has had her wiped out of his memory. So you just want to do that with 2019.
Yeah.
That'd be great. All right, we get back, but hope we don't get fired. Game is ready. We get ready to go. Hope you guys are having fun at home. Matches are continuing on. We got Call of Duty League action all weekend long. Rocker looking to close it out. Genomates looking to push it to a map 5, but we are excited to be back. Hopefully you're excited to be watching, whether you're watching the CDL broadcast, checking out many of the watch parties that are going on, however you like to digest your CDL content. We love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the league and the broadcast. We try again to get back in.
It's a beautiful overview. It's a beautiful house.
It is. Is that Tim the Tatman's house?
It might be.
That's Scumpy's house?
That's definitely.
That could be Scumpy's house.
Yep. It's got a panic room. That's what I mean, dude, for sure.
Dude, that's Scumpy's house. You think he crawls in those vents?
I think that's where Methods lives.
That probably is Methods' apartment. Like, within his house?
Yeah.
Pays rent? He can fit in those vents now. Map 4.
So can you.
That's true, true. Fitness grind, Joe. They call me Lance Baldstrong. Hitting the Peloton.
You also have one baller.
Last I checked, no. I'm going to check now, though. Oh, God. The wheels are coming off. Oh, we're having some fun here. Nobody in the point for now. Not a whole lot of time earned, but everyone kind of battling now for this P2 that is upcoming. And what are you seeing so far on the minimap with regards to the upcoming?
Yeah, you kind of just saw those parallel spawns there from 2 and 7. That's what can make this map tough. Like, there's just some openings where you're thinking you're blocking a spawn, or that they're spawning on one side of the map, and then there's just parallels. You get shot in the back. Your setups are breaking up. But you do have the spawns right now if you are Gentlemates. You do have pressure, though, from Estriel. It looks like he's trying to sneak on through, and he does. He finds one. He's trying to find another, and there is the double. So immediate pressure, and there we go. He gets the third as well, and they did the spawn flip onto P2.
Listen, Estriel only had like 2,500 damage in the map 1, like half a lot of the other lobby, but he had some big multi-kills and rotations late in that hard point, now making his presence known. He also started like 6 and 17 or something. It was not a great start for him in the map 1. Coming out much better here. A great triple to maybe get them going early, but you battle back in if you are Gorilla Mates.
And this is just what I kind of mean. Obviously, you have good spawns, but it is just relentless pressure that you are fighting. There's a lot of different openings, even on this P2. It's one of the hills you can get a lot of time, but you have to watch piano hop, the zip line, 2 back staircases, top hall. We only have 4 players, so it can just be tough if you don't get a clean 4 dead. So you battle back in if you are Gentlemates. You're only down, what, 10 or so seconds, and now you're set up there at P3.
One of those ones going to be tough to get those full holds, get those 45, 50 seconds. You're just going to be battling. It's a nice little snap there from Nero to finish off the kill with the headshot. And once again, fighting in from the point will be Rocker. Estriel, Nero, the subs doing such a great job up front. Just alleviating the pressure kind of from their back line, doing the dirty work, getting the time, winning the fights.
The question is just going to be, how long do they want to hold here? Just you want to flip for P4, that you want those right side spawns. It's just when are they going to go? But so far, they did this on Vault. They just held a setup. Didn't get too antsy like on that P1, and that's where they found it already around 30 seconds. Great for P3, but there we go. They had spawned right behind them. Does Skies and Kismet able to break.
Yeah, sometimes teams just get a little too focused on your money hills and just, yeah, they give up a ton of time like we just saw there. Like, you can battle it through your non-money hills. I mean, yes, are they typically the easier ones to hold? The easier ones to hold spawns? Yes, but it's not like you can't find time at other hard points. Like, it is possible. As we've seen a couple of times now for Rockers kind of doing it the dirty way. It was another multi-kill for Estriel before he fell.
It's just a spawns. That's huge. Gio wins that next gunfight. Spawns his teammates up, so immediate pressure from Nero, Paul, and Estriel to get them off the hill.
They were 3 down, so I was thinking they're spawning out, and I'm like, nope, never mind. Just comes down to a gunfight. And now it looks real bad if you're Gorilla Mates, because you put so much into like setting up, right? And you get broken pretty early. You're going to be down, what, 75? Somewhere in that ballpark?
Unless they can get a break here. What's tough about P4 is, not only, I mean, obviously you have the good spawns, there's a lot of different places you can go, but there's a lot of corners in this hill. You can hop on the sink, you can be in the shower, the tub, the toilet. There's a lot of places, but Linz deals with all of them.
Okay. The toilet, the shower, the counter. He's got it all.
Ninja nasty everywhere.
Woo! And it's against the mating gorillas. That's impressive stuff, Joe. I've watched some Planet Earth, but I don't know all the details. Lens, another multi. Oh my God! Dialed in. A triple there for Lens. He's on 6 straight. Picking them apart. That was a thing of beauty. That's the type of plays you're going to see from this young man. But they need to get some time.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just his teammates aren't in a position to get on the hill. So you're still holding on to this 50 or so point lead. There's going to be the break, and they're going to get the flip. So nice chance here for LAG to get back into the game.
Down 50, trying to make the rally. Kismet's turn. Maybe to make some plays. We'll have the Priestess POV from top. He gets ripped a bit. Wins one, though. Lynn's able to take out the second now. Lynn's leading the lobby at 19 and 10. Nice strafe. Nice gunny there from Kiz. He can't get away with his life, though. So the pressure going to be flooding through the bottom side of the map. You see it start to come forward. Lynn's is going to be the next one up to bat. He's got the angle. How many can he actually get? No multi-kill this time because one slides by behind him. Priestess can't get the trade either, and he's got more close by. He's at least able to take down one.
I mean, both teams are just fighting for position. Nobody's really even been in the hill. But Priestess with the 5 spree with the AMS, and now he is just finessing. Giving all this info to his team and playing his life, buys enough time. So the stuns, the nades come in. Unfortunately, they hit him, but they are about to take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking ugly for a bit. They got into that 60, 70-point hole. Excellent job battling back, though, and now we've got, what, basically a tie game. 1 point separating for Rocker, finally able to get in, but I mean, you'll take that if you're Gorilla's mate. You give up the final 20 seconds, maybe it's not that big of a deal, but screw it. You're able to battle back in and just get that time as well. So we now get ready for the next rotation. You'll have early control. This is where Rocker got a lot of time last time.
Yeah, I mean, they just sort of held a normal setup here. They didn't overpush. They tried to make sure they didn't flip. The one time they did get broken, it was because like they got some split spawns. Did LAG. They're starting to hold strong. There's the pressure, though, from Priestess, Skies, and Kiz. They're able to find the 3, and Kiz is trying to dart on forward to flip the spawns. He's able to do it. You see where Skies spawns on up, but now he's just on one-on-one. Able to finesse. Great play out of Kiz, and Lynn's with another triple.
Yeah, we're seeing, Kiz kind of shake one out of his shoes, but then Lynn's another play. And that's what maybe like players like him are really going to thrive here. It's like you said, you just get up, you shoot, get up, you shoot. Let him get into a groove. Like we know he has that kind of talent. He wants to play with some pace. Priestess having a solid map as well. Skies will get picked there off the desk, but it's 5 straight now for Kiz. Another for Priestess. Can't take the 3rd with him. But the killing, like the slaying advantage certainly going to LAG, but you're only up 15.
That's a big double by Nero because this allows them to get right into a fight near the hill, right? You don't have LAG setting up a layer, maybe pushing out bedroom, but now it's Lindsay again with a multi-kill. He's almost up to 30. They deal with that first wave.
When we first swapped off his POV, like he was just diving back there. I thought he was dead to rights. And his 2 headshots pop up for him. He is shooting right now. Kid's still on this same streak. Trying to maybe get that Hellstorm, not able to pop up. Still weak, can't win the fight. So pressure to the backline and Priestess and Skies, and they're able to deal with it. This has been what, kind of like 3 straight hard points you've really put together if you're LAG now. Rocker really need to kind of slow the bleeding somehow. This is going to map 5.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one last time. And I mean, with P1 coming up, that works. But Skies is watching the pinch. Lynn's is out through the vents. Skies just trying to stay up. Almost wins that gunfight. So, I mean, you break up 10 or so seconds. And you have P1 control. You had it, but Priestess rips Nero away from that spot.
Let's see if anyone can get some time here. Kiz just tries to tuck in on the corner. Can't quite snap to the second. I thought maybe going to take out 2. Skies has got his help from top balcony, though. And any seconds here kind of devastating to the Rocker side. LAG just getting closer and closer to victory. Now over the 220 mark. Priestess just using the hot tub as best he can.
He's got another one?
Another triple. I think his 4th that he's had within this map. 32 and 17 out of the young man. Well, they kind of want to find their replacement for Hydra. God, maybe they've got it. Maybe he'll be finding that kind of form. It's big shoes to fill, but he's doing it right now on this map at least. Now just 10 for the win. Kismet trying to push out the cut, able to drop one. Still, the time is there, the tick is there. LAG able to win it here. You've got to get in, you got to contest it. They are able to for a split second, so the tick doesn't come through. You've got a chance now, but you've got to be flawless for 100 points.
Yeah, I mean,
on this map,
even if it's like
best of luck.
Yeah, even if it's a great P2, they're just gonna hop on P3, right? But yeah, I imagine with how messy these P2s have been, they're gonna find a second. Kismet's able to find one, and then just the repositioning, the finesse. You see where the players spawn Estriel all the way out, trying to get back into it. Here it comes, Linz. Guess what? He's got a double. We're headed to a game 5.
Woo! He put up, what, 38, 36, something that ballpark. We'll take a look at the scoreboard, but he was a walking multi-kill. To be fair, we talked about that same thing in some of the search rounds. Like, honestly, even more than the respawns, just the multi-kills that he was able to have. So the big playmaking ability we saw in those rounds here, it was on full display. And that's what I think they're hoping to get a more consistent outing of. Like, they get that type of lens, whew.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. That's why they went with him.
Yeah, yeah.
We joke about it, but it's sort of, let's rebuild that formula that we had with, what, an MW2?
Yep. Try to rebuild that formula, and he ends up with, 35. And Priest, I mean, we were kind of going back and forth between those two because they were absolutely frying. You love that Ada Priesta, who's kind of that, Swiss Army knife, jack of all trades, guy's able to do it all, but like we know how talented he can be when he's in the right system, and he puts up a map there to finally get a respawn win on the board for LAG. A tough map on the other side for, well, really several of the Rocker players, but Nero kind of puts up a dud, couldn't get anything going.
I mean, it was a 14-point game, and then it wasn't. I mean, you just see 3 hills in a row where they get 28 points. I mean, they did a great job, much better that P3. Did LAG, and then, yeah, flawless at that P4.
Yeah.
And that was off of Linz. Like, that was off of Linz's multi-kills.
Yeah, no, and this is one of those maps you were saying, it's kind of hard to, like, chain together a bunch of hard points, but when you have it felt like, yeah, it was 3-4 straight hard points where he pops a triple. Okay, yeah, that's gonna change spawns or give you a little breathing room on the hard point. That absolutely works. But so far we've just seen Vault and Skyline. Now we're gonna head out to Rewind. That'll be Search and Destroy for our map 5. Yeah, we had a bit of a restart in the map 2, got right back into it, but it was mostly Genomates handled. I know there were a couple maybe slipped away from both teams, so they got a 6-2 victory.
No, I mean, yeah, it was a great Search and Destroy. I think Rewind going to be a little bit different than Vault, right? I mean, it was just retake after retake, but we shall see.
We'll see how it goes, but that is it for our first 4 maps. We got one more to come. The big map 5 here between LAG and Rocker. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this quick break. Hello there, beautiful people. Welcome back. Ready to get back to the action. Joe is just checking out Gotaga's stream, having a watch party over there. Viewers are popping off. Let's see how the French support that's coming in now for the Gentlemates as they push this to a map 5 with a big victory there on Skyline. Austin, the best they've looked in a respawn so far, certainly.
Yeah.
Chance to win the first
and again, they had like setups for it in map 1, just a couple of mistakes, or this would probably be done, but that's going to happen early on.
No, 100%. Just trying to kind of fix the mistakes, and yeah, it's just different. You listen, you scrim stuff, the atmosphere is different in live matches, well, here kind of online, and then that is different from what you're going to experience once you get to LAN and the different tiers we kind of have of this. So trying to work out the mistakes, get the fundamentals in and on point, and excited to continue on forward. But smiling, I think right now is LAG and Lens, because he just had a hell of a map. This is what their road to Major 1 will look like, and we'll kind of talk about this for teams throughout the year. You know, when somebody has like a, I don't know, kind of a softer schedule, a harder schedule, when they have a chance to maybe have a better start at a major. This one, you know, looking difficult in spots.
Yeah, I think that middle 5 could be tough. You know, Rock, you're going to a game 5. Still have to see this new Carolina roster, but yeah, then you have Thieves, Optic, Cloud9, Ultra. Not sure yet about Falcons.
No
we'll
idea.
see them in a couple of matches, but yeah, the middle stretch. At least, you know, you have a break there after the Optic match.
That's true. That's true. Because we'll have kind of that break for Christmas, then come back, you know, have Hacienda thrown into the mix. Team some time to scram, maybe work on. It's also big updates. Sometimes happen right before the break, right after the break. We'll see how things will change. Sometimes it can be spawn update, gun update. You know, we'll see all sorts of stuff, and that's what separates our players from some other esports. Like, you got to be able to adapt. That is title to title, month to month. There will be changes that are come on through, but we get ready to go in now to this map 5 on to Rewind. Here we go. Final one as we're tied up 2-2. Offense first to Kismet, the boys. And here we go to hit it. Gonna swing out, tucked away in a corner. Is Nero able to get one? Quickly trade out. Still another one here in Estriel. So we go 2 for 2. Quickly into a 2v2.
And this is what I mean with Search and Destroy in this title. I mean, just kind of where that A bomb site is, you are going to be fighting 15 seconds into the round. As now it's all down to Priesta trying to find the trade on the Geo, and he does. Able to find the first, but Estriel there with the PDW to give them that round 1 win.
Ooh, he's like coming out of a YY. I thought he snapped. So he stopped like center of the chest there, but just doesn't get gun up in time to really give himself a chance. Estriel, I mean, God, he's had some clutch moments. He started out with a huge big play in that map 4. I know they ended up getting blown out, but you've seen the flashes of individual brilliance.
You know, I mean, with Lynn kind of playing the way he did in map 4, this is what you would want in round 1, right? Like your subs to kind of just slow him down, win the round for you.
We'll get that first one done. And yeah, they didn't find a lot of success in the first search. Like, well, it was 6-2. Rocker just trying to get anything positive going in this map 5 search and destroy. Geo trying to spot from up top. Kismet able to push that out. A first blood for LAG. Now we'll see if maybe they can connect on the nades and push behind that. Not able to hit, though.
What's tough now for them, with Linz in his position, and Priest in his, you're kind of... You have connector, but you're kind of just in a really tough spot. You don't have a lot of room to work with, I guess, if you are Rocker right now. Plus, you're down a man. Sky's going to find some info, but it should just come down to this 1 versus 1 here. Kids, though, just going to back away, not over Chow. Goes right back to it.
Oh, good job just getting out. Oh my God, Risey jumps over, one comes through the door. Lynn's able to pick up that kill. Now trying to swarm in behind another. He will get another and another. Dial up a triple again. Lynn's continues to make plays.
I mean, dude, this guy. This guy, Steph Curry, just hit 3 after 3 after 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I was going to start like the multi-kill record in match 1.
It feels like it. Usually we're talking about multi-kills, we're talking about like doubles, right? Like you get those consistently. It's not usually this many coming in 3s. Let's see it one more time from Lens. Gets great timing on the first, common from the second. Then this one's the one where I think he's caught, but just a little bit of an awkward, like he kind of slides into him, tries to slide back, able to take it. Beautiful stuff there to get that win. Now we get into our 3rd round.
And while it's a bit of a slower route here over for LAG, they're going to head towards this B-bomb. It's been all A's so far, and now it should just come down to a retake if Kiz wants to plant it right away. But courtyard control over to Paul. Linz is the man worried about the flank. In Nero, that could be a huge 1v1, but they've just kind of stopped. They've got 18 control and just kind of sat here. They have not planted yet. They want to maybe force them to overcommit. And well, they're able to find that pick out of Geo.
Oh, that's true. Maybe shots into 2, but can't actually get a kill. Now the 2 versus 4. Estriel Nero. Estriel goes over the wall. Can he get one at least? Can he get away with his life? Gets one, but can't get away. Nero next up the bat, but can't catch them through. It's been a couple of awkward timings here for your players on Rocker, but they were in a 2 versus 4 hold. Not a whole lot to work with. So it's back-to-back rounds now for LAG, and they're up 2-1.
And that's just kind of what this map is. Like, sometimes, like, you think you have a clear lane, and there's just, like, a bookshelf or a dumpster. Like, and they hit a slide, and you don't get a kill. Right? Like, there's just objects.
Just stuff. Just stuff.
There's stuff. Yeah.
No, that's why, it seems so awkward. It just seems like a quick trade's going to be there. They're like, oh, they got behind this. They got behind that. Like, just not quite able to catch one before they get out. Because I thought, like, twice Estriel might get 2. It's the slides, too. Like, you go flying by. Well, Linz 4 in a row. Starting out at 4-1. They got this 2-1 edge. Now see if they can do this on defense. Kismet was really taking so much space in their last defensive round. Making it so difficult, but they do get the bomb planted A this time. Much better position for Rocker. You have a 4v3 and bomb planted. Better than 3v4 and no bomb planted.
I was going to say, I mean, it kind of looked like LAG were playing for the retake, but Skies gets picked. Now it's a 3 versus 3. Linz reads it. A great snap onto Nero, but watch number 5. Paul could be the difference here. He's able to sneak down through. He's able to get that immediate trade from Geo. So they were down a man, but they hit a couple of routes, and they know you have to work this defuse, but Paul wins the gunfights.
Ooh, they made it interesting. But ultimately, Rocker, they do close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things. It felt like LAG were playing retake A, but Skies gets caught as soon as that bomb is being
Well, they
planted.
took it from a 3v4 to a 3v2, though. Pretty.
Yeah, no,
before Paul made the play, yeah? It was 3v2? Okay. I thought that was going to be the round we were probably going to highlight as being one maybe Rocker threw away to lose this, but nice play from Paul. And they'll take it to even it up. Back and forth we go in this round 5. Or this map 5 and round 5.
There you go.
Nero just getting a crossing, 30 HP. Linz. Car out. Looking for his opening. Dun, 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 dun. Well, we lost it for a second. We're back on to the car cam.
And Charizard, this is all just info, right? You're 3-ping behind objects. He's basically just clearing a lane for Kismet to plant this bomb. Finally does get caught, but bomb planted. So job done with the RC car.
Yep. Just 3-ping for info, as you said. And they know they have the planted. Now what can they do on this 4 versus 4 hold?
They've given up a lot of position here.
Yeah, they really backed it on up, played it real safe, huh? Trying to make them come to them. Well, they are pushing the pace, that's for sure. Kismet gets ripped down to 28 HP. They're on it right now, though. We hop out for a second. Still on it, holding it, and winning it. And yeah, that's the first thing you said. Like, they gave up an awful lot of space. Like, they all just kind of back out of that and play it from pretty passive angles.
Yeah, and I mean, I think where it was planted, maybe they were thinking around RV, or maybe they have nade spots, but they just lose a couple of the initial gunfights.
Well,
and then someone's got to run and check the bomb.
Well, it didn't even seem like they lost him right away. They just got tagged up to the point they had to back up and give up angles. Yeah, like even if they didn't die, like it's the same. It gave up a lot of space, even more space than they'd already done. Because what, Kiz got ripped out at like 28. We saw another POV where he got fried.
Then you're just hoping. I mean,
then you start to panic.
Yeah, you panic. Yep. Start to run forward. You get caught. Nice retake there by Rock.
I saw your face here. Like, the viewers can't. You're like they give up a lot of space. You're like rolling your eyes basically.
Well, I was just thinking maybe they had some plan that I didn't know about.
Yeah, well, the plan was to lose the round. Unfortunately. Kismet wins that one.
That's what I mean, man. Like, the player's out. It just disappeared, vanished.
Just the holes in the wall. Like, someone's got to patch that. Get some 4x4s. I don't know. What's that stuff called? Caulk? Is it called caulk?
Caulk,
yeah. They get some caulk in there. Unbelievable. Kid's already got the first blood.
I think those are for like tiny holes. That's not gonna work.
There's not enough caulk for that in the world, is there, Joe? Okay. That's fair. Who hired us again? Kiz still looking to farm. But it's kind of the slowest little point we've had in this with like no bomb plan or anything. It's similar actually, well, like 3 rounds ago when, or sorry, 4 rounds ago when you had like the 3v4 and they couldn't really do much. Like you lose a player early, you don't have bomb, it becomes so difficult.
But the arrow gets through somehow. He finds it, almost gets the third, but it makes this winnable.
Oh my, oh my.
For Rocker.
Nothing happens for like 45 seconds and then Nero strikes. Skies, now he has to try and clutch up 1v2. You don't want to let this one slip away, and suddenly you're in a 2v4 in the round count. Just looking for info. Time dwindling. Spots one in the corner, though, just able to win it. Knows the challenge coming in, and Skies wins the 1v2, not even phased.
He's been doing that for a long time.
Oh, what a read, what a clutch. Skies brings it to 3-3.
And I don't know what the initial setup was in the 4-on-3, but I mean, Nero just can't cross the street and get to it. Yeah.
It's like, did they almost just like get like bored or get lazy? Like it just took so much.
Maybe they just didn't think he was already dumpster in that position, but.
Well, Skies tucks 2 away in the dumpster here. Woo!
I mean, just a great read onto Gio. Ready for that next gunfight.
And Gio's shot just like all right behind him. What a clutch there from Skies, 3-3. And that, I mean, you clutch up because you had a 4v3. That one nearly got away.
I hear a car.
Cars driving around everywhere. Kismet's terrified.
I was terrified.
Car's been destroyed.
They did a first blood off a nade from Linz. So now they're just slowing down. They're just trying. We kind of saw this earlier. Over towards that B-bomb after a first blood where they just kind of waited to see what does Rocker do. Trying to catch them, maybe trying to flank, hit an opening. Now maybe time to work this A objective with the trophy.
Here's the cross to the plan. Gets it down and doesn't quite get out. Nearly gets out, but nice pick there from Estriel. Now to a 3 versus 3. One for Gio as well. They have numbers suddenly. One tucked away in the corner. Can't win that. It's all on Paul. Priest has got his position. Priest has got the kill. I thought nearly the movement going to catch him, but they take it.
I mean, almost again, though. Like, it's another round where...
They're stressful rounds. Stressful.
Yeah, they are stressful. Yeah. And, I mean, this map just kind of trades that. Again, like, even the middle street, it's not a clear line of sight, right? Like, there's flipped over cars, there's pillars, like... inside the store, there's 4 lanes for me. So it's just going to get messy at times and come down to individual plays. And the people making them are LAG.
Yeah, it's difficult to trade at times. It's easy to scurry away and perhaps make a crazy play. But LAG and Rocker going the distance here in our first series of the year. 1 round advantage now. Advantage back to LAG. We got another car out. And that'll be picked off the map. Feels like a lot of these offenses, Rocker is trying to get it done down a man. Can they get the first blood on offense? Nearly lose somebody there. Nero just gets away. He's so tagged up, he's worried the push is coming, and you do see them starting to move. They're flocking together.
Look at this out of LAG. They find the opening. 3 on the flank. Paul's worried about middle of the street, but they're in your spawn right now.
Yeah, good luck with this one.
Yeah, Paul's gonna get pinked, and now it's a 4 versus 3. They do have to wait for Skies, though. He's all the way defensive side. Estriel's gonna make it a 3-on-3. Almost gets the double, but the stun connects.
If that stun doesn't hit, he gets another kill. He's back on that box, Eddie. He gets another one. Gio trying to use this Civic to the best of his ability. He's able to get 2. Beautiful job dancing with the cover. Now it's on Skies and a 1v2 again. Can he clutch again? Not going to happen this time around. Rocker tie us up. And a nutty one.
And I mean, it's just because Skies was across the map. So it was pretty much, you had the first blood. But Skies is thinking someone is going to push on through towards the defensive side. Try to maybe just flip the map, but they didn't. They stayed on the left side of the map, went for the trades, and this is all Gio, as you said, just staying alive behind the car.
It's not a Civic. There's nothing like a Civic.
Nothing like it.
Not at all. I don't know. It's the first car that came to my mind. I'm not sure to tell you. I'm not a car guy.
It's a great, reliable car.
Yeah, Ant would know what it was. He's a car guy. Not me. 4-4 now. As round by round, we go deeper. Passive offense here so far out of LAG. As they've gotten a couple first bloods off of nades, really to open things up. They've done a great job getting first bloods on offense.
Can we see where Estriel is? Yeah, there we go. Thank you, observers. You guys are the best. But yeah, I mean, you have, what, 2 teammates watching over him, and he's just watching this cross. And there we go. Just a great shoulder.
Yep.
Kid's going to back away. Neither going to over pursue. Here comes the teammates. As Estriel just flies on forward.
Yep. He just gets isolated once Kids gets the info. Another first blood on offense for Gorillas. Gio, can he use vehicles to his advantage again? Not this time. You get a pick on either side of it. You got numbers, 2 LAG. Lintz trying to get the trade. Dips away, pre-fires.
Lost him.
Wow, 9 HP. Barely wins that one.
Well, Gio's trying to run at him. They have to plant the bomb. 10 seconds left. Just trying to find Gio. How Gio knows. He maybe thinks they're going towards A. A bomb planted over at B.
Yeah, he catches him and gets out. Probably winning this round, but now still opportunity to do so. Can Gio clutch up in the 1 versus 2? Coming hot off that 1v2 gunfight win in the last round. Eyes on both, not gonna happen. 1 round closer now is LAG.
And I'm very surprised Estriel just ran forward there. I thought he was just gonna back up to his teammates.
Like after he got spotted by Kids, you mean, at the beginning of the round?
Yeah, I mean, he just starts to back up and then challenges that next wave. And if you're gonna do that, you just have to let your teammates know.
Yeah.
So that they can hopefully follow you up. Instead, he gets isolated, gives him that man advantage.
And just once again, a really good job, at least in the early part of the offense, giving yourselves numbers. If you are Gorillas, mate. 1 more round, they close this one out. Or do we go to a round 11? Gio nearly gone, hit the 25 HP, but staying up for now. We'll see how Rocker try to execute this jump.
I mean, we know this LAG team, they love their nades. Always have. Those extra details is a part of the reason why they've been in back-to-back World Championship finals. Almost catches Gio there right off spawn, but yeah, 4 versus 4.
Saw a lot of that last year, that's for sure. They were on Subladder's side. Astro, the big first blood.
Trying to find the wallbang against Kiz.
Plants going down now. Skies does get a pick to give him a chance here to 3 versus 3. Can he get away with his life? Just barely scurrying away, but Skies is able to get out. So big one there from him. Great job playing his life. But now where's your opening going to come from? Well, I thought Hero was getting out, or sorry, Kiz was getting out. Not going to happen. All on Skies now. 1 versus 3 this time. But it's looking like a round 11. There's one pick though. Hold up. There's not much time to work with. He spots another one though. They're just running from him. Nice job just backing up, making him chase with the time against him. Skies can't clutch up in the 1v3. We go the distance. Round 11 for our
Match
first
1,
series.
baby.
Yeah, you gotta love that. Starting off with a banger.
And I mean, Nero, he was watching that pinch. I think he sees Kiz inside of Jen's towards that connector door, and it just hits the timing on him.
Yeah, I thought Kiz was getting out, honestly, like from his POV, but did not happen. A 1 round to determine our match victory here for LAG and Minnesota Rocker. It's going to be offense out for Rocker. We got a car out here in the round 11. There'll be Skies. One of the best drivers in the land. I have no idea that's true.
Sure, why not?
Just getting as much info as he can until he gets picked off by Pollux in the back. He's been playing deep, kind of watching that mid-street.
This just might be another A retake. The way both these teams are playing. This guy's just trying to hit the wall bangs. He hits a couple of players now, a trophy down. Yeah, 45 seconds ago. Starting to see that bomb move towards A.
Maybe trying to give himself a one-on-one with Paul in the back, but Kiz gets ripped up a bit. He backs out. Bomb plant going down now, and yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a retake here. Kiz wants to challenge, catch one. Can't quite snap, you lose 2 players. Linz now has got to pull off a multi, can't do it. It's down to Skies again. Great job staying up and re-challenge as Paul Rocker take it in a round 11. Woo! It is a tight one. Some frustrations there from LAG. Some things to certainly work on, but what a win from Rocker to start off the season.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great game for them. Just staying alive, keeping all the maps close, and then clutching up in this map number 5. And even in that round 11, I mean, I'm trying to talk about taking space. Like LAG, they just had no info on the bomb plants, right? You saw Kiz trying to find, you know, a couple of wall bangs, but that was really it. And then once bombs planted, they're...
Yeah, he did. Like, Skies was trying to get info from, like...
You have a couple of solo chows, but that's really it.
As good as they looked kind of in the vault search, it didn't seem like that same level of comfort was really there yet. But I think that's what we're going to see. Like, teams are going to have a couple of maps they're good at in search, a couple they probably struggle in as everyone tries to improve in that particular mode. But really what sets the tempo is Rocker winning a couple of respawns early. They win the 1 and 3. They get advantage in this series. They're able to close it out in the map 5. There were some brilliant moments on the other side from Linz, really, in LAG. Some really, some great moments from Skies. Kiz had his spots, but like Rocker get the victory. And like, no one really jumps off the page for me that much from like an individual standpoint. Just every guy kind of had their good team effort.
Most of them, like, we couldn't really see the stats, but I think what jumps out to me is like the multi-kills from the subs, right? I think Estriel and Nero really had some impact moments.
Well, some impact moments, and they get a series victory. So a hell of a start there for Rocker to break down the first series and get ready for the next. We'll kick it back to the desk.
Dang, Maven looks like a model these days. And what a series. Black Ops 6 is off to a fantastic start. A round 11, game 5. And not only are all 3 of us wrong, the community was wrong with us as well. Minnesota Rocker pulling off the first shocker of the season.
It's the first upset of the season of our first match that went to a game 5, round 11. You actually cannot make that up or a better way to start off the season. And I do have to tip my hat to Minnesota because, again, we hyped up how good this LA Gorillas Gentlemates team is supposed to be. And Minnesota Rocker, even when they had that struggle in that map number 2, they bounced back to that map number 3 vault. Nero showed some consistency throughout this entire series. I know the casters said maybe there were difficulty kind of pointing out a star here for Minnesota Rocker, but I think for me, it had to be Nero. He stayed consistent through a lot of these respawns and got them out of a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, you know, I think throughout this series, what we learned about this Rocker team is they really can't compete. Something that I was concerned about was the situational awareness for them, like how it would be, because you have a lot of players who kind of individually play like the slaying player on their team, right? And you put them all on one squad, how will it work out? Well, we saw in the control and their back-to-back defenses, like just excellent plays, cleaning them up off of B every time they needed to. And then in this search and destroy, you know, they gave away a big clutch to Skies, the 1v2, but the tried and true slow plan offense to get the bomb down at A, we saw 5-5, how they developed throughout it and how they ended up clutching it up. Paul X on the street just putting shots down on the Skies. Eventually, you see right here, finally gets the kill on them, and then they slowly push up, get bombed down, and get Nero in a position to find 2 kills. Just excellently played by the Rocker, and maybe we have an underdog here.
Guys, you know what? I think that is the first time that I have personally witnessed Paul X win a CDL match. Paul, well done. Great stuff from Minnesota. It's great to see him going from challengers back into the highest level and finding a dub. We got time, though, for our scuff. Play of the game. Let's take a look at this one. Coming from the boy from Ohio. He goes by the name of Nero, and he opened up game 3 when it was all knotted up 1-1. Well, he opens up 9-2 to start control. What do you think of his performance on the SMG?
And this is what I talked about right when we were heading into it, is that they lost that vault 6-2. Like, they got it handed to them, and then they come into this control, and Nero's like, let me put the confidence and the momentum back into our side. He opens up with 7, a dominant offense by side of Minnesota Rocker, and then they go on to win 2 defenses.
They put together a group of Slayers, and they got the job done today against 3/4 of the World Championship Subliners roster. We got to interview, though, a very special guest, and we have a very important question. Who is leading this team? Allie, when you saw the roster, you said, it has to be Gio. I'm told he's going to be joining us live. Gio, are you there? Not here yet. He's coming, though, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, Gio played great throughout the series as well. You know, I'm very surprised at their performance, especially in the Search and Destroy. You know, when you're going up against Team Gentlemates, formerly the New York players, that was their best game mode, coming out different strategies, and they're comfortable in the chaos. Even finding that RC car later in the game to push up and make a play, it didn't matter. They just waited for it. Saw Nero leaves the doors closed, so clearly the communication is there. Like, hey guys, wait, slow down. We'll have our opportunity in this round. And sure enough, they did later. End up closing it out.
The interview is ready. Let's bring Gio in live. Congratulations, the first Black Ops 6 win here at the CDL. Tell me about the squad. How do we feel on opening night?
We feel great. Our scrims have been going good, so we have a lot of confidence going through us. We all trust each other to play the game, and we won.
Gio, congratulations on this win. I mean, it is a proper upset. And I think you guys know that heading into this is a big way to start your season. When it comes to this roster, on paper, you know, I didn't see this coming. And so I kind of want to ask you what it was like to put this team together, kind of what came first, what the discussions were like, and how you guys are getting along.
Well, for one, we're getting along really well. The squad come down was me and Justice, rookies last year. We were a team of 2, and Rocket hit us up. And then DK became a free agent, so we automatically scooped him. And then we wanted to be good at search, because we know our respawns get really good. So that's when we picked up Paul, because he's been known for being really good at search and destroy. So we knew it was going to mesh really well once we did the squad.
Yeah, clearly that worked out. We see you guys in that game 5, absolutely phenomenal. You know, a lot of people didn't really know where to rate you guys, even in the coaches poll. Like, people just didn't know how you would perform. And you as well played like a vet in that series. Coming from year 1 to year 2, what do you think you learned most that's going to help you throughout this season?
Man, just playing with confidence, trusting myself, trusting my ability how to play that map correctly. Obviously, my coaches Looney and McGee from last year helped me out in my gameplay a lot to be good and consistent as a player. So just staying good, consistent, being a good teammate, and just hopefully keep going on with the winner.
Yo, Gio, if I play you again in ranked, you're going to lose this time, by the way.
No, I'm not.
That was way too close, bro. I thought you guys were going to be buns because you only won by like 30. But hey, listen, you guys are nice.
Listen, man, it happens, bro. We're trolling. It happens.
They put up 220 on you, Gio? All right,
They did now, but we replayed them and threw them in the controller.
Wait.
About that.
Bose was lagging.
Forgot about
the end of the night,
Bose was
Gio
actually
walks
lagging.
away with the first CDL dub. I got to close it out here. Gio, thank you for joining us live.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That is Gio. That's Minnesota Rocker with the first win of the night. But we have 4 matches here on opening day. And as we go to break, a quick reminder, we've got some special friends, and we hope to see you all at the Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup officially the partner of the Call of Duty League. I read that one off my card. Here is the screen. Pumped to go back there July and August. The 3 of us were out there. We had a fantastic time.
Oh, yeah.
I can't wait to see what they do this time in 2025.
Man, it was a surreal experience.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, having another champs after champs is just absolutely incredible, and just more content and competitiveness for the Call of Duty fans, man. Get pumped for it. Hopefully we have for years to come, and I can't wait.
When we come back, Optic Texas, your world champions, put their title on the line as they face off against the newly retooled Boston Breach. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
at the Call of Duty League, and we closed out the 2024 season with this team, Optic Texas, winning on home soil in front of a sold-out arena. What a tournament and what a finish as they take down the Subliners to wear the most recent crown.
7 years. It was 7 years since a championship was brought home to the Optic Texas camp, and they couldn't have picked a better year to do it with the addition of Kenny as well as Pred getting their rings for their first time on this organization.
Namus is going to tell you why they're great, but first, if you don't know them already, it's time to meet Optic Texas. Love that new intro video, and everybody loves this lineup. Name was some quick questions for you. Who is the most clutch player on this team?
Ooh, I'm gonna go Dashy.
Who's the most entertaining player to watch?
I'm gonna go with Shotzi.
Most consistent player?
Dashy once again.
Star player to watch and search and destroy?
Ooh, that is a tough one. I'm still gonna go with Dashy. He was just great search clutches. He was their search player last year.
Final question, who drops most kills in their opening match?
Pred.
Going with Pred. Yep. I like those answers. That is a look at Optic Texas, a quick preview. On the other side, it's a new look for anyone who missed EWC for Boston Breach. They kept Snoopy, they reset everything else. They seem to retooled and found a squad that could find success here in 2025, Allie.
Which is funny, because when you look at the squad on paper, you don't think it works, but it's just one of those things that does. For the Boston Breach, they have a lot of, I want to say, firepower now. With the addition of Awakening, their slang is going to go up a couple times fold. The biggest question, though, as everybody is asking, is we keep building around Snoopy. Is he going to show up and be consistent in the star player that they need him to be?
You mentioned Big Wig. Who else is Snoopy playing with? It's time to find out. Here's a look at the Boston Breach. Cammy, Purge, Awakening, and Snoopy. Purge and Cammy are the other two here. And Nameless, since last season, let's be honest. We started by hating on Purge. We were looking purely at his stats. Then we started watching his arrow and we're like, wait, this guy does the dirty work. He is doing the things that need to be done. How is he going to fit in with some great ARs like Cammy and Awakening?
Well, I'm thinking it should help, Snoopy a lot as his dual SMG as well, just kind of learning from him, playing more objective-minded. But then when you talk about Cammy, he's got to be the leader for these guys, right? He has championships. He has that history, so he's going to be able to rein these guys in. They're going to have to be good at respawn because the team is built to be a respawn roster. So that's what we're looking at in the hard point. And as Allie mentioned, the evolution of Snoopy is paramount to this roster's success. He has to be a Slayer.
Allie, we got our maps and modes. Talk to me about these teams and what you see happening across these five.
I'm just happy we're getting a little bit of a mix-up. We have red card here at the end of the series, should we get there, but we're opening up with three different. It's Skyline, Rewind, and Vault. As that opening hardpoint being Skyline, I obviously want to lean over towards Optic Texas being the favorite. This is a map that they are going to love. It is one of the smaller maps. It is close quarters and opportunities for players like Pred and Shotzi to get lost. So I'm leaning Optic Texas early in this series, but for Boston Breach, should they get to that red car, I feel like that map might favor their play style.
What is the meta right now? Do I have to run 2 ARs, 2 SMGs? Can you run multiple SMGs and flood everybody, all ARs? How do these maps play out in the best of 5? Who is best suited on which map?
Yeah, I mean, I think Optic is suited for any playstyle because they have like the hybrid players. When you look at Pred, he was pulling out ARs left and right. Kenny can run SMG if he needs to, but it's a lot hill dependent. Skyline, you're going to see 2 SMGs the entire time. As you saw, Optic decided to get rid of Protocol in 2 different game modes, right? So that is a more AR dependent map. So curious to know if maybe that's one of their weaknesses. That's all we can really gauge at this point is looking to see what teams are getting rid of and trends.
On the flip side of that, though, for Boston Breach, to answer your question, there is a lot of flexes on that team. They're going to be a more AR-heavy roster. That's why I speak on red card near the end of the series being more favorable towards them, because there is so much pressure on Snoopy being that sole main SMG for this squad that I'm worried about the pacing.
We got 12 new teams here to start off this season. Optic returning with the usual lineup. Boston with the brand new one. We talked to all the coaches. Breaking Point asked them to rank the squad.
That's crazy.
Well, Vegas Falcons, understandable D. You haven't played against any North American or European talent outside of EWC. Boston Breach to be D down there. I feel like that's disrespectful.
I mean, is it though? They were really bad last year, right? But I mean, I guess when you put it like that, it is kind of. But how much merit does this really have when you see Rocker sitting down there in C? I mean, they thought that they were going to be very bad, and then you look over and Gentlemate's obviously above them, right? So I don't know how much you really want to put into this one, but I guess we'll have to find out.
Allie, you agree with that S tier though?
I do agree with that S tier. That LA Thieves, Lane Phase. I almost want to say New York should be a tier more above, maybe going over to that A side, but we'll see. Matches haven't really gone far.
We do have that Atlanta versus Toronto matchup, S tier versus A tier in the coaches poll. That is the final match on the night. This is match 2 of 4, and we also have Vegas Falcons playing Carolina after this. So jam-packed day of CDL, and 5 more games potentially coming your way. We're just waiting for the players to all get in the lobby and get things going. In the meantime, reminder, get your pick'ems in, and we have been 0 for 4 as a community. Let's try and right our wrongs. Allie, I'll go first. Optic Texas.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. I think we're all might go to, because I'm going to go for Optic Texas, which means we're going to set up for the upside.
I'm going to go with Optic Texas as well.
Yeah.
We get it right here. We get a clean sweep of loss last one.
Did you have to ask?
Can we tie it up at 1-1? It's time to find out. We send it over to Miles and Chance. Welcome back to America, Miles. You look great as Santa Claus.
Thank you very much, mate. It was a whirlwind trip, but we are now back, and I've managed to wash the die out. But guys, bold picks on choosing Optic Texas to walk away with the series. Very, very brave indeed. But I'm really excited to see this goes, Chance. We've got an opportunity for Boston to do the funniest thing they could do once again against this squad, but just want to see them play Black Ops 6. That's all I want. It's all I ask for.
Yeah, and absolute pleasure being able to sort of welcome in the reigning world champs, you should say, to the year, and they're going to be welcoming Boston Breach. It is going to be a very interesting team to watch, and frankly for Boston, I mean, they're just on their redemption arc, and there's no better team to strike against first than the reigning world champs, but this is going to be one hell of a series.
Always is. Well, we typically have an issue, let's say, with a team winning a world championship and their performance in the following season. Let's see if that is still the case for the boys of Optic Texas. The Skyline, hard point to start off our series. A lot of fun, though. We'll see if Boston Breach again, Chance, if they can be the team to walk away with another upset here in the league, and a squad that proved their worth at the Esports World Cup. Well, they managed to keep the learnings going, find further chemistry, and get even better at working together as a team. And what a test this one should be. Optic Texas, no small task.
No, not at all. And Skyline's going to be a very fun map to kick things off with. I know a reputation that this is just a blitz of a map. You play at a lightning pace, but we saw in the first series, like, you can slow it down from time to time. We'll see how the meta develops. Is right now the development just for Big Wake to pick up all 3 and get the time.
I just love how everyone was the final fight there. Everyone's got their sidearms out. It was so intense. The opening gambit pays off for Boston Breach as they find themselves with the opening time. The Shotzi from the top rope. That is something you're going to see all year long.
Yeah, and just paying attention for those, the Codcaster does have a handful of bugs with it, so Kenny and Shotzi are going to be pretty difficult to keep track of in the kill feed, but yeah, you best believe the players flying off the top rope. Shotzi, the usual suspect.
Yeah, it's going to happen, folks. We'll do our very best to keep you guys filled in. As time, once again, remaining very much in the hands of the Optic boys off the rip. Purge, manning a screen. A man who's come under much criticism since he joined the league. What can he bring for us here in Black Ops 6? Over to P2 we go. Fun little hard point to play with here. Plenty ways in, plenty ways out. And so far, Optic seem to be in control. It's done. It's now it's Breach.
Yeah, Breach actually handled that incredibly well. It was the double underground route getting taken, but they sniffed it out. Now Purge is sniffing out all the pressure. Uses the zip to get out of dodge, and Optic trying to swarm through the front, but for the moment, no open avenues of attack.
Nearly empty pockets. It's time to get in there, boys, and take care of them with nothing but direct eye contact. Ooh, Shotzi, out he goes, causing problems. Over to Cammy and Purge, still on the inside of the point. 30 to go. And there's the opening attack. Fred and Kenny on the pinch. Oh, doesn't get a whole lot. Awakening and Snoopy find theirs. So there you go. Shotzi, another bite at this one. Managing to catch one. 2, looking for a 3rd.
Yeah, so keep in mind, Kenny is actually Shotzi in the kill feed, so that's a Shotzi 3-piece, and Easy Back, best of luck this year, buddy. This is going to be ridiculous, because also Cammy is Purge in the kill feed, and then your mystery player for the Optic side of things, well, that is going to be your hidden Kenny player, so have fun keeping track of that.
We're just going to make it up. I'm just going to make up the stats this year, folks. There's another big old plot twist. Plot twist, once again, though, is Boston with a solid lead, now starting to evaporate away, starting to boil things alive here in the kitchen. And it's your boy Pred behind the counter, serving up a couple of shots. He's Dashy in the kill feed as well. Snoopy is awakening, and oh, what a day it's going to be.
And I love this position from Kenny as well. Gets one before he falls, but you see he just has complete access to everything on the map for his teammates except for the front, and that position makes his teammates' job so much easier. And now you're able to push the pace. Optic weren't working for the flip, but the second that opening is there, Shotzi floods through and at least gets his team that spawn. If you're Boston, you want this scrap time. Going to be a big 20 seconds to tie this game up.
After the kitchen, we go to bed. Not for a nap for the next hard point. Big Wake brought down. Dashy on the approach. Still plenty of members of Boston Breach here to deal with. Here comes Optic from upstairs. Nice work there from Pred. Trying to find these players on the backside of the hard point. That's it. Cleaned up. No problems here. As Boston have got a bit of an approach now. The attack towards the new hard point is going to be difficult. The spawns, there we go. All good for Optic there. They're on the right-hand side.
Yeah, they're just getting decimated, though. Now you got Dashy over by the hot tub. Pred in position as well, and where he's going to fall. Dashy can't pick him up. It's Killer Cam from the top rope there, able to take both of them down, and now it's up to the back line. Make sure you get the reinforcements in. So Boston, they push through the setup, and then they get to the front door, and it gets slammed in their face. A perfect hold so far for Optic Texas.
Ideal. Lead starting to grow. Next attack here from Boston Breach. Snoopy, what have you got? A little bit of back and forth. Dodges nades. Doesn't get a whole lot. Kenny there, the man to bring him down. Awakening next up to the plate. Will it be a swing or a miss? It looks like Dashy, he and the boys come on through. Clean house. And there again, Optic Texas, a magnificent bit of work in the showers.
Yeah, perfectly executed. I mean, not quite the perfect full 60 because there was maybe a second to contest time, but utterly flawless in that moment. And that's going to build themselves a nice little cushion. So now you can play a little bit at a slower pace, but Shotzi attempts to make the move. Every single player on Optic falls, and it's looking like P1 might be the biggest buffoon right now the Boston has.
It's the saving grace. They're back in it. Dossie trying to find the break alone. Does just that. Cleans up the trophy as well. Here comes the nade. Semtex, perfect spot to be in. Can he find any more? No, nice work there on the approach from Boston. A little bit of back and forth here on P1. Still plenty of time to go as Boston still fighting firmly in this hard point of Skyline.
Oh, Pred, wow, that is timed perfectly. You get Kenny picking up the first 2 kills in the feed. That's just Pred's time to get active, and he doesn't get traded in the back, but you have, well, Shotzi in the feed there to pick up the kill that Pred ended up dropping. So Optic, hey, might have gotten picked apart just a little bit on P1, but they convert the scrap time and the rotation win into P2. I mean, a couple little moments where Optic looking flawless on Skyline.
They didn't give up spawns once in that entire set of play. Damn, son! Shots here with a 2-5 spree right now. It was Kenny in the feed, but it's lies! Here comes another, as Shotzi continues to be a problem for Boston. P2 now open for business, and Optic are putting in the work.
Yeah, it makes sense. Shotzi is basically the sleeper agent, but if the gameplay is perfect, now we get to hear the reigning world champs comms.
No!
I'm gonna... Go. You gotta tell him. Yeah, this one way. We got up. Nice.
Two, you boys.
I'm living.
You going right?
Alright, yeah, go right. I have my zip. Focus right. What's your front door? I have it. I'm making
top hall, Cammy. Top hall, one guy got through right. He's under point steps.
Further. That's white. I'm looking at it. He's not telling me white.
100% white.
White awakening one shot.
There's
White awakening, wait.
There's 2 out old.
What's in top hall? He's gonna be top man. Get my drop in. I need one. What's on you? Nice 3. Last guy.
Help on you. Two, both of you.
Where they go? I'm dead. Alright, this time, Cammy. I'm missing one.
I'm down on me, Cammy.
This is good.
On top, Snoopy, laying down.
Alright, just live.
You're really weak, front bed.
I'm telling.
Yeah, take my time.
Where's the top? Give me this. I said top. I'm firing top. Fire in this top. Fire, you lay him out of this. Nice, you. Nice, good shit, bro.
Where's it up?
I can get you right in. Nice, oh, yeah. Hold.
He's enter. Watch your auto.
I got it. You're good. Oh, yeah, you're good. Close. One shot, close. Nice. Almost. Alright, then be it. Yeah, that's good. Go close cars. Go. Lead that guy, bridge.
I'll hold up.
I'm almost. I'm looking
piano. It's one piano, guys. I'm looking piano cross.
Arvin mid. You awakening.
I can open. They're like from mid. What's in the back, by the way? I'm with you.
Awaken P1. I'm leaving you.
Give me 1 HP. There's two back mid.
Back at you. I got one there. I got her. Cameo. You close to. Awaken a little bit. I'm leaving. You might try. You made Tom.
I'm going top.
He's hiding Tom. I think or a little bit. I'm playing inside. You gotta get Tom.
Sure. Two going short.
I have it in front of you. Average small.
I'm on short. One guy catch 1 HP. Give me.
Get my short.
One speed left.
I push. Give me some.
We heard it all, their chants from Optic Texas. Patience, we heard praise, we heard it all. Great looks, and again, Shotzi really fully streaked out. He has that Hellstorm to play with later.
Yeah, I mean, we've already watched one undeniable streak coming out for him, so he's building the montage resume straight from the jump. Absolutely no time wasted, but on this hill, now it's Pred going to be there to pick you apart. Boston actually had to bully their way through to get the rotation, and well, they get bullied back. Final 20 seconds. If Optic secure this, I'm going to be a cakewalk for them to finish off the game.
It's basically game, but it's not over yet. It's back to P1. That's what we saw Boston have a little bit of fun beforehand. Final 10 seconds here of this bathroom, and it is going to be all green. Awkward spawn situation right now. I wonder if Optic are aware of that. Again, Breach will be behind them for now. It's still number 5, Purge on the far left-hand side. Shotzi, forget it, boys. Don't even worry about it. I'm going to make it rain. And here comes a big hit. A lot of information passed out. Couple of missiles. I mean, look, it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. He gets at least one member of Boston, but for now, it's not a problem. Shotzi from down low. Boston with the top side of the map covered.
Oh, now we get to flank. Yeah, sorry, Purge. Welcome to the respawn game again. And I mean, just like that, Optic, full control of the map, full control of time. You even get Kenny blocking spawns, and he'll be in a power position to help you out. This might just be game.
Yeah, here we go. Right into the Semtex of Shotzi. Awakening, done. Toast, cooked. Game, set. At least map 1. As this has been an absolute run from Optic Texas. Sprees across the board. It's all 4. As these boys have come out swinging. A champ's victory and a slight hiccup at EWC has not cost them their strength whatsoever. Game may not be over yet, but Pred, he's trying to close it out now.
Man, this is just a map where you feel the pain and feel the pressure. Getting it done on P1. Optic setting the absolute tone. And everything you wanted to see from this squad, well, you got it, and then some. Shotzi again, a 10 spree plus there on that skyline. That is incredible pace they were able to set.
First Hellstorm we've seen of the year as well. Optic Texas certainly coming to play. Boston Breach, a slight deflated look across the bottom side of the screen, but things go that way on Skyline sometimes. You know what we're talking about, ranked teammates. It is brutal. 1-0. Boston Breach will have a chance to bounce back in the search and destroy, which, again, could be a lot of fun. Could be a crazy turnaround for things here. But for Breach, not an easy thing to go up against the reigning world champs. It never is.
No, not at all. And something that Optic, the reigning champs, were able to do especially well was transition this hill into the next one. You saw on the mini-map, it was already Shotzi able to push out and get the spawns for the P4. And that is the true money hill, and Optic did that perfectly. Both goes around, so this map can be incredibly mixy, but I mean, this was Optic map's pick. They showed off that they're able to sort of handle it and keep things under control. And I mean, you know, very reminiscent of Bocage, or the old cage we had in Vanguard. Very excited to see what team comes out and sort of takes the crown, because I mean, Optic obviously making their presence known.
Oh yeah. Great looks though across these highlights. Again, a lot of love for the Optic Texas boys. They certainly started to run away with things. Once they got going, once they got hot, they just could not be slowed down, could not be stopped. Snoopy again, one of the players we have a big old magnifying glass on coming into this matchup. Not really as effective as you'd hope to be there for Boston, but plenty of time to roll things forward. Again, we're going to be playing a game of Search and Destroy straight after this one. And then we go over to Prop Hunt. Sorry, I mean Control. A little bit of a slip there from Miles. God, it would be great though, wouldn't it? Massive work from Pred again on these breaks. Optic was at the rotations, was super solid from 2 to 1. Super solid on the breaks. Everything looked good, except for the Hellstorm.
Well, the only problem with the Hellstorm was his teammates got the kills, so they just happened to be the ones left alive for the fodder, as it were, for the Hellstorm. But either way, clean, efficient work. Shotzi absolutely in his happy place. An absolute competitor on the map, and if he's having fun like that, it means pain and misery on the flip side again. Skyline, as fast-paced as it is, and you get beat down like that, you just feel the heat.
Oh yeah, once they broke away, you can see that after that P3, Optic never looked back. A solid race from them all the way to that 250 mark. 136, the final score there for Boston Breach. Commiserations, but hey, we move onwards now again to that rewind S&D for map 2, vault control for map 3, which should be a lot of fun. And then if we have to go the distance, red card, first time we're going to be seeing that played in the league, and maybe the last if the vetoes go their way. Optic Chance wanted nothing to do with protocol. I saw Nameless tweeting JP about that as well. Yeah, didn't want anything to do with that big old map.
Fair enough. It's also worth mentioning, by the way, red card might be the most misunderstood map we have in the CDL. I know you and the community are probably on the same sentiment of like, haven't seen it super often. I've only been able to play it once in ranked play. It might be more of a bocage map than Skyline is. Like every single hill on that map is an absolute bang out. The rate of engagements you have can be insane. So if Boston are able to win at least one map in this series, we'll get to see it and see if my point can be proven. But obviously a long way to go before we get there. Rewind S&D for map number 2. If you guys paid attention to the first series as well, we saw a bit of the meta coming out as well, but there's a look at everything we have. Hacienda going to be added after week 2 is completed of the CDL. So here's what we're working with for the next few weeks.
Yeah, again, Protocol and Vault, the only maps to be featured in all 3 game modes. Otherwise, a little bit of red card love for S&D and Control and Farpoint. I'm stoked, man. I'm excited. Can we do it for Science, Boston? Can we win a map at the very least? Or can Optic throw for Science? We'd love to know. We as fans want to see it, but we won't be seeing that. We're going to rewind for the S&D, where again, an absolute bang out. We saw that for game 5 in the previous series, and Joe Clint obviously thoroughly enjoying that one. Clint looks good. Proud of Clint. He looks damn good. Looks Joe trim. We'll see who's going to be as trim as Clint in this matchup. Fast-paced map. Here on that A-bomb site, it is a mix fest. It's a blowout, and there are more brands than I can name. Oh, what do you know? It's Scuff at the drive-thru. Nice. Good job, team. That was great.
And speaking of Maven, he's old enough that he used to be a regular at these kinds of stores all the time back in the 90s. Very familiar.
Admittedly, I was also.
Safe. Yeah, no, that was great.
We can say it. We can say, so they're dead and gone, right? Sure, we can say it. A relic of the past here in the world, and very much so in this map as well. Folks who don't know what beepers are, I mean, the kids, there's a lot of learning to do here. We're going to be learning as the nades are bumping on the approach over towards the bomb site, and whoa, what do you know? Opening gambit here from the boys. Solid work out of Breach to manage to push forward, but you do lose Purge.
Yeah, and Shotzi is already behind you. Elise gets traded out, but him and Dashi serving up all the kills. Last man standing is Cammy, who is indeed Cammy in this time, and he's gonna get it. Kenny interested in the chow. Cammy interested in the round 1 win.
That was, again, an exciting round. A blowout that didn't necessarily happen where I thought it was going to go down, and then a 1v1 Cammy versus Kenny. Great looks. One thing we haven't really touched on too much, but I'm sure the COD world is thinking about it. Cammy back on a Treyarch title. Is it too early to call it? Round 2. Here we go.
He certainly had more fun in Cold War than Kenny did, so maybe that's how the tides will turn. But I mean, Dashi did a great job, sort of backing the whole team down, but really just a trade fest. So Optic, I mean, maybe continuing that Skyline pace into the S&D as well.
A little slower this round. Haven't quite hit fast forward yet. I mean, Snoopy's just on the outside of the fight here. Awakening is going to be the man under the amount of pressure here. Chelsea on the little crossover. Snoopy does manage to get involved on the back line in a big way. Brought to his knees. Cammy on the pinch. Immediately brought into the fight. Fresh magazine. Snoopy there to buy him the space and time. And Kenny, last man up in this 1v3. Surely he falls here. Boston Breach. Delightful back-to-back round.
Oh, that's an absurd pace, too. Snoopy. Hope I don't make that mistake again, but 0 time wasted straight through the middle of the map, ready to go on the flank, and his team just does a great job of slowing things down. Like, you know, Big Wake inside a courtyard might have just been a free kill, but by the time Optic actually take him down, they just lost every single ounce of map control that was available. So suffocating there from Breach, and I think if I were them, maybe make an A-hit call, try to slow things down, see if you could pick someone up on the flank.
It's hard to control that pace, and one thing I like seeing out of Snoopy there, hit that door, wait a few moments. He played that timing great. Here we go, in towards the A side of the map. And it's not another blowout chance. We've got different looks here on Rewind.
Yeah, and I think Boston very much were ready for some fast flank to roll through because, again, Optic hit that in round 1 pretty quick, but good adjustments made on both sides, and 30 seconds burns, no kills just yet.
Here they come, though. Oh, no, but it's not the way you thought it was going to go. Trades either side. Shotzzy finds another, puts it all down a big wake. 1v3. Demon Joe, what have you got? Stunned.
Not a lot of hope now.
No, rolling together. Wins is 1, but not quite enough. Optic Texas stop the steamroll and get themselves on the board.
Yeah, interesting round as well. I like what I saw Shotzzy doing inside of generators, like gets inside but closes the door behind him. That way you sort of like, you know, you stave away some of that intel from the other team. You open the door, see they're closed, think you have a little bit of space. You only have to worry about Zig, but he's willing to do the high IQ things as well as the crazy movement. Shotzzy, unmistakably one of the smartest players in the game.
That boy's been on some trajectory since he started things going back in the MW 2019 season. On board with him now. Nades up, won't connect. A little bit of intel passed either way. Ooh, does catch a stun for his troubles. Here comes the 2-2 split from Boston Breach. They're going to run into trouble any second now. Those hedges are about to be full of bodies any second now. Come on, boys. We're on the edge of our seat. Snoopy pops top. Cammy's there as well. Trades are in. And it is a non-stop bit of a battle here on the bomb site.
Okay.
On the other side of the map.
Most clutch player of 2024, Miles. Let's see what he has in the 1v2.
He's definitely got something. Playing that one a little bit slow. Here comes Awakening. Makes it a 1v1. Big Bruce doing what he does best. Full pockets. Snoopy, you're in trouble. That one's for you, mate. A big clutch from Bruce.
That's kind of hard to even get hype about. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's in the cards and he plays it perfectly, but I just don't know what Boston we're doing.
The way the clan tag, Bruce's clan tag's Kobe as well. It just couldn't be more perfect. Ice cold. And a massive round victory there from Optic.
I mean, that's just the Boston special in my mind, though. They had perfect execution, get a man advantage, and then they just toss it away in one of the worst possible ways. So Dashi, I mean, again, perfectly played, but it quite literally does not get easier than that.
But that is exactly what you want for the 2-2 equalizer. Bit of a 3-speed there from Bruce as well. Penny playing a lot of intel, and he runs into Cammy, who once again finds the better of him in the 1v1. Might have been a team fire there, but hard to tell. Red on the inside here. Shuffling here defensively as Optic Texas. This is going to be a lot harder to work down a man. Those trades can't be trades. Here come Boston, looking to make the entry.
Good intel there from Pred as well. Knows the pressure is going to be coming down this B Street.
B Street is not necessarily the chance. Red spots another. Great job on the tactical retreat. Trophy there to help him out at 45 seconds. Spots at least one. Will he go for this fight? Oh, here comes Dashi to help out. Great work from Optic. They don't overcommit, and they manage to make it a 3v3.
Oh, and Dashi had a great pickup as well. Everything going right now for Optic.
Yeah, nades are in there for Shotzzy. Spots that Awakening. Might be able to take the fight. Yeah, he does. Awakening in trouble. Awakening down. Snoopy with a bomb still in hand, and he's on the run. Last man. Might be able to get the plant. But this is a difficult 1v2 against two of the finest submachine guns in the league.
Wow. Gets out of dodge. At least has some timing going his way. But now the question is time on your side? That bomb gonna get defused.
He checks it. He does. Gets away with his life. 30 seconds to continue the dance. Oh my good God. Snoopy's gone another lap. Shotzzy. 20 seconds to get the defuse. There's 4 million places where he could be. You may as well hop it. Or here comes the corner. They're either side of one another. 10 seconds, and I don't believe it. Snoopy, you have clutched. What a round for Boston.
Redemption for the kid, Miles. Redemption for the kid. Toss the 2v1 he had against Dashi. Makes up for it with the 1v2 for the momentum, and that is perfectly timing as well. I mean, Pred maybe, I don't know, a half a second, 3/4 of a second off of getting the defuse, and I mean, he's just able to catch shots. He just takes a quick little reposition back to where he came from, and the bait ends up being perfect. Shots might get the kill in the end, but Snoopy there to crush that momentum.
It's beautiful stuff. I think there was a lot of players and a lot of fans as well worried about how that. Oh, hello. Okay, Demon Joseph. Oh,
goodbye.
Okie dokie. Is anyone an Optic going to get one? Yeah, Pred. Good luck, mate. He's going down swinging, though. Eyes on one. Going to isolate the fights. Purge gets his second awakening with 2 on the round as well. Boston Breach. Wind in their sails as they fly forward.
And shout out to Awakening on that one. That's a blink and you miss it. Just rips 2 heads off the opening break, and I mean, effectively just calls the round. So maybe a little bit shades of what Boston were trying to do their previous offensive round, play for that pressure to be rolling through the middle of the map, and well, that's exactly what happens there. So I'm going to have to dig a little bit deeper into that strat book. We'll see what they can put together on Rewind.
Hey, I'm enjoying this search and story quite a lot. Everyone came into this game saying Rewind was their least favorite map. I am loving it. You take that and shove it. Grab that Nade 2 Awakening. Will that connect? Oh dear. It's a bang out and it's all Snoopy. He finds 2. Over to Purge. Gets at least 1. Kenny now fighting for his life and he can't slide away fast enough. Another banging round from Breach.
And that is just everybody in the right position. We're thinking those 2 Optic players crawling through mid might get great timing to catch those players by elephant, but Boston simply had all their bases covered. And I think this map especially is nice just because you sort of have different looks in every single direction, different pre-nade spots used to capture different sections of the map. If you want to work flanks, you can do it. If you want to just hit through the center of the map, you have opportunities as well. So different teams are going to be able to build out different styles. But right now, Boston firmly in control, around away, and we're guaranteed a red card.
It's crazy. Come on. For science, for the fans, for the Emperor, Cammy delivers. Pred now trying to catch out anything. Not an errant Boston member to be found. They've flooded to the inside of the store. Bomb site now crawling with them. The hopes of the map on Shotzi and Dashi.
Right now, Shotzi is just dragging so much attention, and I was going to say an opportunity for Dashi to find a kill, but those Boston players crawling near each other, there for the trades. But Shotzi is able to get this bomb down. A tough round of clutch, but he can get it done.
He can get it done. He's got to move a little quicker than this. Oh, he's managed to escape. Purge goes for the immediate defuse. And Shotzi now, will his spider senses tingle? The answer is nay. Wait. That's map, folks. Not enough. Boston Breach tie up the series there in the search and destroy and guarantee us a red card. A tough one there for Optic Chancellors. Too many rounds where they just had nothing on the Boston boys.
Yeah, one good clutch from Dashi, and outside of that, utterly stuffed. And we don't have listenings for S&D rather, but if I know Purge, I know his comms are amongst the best in the league, and I imagine he was given great directional calls throughout that rewind, especially for the hop towards the end. I mean, the amount of times that Boston are just bouncing back and forth, flooding together as a unit. You need a good commander in those moments, and I assume Purge delivers, but we've delivered ourselves to at least map 4, so very excited to see a red card hard point, but obviously vault control we have to deal with before we get there. And again, we saw it in the first series as well. Those A captures were happening quick, Miles.
Oh yeah, real quick. A site is going to be a lot of fun. We'll see you guys in rank play when it comes to the A hits. We'll be going to Vault next, though, folks, to play a game of Control. I'm only kidding. We're actually going to be going to a commercial break. No, I'm not, guys, because it's a brand new season, and I've just reverted to old ways. We're actually going back to the desk to play with Ant and his Telestrator.
Yeah, this thing's cool.
New things. Love to see it. We got Ant back here with some more conclusions to draw. But Ant, first, let's talk about the big picture. Coming in, Optics expected to be the favorites, world champions. Were you guys expecting a 3-0?
I'll be honest. I was expecting 3-0, especially when you talk about Boston. The coaches poll came out, and they're at the bottom of it. You know, people are saying they're just not going to be good. And, you know, Optic come out that map 1, looks like everything's going to go great. And then, obviously, map 2 could have been a little bit.
I have to disagree just a little bit, just because Optic Texas tend to do this at the beginning of the season, where they go up against a team where you're like, they're going to bop them probably. You know, they're just coming off of a great season. They have a great lineup, and then they have a few blunders like this. So the fact that Boston Breach took that map too isn't too surprising to me.
2 matches. We're guaranteed at least 9 maps. I'm a happy pucky. Let's jump into map number 1, though. Optic takes care of business in the hard point. And walk me through it.
Yeah, so let's jump into drawing conclusions, and let's talk about Optic Texas here on that Skyline. An excellent P2 rotation. We're going to roll this clip here. You're going to see Shotzi. I mean, this guy's absolutely insane. Finds 2 kills, and he's going to rotate towards the back of time. He loses this guy up top, so he knows they have to clean him up at some point. But as it stands right now, currently, Optic have the spawn. So what you're going to see here is Pred pushes up, dies. So then Shotzi is going to get up top here, and he's going to find 2 players right here, kill them back to back, right? And then what happens is he knows his teammates are spawning out. So we're going to pull up the map here in big zoom, and we're going to talk about this. So all his teammates are spawning over here, and he knows that there's players that are located somewhere around him, but he knows that there's only 2 because he just got 2 kills. So he's going to reposition and find a kill here on the back stairs. And what that allows is his teammates to get pushed up closer to time, clean up the last player, and then Shotzi's like a bull in a china shop. He can just go absolutely insane and pick up the rest of the kills to find the streak. So as you're watching it right here, Shotzi's currently blocking. His teammates have just caught up to him, and he's just finding kill after kill once they get set up. Shotzi's an absolute madman when he gets up top here with the SMG.
And there's 2 really big points there as well, and during this clip, is when Shotzi gets that first kill and then he goes and doesn't chase for it, right? He backs up and plays his life because he's like, I'm not going to run into somebody's pre-fire. And as you pointed out, his teammates coming in from the front, because of Shotzi's presence right there, they're too worried about him. They're like, we are still missing a player, and Shotzi being the player we're missing is not how we want to go down. Boston's in frantics. His teammates come for the break, and they get the time and the win.
Boston feeling Shotzi's presence. So did Kenny. Let's take a look and see what happened after the 10 streak from Shotzi. Here's how he used the missile, and these new ones, they go boom. And walk me through it.
I mean, yeah, he calls in the streak, and then I think he was just a little like gun happy here, just sprays it everywhere, doesn't care who gets hit by it, finds 2 of his teammates, but in the end, he ends up taking out Purge. And you can see Bruce is sitting there like, brother,
how did I die, man?
Calm
what
down.
It's all fun and games there for Optic in the hard point, but Boston showing they have a bite in this fight. Some strength in search and destroy, at least when you run at each other and fight in the middle of the map 8 times in a row.
Yeah, I think it's just the way Rewind is going to go for a little bit. It's funny that we got to see 2 different versions of it, because our first series in Rewind, it was very strategic. The offense, as we saw Minnesota Rocker, tend to slow it down, kind of force the LA Gorilla mates to overchow, give some information, and give some space. Whereas in this series, it was just headbutting in courtyard over and over and over again, and who could get the first pick and who could clutch in the 1v1s and 1v2s.
2 games in the books. We're going to at least 4 maps here in our second of 4 series on the day as we get ready for map number 3. Here's a quick look at Boston Breach.
Everyone's got such good intro videos this year. This is great. This is a good year. This is a damn good year. I'm excited. I can't, we'll save it for later. There's certain teams I'm always excited for. They never disappoint. It's always way out of left field. And we'll see them a little later on. But that is that, folks. Nameless, great shouts there on everything that happened in Hardpoint. Search and Destroy. Wasn't a whole lot to break down except for damn Sun. And now in this game of Control and Vault Chance, let's find out.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Also, just to shout out the burger thing is going to get memed like absolute crazy as well. So excited to see community reactions to that. It's going to be great. No AI songs this time, but yeah. Vault, another interesting look. Ali mentioned how we've seen like 2 different shades of a Rewind S&D. I think we might also get 2 different shades of a Vault Control as well, because on the offensive side of things, you really have two options. Either sort of get that 4-man wipe to capture points, or you send a mercenary in and just go for the spawn kills. So I don't know if I'm thinking on the side of like Optic, you had like a Pred on an Outbag or a Fortress like control. He was the guy. If he gets behind enemy lines, his absolute wheelhouse to cause destruction. So I think Pred will be the player I have my eye on to see if he ever gets past that 50-yard line.
It's a fun sort of style point, you know, harkening back to the MW2 days. Those apparitions of Albagra Fortress running around cannons, running around top at the back, rails. Ooh, scary stuff. I'll never forget the sound, the pitter-patter of footsteps on those wooden floorboards. Nightmarish stuff. See what happens here, though, on Vault. Cammy's grooving and shaking over there. Awakening had his moments. Snoopy, great looks in the S&D. Can they keep things rolling into the control? We're guaranteed at least a hard point on red card. That's the next map. We'll find out how things go for Optic. Because again, I mean, you come out map number 1, you absolutely body them. You get a nice couple of clutches there in the S&D. It doesn't quite go much better than that, Chance. It's a little slow for them.
Fair enough. For what it's worth, though, like the map pick for the Skyline, that was Optic's choice. So red card is something Boston were very happy to be playing on. So, you know, it's a little too early for the hot takes to come out about on a similar wavelength. It was Rewind that Boston were picking, and Optic wanted the red card S&D for the map 5. So at this point in time, the teams are just winning the maps that they picked. Vault Control is that difference maker. It is why Control is and potentially will always be, if not Prop 1, the swing map, the difference maker in a series. So an opportunity for either one of these green teams to strike.
2 Pebble teams, 2 green teams. There's not a whole lot more we can do. Aside from that, I mean, even Nen was talking about how Linz is no longer on Rocker. Man, it was a tongue-twisting day. And it continues here, folks, with Optic Texas taking on Boston Breach. This is going to be a fun Vault Control. Let's see how things go. You know what? I'm really glad. Just a weird thing here that pool's got no water in it. I'm real glad about that.
Yeah. Oh.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, folks? Let's get it. There is a water truck there, though, admittedly. That could be tough. Here we go, straight into the opening gambit, and it's Kenny. And it's actually Kenny who does get those first bloods. The player names are all in the right places this time around. Purge going to find out something here on the side flank. Dashy's Lion cut to pieces, and now you've got an opening to get on a B.
Yeah, and this is a nice look as well. You can consistently flood this. You can even run through the middle of the map if you want to. And Purge, nice moves there on Kenny. He does get cleaned up in, well, only a solo capture right now on this B zone. So right now for Boston, yeah, pressure on different points. Gonna be playing for the kills.
Yeah, I love this. So they managed to maintain that presence towards the front side of B. And Awakening managed to get 2 before being brought down. Cammy still alive. Oh, he finds his. And now the zone still being captured. And there's the coverage from Purge, who is on a tear once again. Second segment of B, long gone. Eyes towards A for Optic.
Yeah, this is just opening break after opening break is just deciding these rounds for the offensive teams. That is insanely clean work out of Breach, and that's basically a solo capture the entire time. So they've been able to strip away 11 lives from Optic, and they have 2 minutes to work with. Boston are setting pace.
Yeah, Boston setting fantastic pace. Snoopy's spree sadly comes to a close there, but he dealt the damage. Purge now looking for his entry on towards the A zone. A couple of ways in. Plenty of Optic players all around. There's a red dot to chase. Chased. Can't get any more out of it, though. Front side of the A zone, all safe and sound. Whoa! As an awkward gunfight comes to a close. A single life differential right now with the Boston Breach with a slight lead, as they are desperately trying to get in towards A still.
Right now, the Optic are just sort of hoping that they can hold this sort of front line, and that might not last. Shotzzy able to give you 1, but 2 more players to deal with. And if he falls, things could have got out of control, but at least he takes 2 to the grave with him. Might be a little bit of pressure for Optic to push forward. You can see Boston, for the moment, happy for the solo capture.
And this is huge again. Pred, he's got options. He managed to slip past Purge on the front line now. Awakening, he's waiting for the hop up. No one's going to be here just yet. A first segment. No, doesn't get cleaned up. So now you've got a bit of pressure to work with. Pred still on the run. Is this the apparition of Albagra Fortress once again, looking for the perfect kill, not firing his weapon as well? It's lovely discipline from Pred. Well, Boston Breach still get the capture.
Boston Breach are also like sort of playing TDM again, leaving 1 guy on the point. It buys you time to work with, but the life advantage that they had is now gone off the back of Dashy. 8 kills in 1 round already. Not too shabby.
Yeah, Big Bruce comes out swinging. Shotzzy with the control of the stairwell again. That long cat, an important position here on the map.
Oh, no.
Red and Shotzzy finding their respective kills. The final 5 lives of Boston Breach here in the opening round. Oh, an awakening. Paints Shotzzy like one of his French girls. 5 still to 9 in the life count. Oh, last lives now for Boston. And Snoopy, a freebie there for Pred. Oh, gets another one. 30 to go. And Optic, they've cleaned this round up.
And that's a Titanic bounce back. You hate when you screw the joke up. In the second half of that round, Boston had a perfect opening break. They captured the B zone, unquestionably the more difficult one to capture. They had 2 minutes to work with. And not just that, maybe 30 seconds after they captured B, they effectively got a clean 4-man wipe. They get Shotzzy off the board. Optic gets reintroduced to their spawn, and despite the fact that Boston had a lot of pressure, not able to deliver. So objective not as kind to them, and Optic very happy for that round 1 win.
Happy indeed. Boston, good looks, man. I mean, I was excited by what we were seeing there from the attacks. Purge playing those cut-off kills quite a lot. Exciting to see, you know, if you can find 1 or 2 more there. I think maybe he's left with a PDW in a situation where he just wanted the aims. Let's see what happens on our next round, though. Breach on defense now. Optic, how well will you attack?
Well, you see no trophies getting thrown, so you can't take that middle route. So they're going to dominate the hallways and send their SMGs on the full flank. So they're maybe trying to set up these spawn trap opportunities sooner rather than later.
That's a tough fight. Purge going to happily take that one. And Dashi getting a bit of work done here now. A slow cap on A. His teammates are here to back him up, but the problem is so is Purge. There you go. Dashi brings him down, buys a bit of time, but Snoopy's the man from upstairs to cause the last bullet, the last bit of damage to end Bruce's run. Can we finish that segment A, Optic? The answer is not just yet. Snoopy's on the hunt.
Yeah, and Optic have to reposition as well. Their opening break was quite literally to get Pred behind enemy lines, and he had a life where he was alive for 30 seconds, and he just died once, didn't get a single kill. So a little bit painful to not set these things up, but I mean, all's well that ends well, and you still have Optic in and around this A zone. So Boston on vault control, not too much of a pressured team, but they're getting at least most of the kills. So Optic's still going to have to fight tooth and nail.
Great work out, Kenny, not just to stay alive, but also keep the catch going. Kenny, lordy, that's a 13 and 9, no EKIA. He's absolutely putting in the work, and here comes the 2-man stack. The capture should be complete at A. 1 minute 43 to attack B with.
And Boston just handling this a little bit slow, but you see their idea is to force the spawn outs as well. Awakening pushing up in that gold section of the map. He's forcing the spawns over towards P2, but on the flip side, Shotzzy making moves as well. Spotted on the cross, but as we already know, an impossible player to root out.
Yeah, this is it. Shotzi's in. And now it's Pred. One side of the attack, Shotzzy on the other. Look how tough it is to manage the spawn situation. How do you fight out of this, Boston? Now Shotzi's got both weapons. Oh, that's a problem.
And on the flip side, Optic have just been looking everywhere for Purge. You had Shotzzy just slowing 3 players down, but Purge has never made a move, and well, Shotzzy is making moves. He's just waiting for his teammates to win some of these gunfights. He's on a 5 spree, but his team gets wiped off the board. So Purge and Boston handling this pressure incredibly well. And then, yeah, Shotzzy just shot in the back. Optic cannot find the play.
They finally managed to deal with the situation. Now you've got 45 seconds on the game clock. Not a huge amount of lives to work with here, Boston. Healthy B zone still. So for Breach, tighten your belts. Try not to let any more of these lives slip away. Find a corner, any corner, get a little bit creddy, and start to peel back the life count. 10 to 8, less than 30 to go.
Yeah, this is diabolical. I mean, Cammy's just so tucked far and away in her spawn that, I mean, he's just calling out to his teammates. They're all spawning P2. They can only flood through the right side of the map. And yeah, Snoopy at least directionally knows exactly where to look. A couple players there from Optic to take him down, but 12 seconds left. You got to flood towards this B zone, and you might just be flooding into a firing squad. Woo. Good luck with that one.
There you go, Purge. Oh, you had to win that fight, though. That was an important one. Snoopy's there to pick it up. Final few seconds, and that is that, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's that. There we go. 1-1. As Boston, they find their form a little late into the round, but better late than never. So many corners, so many angles. This map's hard. This is a hard map to play, man.
Yeah, I would love to hear the Optic comms in that moment where, like, Shotzi's on the 5 spree in the back. He had, like, 2 players trapped over towards P4, the other guy at the back doors. It was quite literally Purge, the last one missing, and I think he was, like, underground in the vault or secret, whatever you want to call it, and I think Optic were just struggling to sort of find that final player, and all the time that Shotzzy was able to buy just ends up null and void.
Big old spree here for Cameron McGilligan. Can he get himself that Hellstorm? The answer is probably not. It's score streaks here, folks, so you need the points. Say, and that's the end of the run. Pred puts it to bed. The Snoopy there to once again keep rolling things forward, puts Pred down. And there's the slow cap on A and B at the same time. So Boston maintain at least one of these, pull Optic all over the map.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, yeah, Boston really with that type of idea forces Optic to make like important decisions constantly. It's never easy the route you're taking off spawn, but so far Optic handles it, clear out the pressure on B, try to swarm on Cammy over towards A, and Shotzzy gives you 2, you get the wipe, he gives you 3, and you're back in your spawn.
Yeah, right back in your spawn. Bad news. Good news, Snoopy's here, and he's not having anything to do with it. Actually, with a big cross, cut down. Cammy's there for it, and here we go, folks. Oh, man. Stop Snoopy into the fight. Oh, we've got a bit of a curse going on right now. It's the caster can barely catch a single Optic kill. There's not many to be had, and they've managed to get the first segment on A, and they are flowing through the next.
Shotzzy with the left hooked, and then you got the uppercut from Snoopy as the response, and you got to hit the gas on this flank. That A zone, maybe they don't even want to defend it. Shotzi's effectively taking positioning, maybe playing for the late spawns. Or maybe the contest with a split second left. No, it ends up falling, as does every player on Optic but Dashy, who is not actually forcing these spawn outs. They're spawning right behind him. He has no idea.
And that's it. Shot in the back. That's bad news. Big life lead here for Boston Breach this time round. Kenny trying to find at least one bit of defensive hold. There's not a lot. Shotzzy still roaming. Gets his. Optic with a little bit of life towards the middle of the map. Nice work there from Dashy. A top gold. Pressure there towards the zone. No one from Boston nearby. Can they battle out their spawn? Here comes Pred. Hungry for kills.
And it's Shotzzy that he's working with together. Snoopy wins a big one-on-one, but he was coming out. 2 players cross through mid, and Shotzzy able to get one, but Snoopy might consistently be this bailout. He is still behind you, and that is always still a nightmare scenario.
Yeah, you get at least one head of this Hydra, but there's always another. Oh, awakening down. There we go. Speaking of heads, it's Snoopy that takes Shotzzy away. Kenny, nice work. Keeps awakening pinned. You buying time. Purge to the point. Stops the clock. Here comes the counter. Purge caught out. Kenny, what a kill. Over to awakening, still suppressed. No one able to get close to the zone.
And a wonderful job by the backline player, using the windows on the van to a T. And Awakening really just staying alive. His team is able to work through the middle of the map right now, but really just drawing and capturing Kenny's attention, and it works out. 4 lives remaining.
4 lives remaining, 15 seconds, a moment here. Can Purge get a kill now? Oh, Shotzzy catches him sprinting over to Snoopy. Can you do something magical? The answer is no. The young wizard Shotzzy dispels that. The mana burn complete. 3 lives remaining. A quick stop of the clock. Wait a minute. Kenny's there for the save. And what a round of vault that was.
That's incredible stuff, dude. Kenny loves those sort of like chow spots. Like that van could blow up. He's exposed to stuns and nades, but he's there ready for the plays to be made. And even though Purge is eventually able to catch him, just right back in the mix. And I mean, maybe on one side of things, Awakening does a nice job to sort of buy some pressure for his team to work up the middle of the map. On the other side of that coin, Awakening never crosses the 50-yard line. Not actually able to get up near that zone, so Shotzzy just gets that final cap on the round. And it's that left hook again there on Snoopy.
Watching these two go at it is a treat, folks. Another round here for Boston Breach on defense. Object map point. Take the lead in the series. And Shotzzy, a little bit of A, now a little bit of B.
That's 3 under the feet as well. Yeah, that's just the go button, go to spawn kill, get inside of Art, force out the spawns left, and look at those arrows on Boston. Everybody spawns up. They know that he's here.
Find him. Kill him. Oh,
my God.
In the back room, Shotzzy didn't stand a chance. Wait, here comes Pred. Pred, whoa, he does what Shotzzy could not. He finds 2. Now you've got a bit of an option. Do we push forward, try to stop the A capture? Don't think so.
Well, yeah, Pred is useless in these moments other than blocking the spawns, but while he's been doing that, Dashy's been going on a tear. So Pred eventually falls, not having that outbagger success, but his team delivers that A zone.
Oh, Cammy, what a clutch that was. He saves the zone. Oh, my goodness. Dashy now trying to fight forward, but they've drained the progress. Right back to square one on the final segment. Optic looking for the entry. Cammy catches at least one out. That's good enough for now. Dashy playing it slow and steady. Takes down Purge on the sprint, back in the zone.
Dashy's a machine. I mean, he goes on a 5 spree right back in A, and he's going to be the objective mastermind. And Snoopy off the map as well, but his team at least gets the kills. Finally, though, the A zone secured. A 4 life advantage right now from Optic.
Yeah, 21 lives to throw at B and plenty of time. Optic, can you crack the puzzle? Maybe not. On this wave of attack, Shotzzy cleaned up on the backline as well, so now it's all eyes forward. Awkward spot to be in again as Pred roaming towards that backside. Kills on the far side of the map.
Yeah, and he's just yet to sort of find his high impact moment. He's been here constantly, and he's gotten cleaned up every single time. Breach have done a wonderful job handling the SMGs in their spawn.
Yeah, Boston seeming to know, the timing on that attack. They've got some little bit of data to work with there in the regular spots you find these players in. A stun check certainly helps as well, but Snoopy doesn't turn for it. Can't account for all of them. And now Shotzzy, he's still running. Still rolling. Single man will be there, stops this clock for a moment, and they line up. It's actually his teammate. Oh dear.
Yeah, they just can't get anything going. That is, I mean, again, 2 different styles of the game plan. You could set up, be controlled, look for the 4-man wipe, hop the objective, or you send your mercenaries in for the kill, and Optic going the mercenary route so far to no success. But either way, 9v9, you win this round, you win the map.
Here we go. On B. Optic with a capture. Now a little bit of pressure. It's going to take so long to get this one done. Dashy has the connector covered.
Oh, everybody's here.
For a Cammy as well. Yeah, big wins. 3 down to the feed. 3 in the feed. Whether you get the kills or whether you get the capture, that could be the opportunity there. Optic commit. Dashy brings them down. No lives left for Boston. Here we go. Second segment on the way out. Shotzzy on the cut-off kills. Boston, you've got to make something magical happen here. Purge finds 1. Shotzzy down. Oh my word. Pred's got to stay alive as well. Purge finds 2. Purge for 3. I don't believe it.
And it's a 3v3. You got a round of S&D, but Optic forced to make the moves, but Purge falls into Shotzzy's lap. 3v2.
3v2, 15 seconds. Dashy finds the kill at range. Number 7, Snoopy has got to somehow pull it out. There's the red dot. Here comes the final moment. Optic take the lead.
Good Lord, what a vault. I thought Purge was about to do it, but maybe bit off slightly more than he could chew sliding in, but a hell of a play nonetheless. And from Optic, plan A was not working out. Get Pred and Shotzzy behind enemy lines. Boston absolutely handled them time and time again. Plan B, slow work the map. Let your ARs get in control. Keep an iron on those power positions. And you got guys like Dashy just ripping heads. Cammy, unfortunate in top art. Nothing you could do. So plan B, effective. Now we get to see a nice little red card.
Little bit of red card. Highlights from this one, ladies and gents. A lot of fun. That vault control. Wow. Did not see that one coming. 3-1 win though. Optic could be very happy with that. Take the lead. And again, it's just what we learned from this one is, again, getting in the spawns. Those guys running the back lines. Very, very big. Also, it seems to me that when you really need him, Purge gets caught sprinting. It's just one of those weird things, man. The timing's a little off. Those boys making perfect reads on him. It's like, damn it, if he just doesn't get caught there. A totally different look from Boston Breach in the whole play. We saw, 3 or 4 of them. It's just so tough to watch. You could feel the tension in those player cams as well. But a great start to the season so far for everyone we've seen, progress-wise and performance-wise. Red card now coming up, Chance.
Yeah, and again, maybe unfortunate on that round, but he still makes just a monstrous play to even create that opportunity. I mean, they were down 7-4 in lives, and they convert that into a 3v3, so certainly a hell of an attempt, but maybe, needed to do a better job in the middle of the map dealing with Dashy early on, because he was the one certainly draining a lot of those lives. But a good look at Vault, a lot of different options. We've seen A hits off the rip, B hits off the rip, Boston going for both points at the same time, spawn kill potential on both sides. So it is a map where there is just a ton of things that you are constantly needing to keep track of. But Optic, again, reigning world champs, handle that pressure to a T. But now it's time. I'm on the wavelength. The red card is as much of a bang out as Skyline, or at least going to be close to it. It's hard to really compete with that type of pace, but I think it might be close.
Yeah, might be close. I mean, look, here we go for science. For science and for fun, red card hard point. Is it as much of a bang out as Chance expects? We'll find out, folks. Either way, though, good luck to Easy Mac on the stats. I know it's a tough one.
Prayers.
Prayers, man. It's been a real tough series so far. The previous series, maybe not as much, but this one has been a nail biter. But yeah, here we go, man. Red card. Optic match point for them to take away their first regular season victory if they can get it. Otherwise, we stay on red card for a search and destroy, which again, very, very interesting to see how that's going to play out. I think a lot of people expected not many red cards in general, just as a map plays. I think the community sentiment or the player sentiment is haven't loved it, let's say, but who knows? Still a long way to go.
In a similar way to Rewind, though, it's one of those that, like, it feels like if you play a Rewind control, you get to the B zone on offense, like, instantly, and you're like, this just feels weird. But I think they're both maps that do grow on you, because, again, I think people have the idea of red card being like, oh, a Warzone POI. This map is massive. There's 1,000 different angles you have to check. It can feel uncomfortable when you're peeking out and you're like, I can get shot from 37 places. I don't know what to do, but it is a map where the repetitions really become a crucial factor. So this is Boston's map pick. We know they have the repetitions on it, and we know that this is a map that can be played at lightning speed. And I mean, a lot of different sort of themes we have for like spawns as well. It's like the good spawns on P2 aren't the good spawns. You can actually get spawn trapped there. Same thing on P3. You can get spawn trapped in the back of the map. So you have to be very delicate. Is Optic Texas not looking to be delicate on their road to Major 1. They want to steamroll the competition and see what kind of sweep they could pull off.
Well, it looks like things get a little dicey for them towards the very end of this run. Cloud9 might be a pretty heavy bump in the road. We'll see how things go. And again, a couple of question marks across these teams. We've seen the coaches' predictions. We've seen the power rankings. And as far as things go, you know, Optic Texas being a S-tier team, Boston Breach being down there in the D tier as low as we can technically go. We'll find out if that's the case. Boston Breach, can you give them the D and force that game 5?
You're trying to give them the D, you got to make sure your Big O steps up. Awakening and Cammy gonna have their work cut out for them on this map, because, you know, sort of the anti-Skyline in the sense that we're Skyline, oftentimes you'll see 6, 7, 8 Jackals on the map at any given time, depending on the hill. This is a map where you're going to be seeing a ton of ARs being pulled out by your SMG players. So a lot of pressure on your mains to be able to deliver. And obviously we know Kenny and Dashy, absolute shooters, willing to chow. You got to bring your A game.
Yeah, A game indeed, folks. Here we go. P1, right in the middle of the atrium, or in the concourse rather. It's a mess. It's a lot of angles again to work with. But it's Awakening and Purge with a bit of a crossfire there. Lovely shots. Those interlocking fields work out as Optic are all down.
That is absolutely dominant, and that positioning from Burt just drags the attention of Optic. They have to spend so much time to clear it out. So, I mean, hey, opening break from Boston is perfect. You have Shotzi with a single kill. Finally, Dashy gets on the board, but this is a P1 that is looking destructive.
Yeah, now you have the counter-attack opportunity for Boston. Right, cool. This is what happens when we lose a man or two. What do? We find our kills elsewhere. And Purge maintains a lot of presence in the middle there. You do lose P2 entirely, so kudos to Optic for that one. That should be all theirs when it pops up in a few seconds, but a lovely opening there. 21 seconds off of P1, not bad.
Yeah, they're losing the gunfights though, but maybe it works out for Kenny. He spawns up on the other side of the map and I think catches Boston off guard, and now Boston heads on a swivel. They're worried about every single direction. An Awakening Purge might give you 2 kills, but Optic ready to pounce. Dashy able to clear out the backside. You got flanks rolling through as well. It's a mini map of chaos.
I mean, Kenny Beckman just spawned on top of those Boston players. So Snoopy's 2-piece might help, but for how long? You've got to keep the kills going. You have to keep the space working. And Purge, lovely bit of nice work there. In and out, gets his. And now Optic again back in the time. So all these kills amounted to basically nothing for Boston, who've only just got their first bit of time on P2.
Yeah, they're just cutting their losses as well. Purge takes that deep route to try to flip the spawns because you don't want to end up in this exact spawn trap. Effectively a tied-up game now here on P2, but Optic, for the first time this map, they are now comfortably in the driver's seat. They can control the pace on this rotation. Admittedly, though, they're going to be down a man. Both Pred and Dashy spawn out.
That's a tough, long journey here on Red Card cross map, and they're already under fire. Pred might get a kill. We'll see if that matters much. Where are the members of Boston going to spawn? That's right, folks, behind the hard point. Good luck, have fun with that one. Here comes the breach. Shotzi trying to find kills everywhere, and it's not easy to do, but the ring around the rosy now begins, and he's guessed right for a second. Snoopy and Cammy in the feed again, and the stairwell is full of players. An absolute mess of a hard point, and we are literally levels above and below each other. Chaos here in hardpoint.
Yeah, Kenny just desperate for a little bit of help, and that help maybe came just a split second too late, but there's a cleanup crew. Pred and Shotzi able to get in, and you do not last because those spawns, oh, believe me, they feel close. You are never a second away from a gunfight on this map.
This might be it, trust me. The calculators are out. We are calculating the damage, and so far Boston happy to take all of it. It's not been a bad hard point for them whatsoever. Still maintaining that lead. Shotzi can't get the second. The breaks are done. New hard point open. And again, Optic have won every single rotation. The first moments of every point so far have gone their way. That hasn't amounted to too much. Good breaks from Breach.
And they haven't turned for the spawns just yet. Finally, they turn around, and well, Shotzi, again, one of the smartest players in the game, in perfect position to get that two-piece, and now they flip the spawns, and Optic clearly heads up about these. So it has been a very low-scoring game, but Optic, maybe for the first time in a long time, might be able to take this lead.
Oh, this is it. From the stage, nice shots at a Snoopy. As we are continuing to hold this pressure, Pred with a lovely long lines of sight, able to pepper up these players on their approach into the hard point. Lovely again, as the kills are there. Awakening no more on that life. 20 to go. You got the lead, Optic. Push it forward.
And so many car bombs as well. The IRA salivating in these moments. McKenny, in the trolliest spot that you have down low stage, more or less just locked up a full 60. So Optic, substantial chunk of time, but I mean, here we go out to the stands, and it'll be Boston's turn to see if they can make this comeback. They got ticket control, a guy in time, and players pushed out both sides.
Your Pred on his ass in the owner's box. Feet are up and enjoying himself, Cammy. You're in trouble now, son. That's right. He's still in there. One side of the map covered. Purge now on the approach. Wait, one more kill might help out here. Does Dashi continue to be a problem? Team fire there. Pred and Kenny now flooding up through, but Cammy with 3 in the feed. That is your hard point, Boston.
And I know they're spawning BS&D as well. You can keep this pressure going, light up the kill feed again.
Oh my word. 30 seconds on this hard point. Can Cammy find any more in this life? The answer is no. Pred's there to cut him down. Now over to Awakening. Next man in. No one in the hard point just yet. Oh dear. That's a good old fight you'll take. Pred keeping the pressure alive as Boston Breach still fighting to take the lead back. Snoopy on a prowl. Perfect time to dive into a listening with Boston Breach.
Take your time, brother. Give me
Yeah.
I spawn close.
I'm pitching through.
I'm helping left, Lucky.
You're like close. Dash my spawn stands, right? Yeah, he did. Dash.
I'm pitching on.
Yeah. Just there's top window still, boys. You did? Okay. He meant that. Yeah, I'm holding H1. H1 weak, I'm just soaking.
H1 dead, bro.
I'm gonna try this side to get off. I'm gonna try nade me.
I'm close.
Get standing on side.
I'm gonna pitch it, bro.
There's 2 more this side. Much my ticket. Yeah, take it still, right?
Can you take it, bro?
Yo, Suarez gonna go left. Yeah, Suarez that. Alright, last guy. I got help from guys. I'm some BS&D. I'll go over left. Dash deep mid. 2 bus on me. 2 H1 again. Last guy. Yeah. I don't see Pred.
So which one?
Is you're low me.
3 fights.
I'm staying down, boys. I'm staying down. Kenny low,
One even one more front.
I'm in that top window.
H1, he's gonna shot sidewalk. H2. Alright, they're all spawned in the back. They're all spawned in the back. I'm nailing across the time.
Nice, already used 2.
Yes.
Pred, yep.
H2 got me. One might be arrow. Come into street. Yeah, I'm shaking, boys. I'm shaking, okay?
How you doing now? Dash dead.
Nice, you shit. Okay, nice, you shit. There's one diner. One in diner. I have Suarez.
Trapping him mid. Trapping up ticket routes and shit.
Can he rank you?
H1 dead. H2 dash.
One shot, that's nice. Suarez is sidewalk, boys. I spawned here.
We spawned him.
Old week and then we're running mid.
Yeah, go for it.
Can he run up mid? He's already there.
A wonderful bit of work from Boston Breach. Also very interesting to hear the comms. What the hell is the Suarez? I'll have to ask Cammy after this. But wicked work there, Chance. Not only in the kills, but also the score.
I couldn't tell you for sure, but probably one of the soccer player models on the map. I don't know if it's actually Suarez or not, but we can roll with that.
we will roll with it indeed. Rolling into the new hardpoint is Optic. They're going to account for... Oh, no. They get one on the front. Here come 3 players through the back line. Here's Dashi on the 1. Next up, Purge. Taken care of. Cabruz final 3, no need. His teammates are there. Cross 100 points now for Optic Texas. And they're back in this one. 2 minutes on the game clock as well. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it might be a game clock game, but this is also just spawn trap central. That actually gives you those 2 up top. And, I mean, this has been maybe 15, 20 seconds spent by Boston. And, I mean, they're just making a slow approach around this hill. And, I mean, if you build a lead, you can afford to play slow. They do end up flipping those spawns, so they're going to be set up for a stage. But they do trade out a decent bit of time to make that happen.
Ooh, back over to another hard point we go. The stage was very kind to Optic first go around. Here come the Optic boys on the attack. They managed to get in here basically undetected. That means the guns are up close and personal. Oh, Purge finds 2 being taken care of. On the Pred. Can he get any out of this life? He's cut the reinforcements off, but they've cut him down. Over to Kenny. As Kenny now battles forward, this is an opportunity for Optic to get in there, but can they get the kills?
He's shooting down low again as well. This has been his home. He got 49, or I think like 50-something seconds of hill time on this one for stage. So Kenny is the stage super soaker. Still, though, you got Boston putting on quite a bit of pressure, but maybe Pred finally set up in his wheelhouse. Does get traded out, but Boston just simply unable to really contest this hill time. And you see Cammy, last-ditch effort to try to slide across, absolutely cut down. Shotzi utilizing one of those 37 angles he had to work with.
Well, 1 of 37, still plenty. On the pinch pickup now. Perfect read on a Cammy. That's lovely work from Shotzi. A 4 spree. And now trying to find one avenue of attack on towards this new point. Forces Snoopy down. Forces Snoopy to back off. Oh, forces Snoopy to just keep on running. Time ticket either way. And this is an annoying gunfight indeed. Snoopy finds his teammate. It's absolute pandemonium on the approach to the hard point. Purge gets it. Breacher in control.
Oh, that's brutal. That's Snoopy at his finest, too.
Pain in the arse to deal with. Both of those boys so slippery. And here we go. An awkward nade from Snoopy. Trophy doesn't get there in time. It's a big kill on a Kenny. And we're still holding the point. And we're looking across 200.
Oh, and this ticket control is too nice as well. Cammy and Awakening, just perfect coverage. You can't go up the long lanes and you try to get towards ticket. Look at this angle you're having to deal with. And if you make it through, you just get introduced to frag grenades landing on your head. Oh, Boston right now having a fantastic performance, but Dashi's pistol is better. Not the game you get those final maybe 7 seconds of scrap time, but Boston, they might have just run away with this game.
That's massive. That's got game 5 written all over it. Can we close out? Back over to Snoopy. He's been singing here on red card. Awakening at range. Lovely shots into Kenny. Identifies the spawners immediately, but they read him. In the point we go. Can Cammy hold? Red dots on that minimap are absolutely being picked apart by the Optic boys. They've got themselves in. Purge with a deep breath. Oh, but no air in the lungs to get into the point as Optics stay alive.
Yeah, easy pick up there from Kenny, and now it's just all guns forward. And guys like Awakening and taking routes, 30 seconds on P1 is not ideal. You see Snoopy putting the pressure on the time, and Awakening, I mean, he cleans house, so his teammates deliver the P1. Hill time, he delivers the rotation. And he's just able to play so slow on this section of the map. Boston, controlled performance so far on red card, but job's not finished.
Job's far from finished. No one's got time. You got the kills all over the place. Finally, a few seconds going to go the way of the Boston boys, but is it enough? P2 is where the battle will now reign. Purge. Through that little kick, score, shooty, bang thing. I don't know what to call it, boys and girls, as Purge keeps finding the points. Dance around the hard point. 20 to go. Cammy at range finds his second. An awkward nade. Throws it out. What a save from Cammy. Can he get any more out of this life? As Optic are in, he's still being a thorn. Can he stop the timer? No. His teammates on the respawn. Trying to get to the fight as quick as possible. But there we go. An open hard point. Trying to stay alive as Awakening. As Optic still maintain control.
And keep in mind, there is comeback potential. If Optic can spawn trap these guys in the back, well, they're not going to be able to now because Purge goes on the flank again. Flips those spawns, bails his team out, and frankly, Boston, they can win it here.
Here we go. Will this be it, though? Optic on another attack. Kenny. Can he get on the point? There's a quick contest. Kills. Yes. Trades. Yes. Game 5.
Eventually.
No, eventually. I'm trying here, boys, because... Yes, here we go. Back-to-back series to start day one.
Dude, and that map is truly wild. Like, on the engagements front, I think it's still behind Skyline, but like the different styles of games that different players are sort of allowed to have, the map certainly allows you to be annoying in different spots. And I gotta like tip the cap to Purge. Multiple routes this guy was taking on P2. We saw him do it time and time again, flipping the map, winning crucial gunfights to make sure the spawns get flipped. And I mean, I think Optic, they had maybe one comfortable moment the entire map. Like, they destroyed them on the first stage hill. Outside of that, Boston just constant nuisances. And again, I mean, the kills, the deaths, the action, constant on that map. And I mean, Optic in that moment simply outclassed.
Look at the stats, are mad across the board. 4k damage plus for both Purge and Cammy. Crazy work. Pred and Dashing their side as well. I mean, everyone put their work in. Dude, I'm not against it. We'll get a bit more data on this, but that's a mad map. Red card. Again, a nice bit of turning points from both teams. Optic with a comeback potential there towards the end, but in the final few moments, it really was all about Boston. Great work. And there we go. An Oboe series. How's it going to close out? Red card S&D in a matter of moments, chance. And all bets are off. Not a clue how this goes. I do know one thing, though. The desk could be on to go 0-0 back-to-back series. What a day it's been already.
Yeah, would be the community too as well. So that might be 0-A down the line.
0-8 down the line. We'll find out what happens in this quick break, folks. When we come back, it's Game 5. Optic Texas Boston. Breach, don't go too far. It's an absolute banger. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. Optic Texas, Boston Breach, Game 5 in their opener. And I'm glad we brought up openers. Thank you, Mars. You're very much welcome. You're welcome, Mars. Because, folks, that's right. The opening match has been a sore spot for Optic Texas. Isn't that right, Chance?
Absolute sore spot. Past 3 years in a row, haven't exactly had the strongest start. And I remember last year, I think it was a Terminal Map 5 that they lost to against the previously New York Subliners to kick off their season. So another Game 5. Boston, a very different team, but maybe deja vu all over again.
Indeed. Well, Brian, stats for with an absolute banger. Every World Championship squad during the CDL era has won their season opener the following year after winning champs. Empire, FaZe, Thieves, Subliners, Optic. We're about to find out. Game 5. Here we go, folks. Thanks for that one, Brian. That is a brilliant stat. That's a tough one. A curse, if you will, or is it destiny? We'll find out in a brief moment. We stay on red card for all you red card lovers out there and all you red card haters. Whatever happens, someone's enjoying it. That's just the way it's going right now. But all bets are off. No clue how this is going to go down. Red card S&D, these two teams, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, and while I will sort of give the shout out to Red Card, Hardpoint, it can be a very sort of fast-paced map at times. Like the hills can be bangouts, not in S&D. S&D is going to be played very differently, and maybe a small similarity to Rewind in that you can attack both sites. You do have different options to work with, but with just the sheer size of this map, you can't afford too many rotations to different sites. You can maybe get 1 or 2 in a round opportunities to mix up a play call, but I think there's going to be a lot of commitments made by teams on the attack.
It's a big old map. Optic will be the first team to attack. Kenny will be the man to carry that strange sort of biological weapon. It's got a gas five going on there. We're over towards the A side of the map, and that's where most of Boston are as well. Lone defender at B might have to vacate. And you better hurry up, because Pred's killing your team. He's found himself 2 after the opening salvo of damage is done.
Pred strikes. Now Snoopy's going to be trying to go on flank. Cammy, the lone defender, and Pred at least got the intel, and Cammy trying to bail out. This would be a 1v4, but obviously he's one shot and not able to escape the clutches there of Pred. So Optic with a perfect opening round. Nice little commitment over towards the A site. They just send Pred in for the kills, and my God, did he get him.
He got 3 of them. Is Jackal working well? I do see a little bit of the PP in rank play. It's still good.
Normally, it's a bad sign.
Yeah,
when you see that gun.
Yeah, it's not bad. The Jackal's definitely the pudding. But every now and then the PP comes out, and I'm like, all right. Round 2.
I'm just saying, if I see that gun, I'm waiting for that kid to drop 70 on me. I'm terrified.
Another A hit. Boston pump the brakes quickly here. Optic, they're defending this from deep. Also, they've dodged all the nades and all the stuns. Cammy still holding on to his, and this is tense. I mean, this is shades of MW19 where there are 4 million windows in St. Petrograd. You've got too many things to look at. Snoopy, can he tunnel vision his way into a kill? The answer is nah, brah. He's going to go down. Perch. Oh, big win out Shotzi. Cammy, though, keeps the team alive in this 2v2.
And 48 seconds left, and this is your one sort of opportunity to make some sort of rotational call. And Cammy and Awakening together are going to be roaming towards the back, but look at how deep Shotzi is in the spawn. I mean, talk about a situation where Cammy and Awakening have 0 information on the map.
It's just too big. It's too big to know. Get those bombs down and go for your 2-man post-plant setup. Strap in and find out what happens. Here we go.
Big responsibility on Awakening too. He's just been given all the front, and Cammy's playing a cheeky angle to watch his teammates back, but Awakening gonna be forced to make this play.
I love what Shotzi's doing again. 30 seconds to check all this. He's still got a frag. Awakening. Oh, noise. That's a problem. A huge win. Dashy. King of clutch. What can he do with 15 on the clock? Ten. Awakening is never going to let this one slide, surely. Bruce will get the kills, but Bruce will be evaporated. Or not. Well done.
It just takes the old kills as a consolation prize. Came in Awakening, making the play. Reposition on point. It's fearful when Shotzi gets behind you, but Shotzi went and just took all the space in the world. And I mean, Cambion Awakening just walked straight into the B site for free. It can be problematic trying to have 2 AR players defend that site, but again, Awakening just gets the drop on them, catches Shotzi around the stairs, and I mean, that's another theme of this map. If you're rotating from the other bomb site, takes a good bit of time to get over there. So on a retake for the old bomb, you don't have many options. You got to be perfect on that first play.
That's interesting, yeah, an idea that don't stray too far from the bomb sites if you've got no idea where these players are, because, yeah, the return journey is very costly indeed. Dashy's 3 spree, we'll see if anything comes of that. But for now, it's a lot of love over towards A once again. It's Pred's loud, damaged heartbeat finally settles. We're going to rethink the attack. Maybe it's a B hit this time around on the Optic 2-2 split.
Yeah, pressure on Snoopy. I think Snoopy reads this as well. Yeah, all those Boston arrows are turning, and Snoopy, cheeky little angle, and able to get that first kill.
Kenny went for the cross up, and it didn't happen. Oh, Bruce! He bites off a little bit more than he can chew. No, wait! His teammates are there, and Optic in the owner's box. They are snacking. Purge down and out. They're all here. Last man swinging is Snoopy, and he has been brought to his knees, Awakening now in the 1v1 against Shotzi. The dance is on, and the dance is done. Boston, another good round.
Good Lord. Okay, yeah, Snoopy's a maniac for that. I mean, like, no reason in my mind to jump over a player to go for that kill, but that is why Snoopy is built different. And of course, where all the Optic players are looking in the air to try to track Snoopy. His teammates are, in fact, there for the follow-up. Awakening, able to get that final kill. So, I mean, there was an idea there from Optic. Put the pressure over on the A side of the map, but leave that bomb towards B. You fought for the site control, but again, a situation where the front man for Boston, someone has to make that big play. The round previous, Awakening delivers. This time, it was Snoopy. Well orchestrated in search thus far.
Yeah, very exciting. Seeing these players step up for these big heroic moments. And they're never doing it sort of too much of a selfish way. It always pays off for the team. A little bit more of a quiet opener this time around. We've still got a lot of frags in the back pockets of the Boston players. Now we wait. 1 minute to go.
Just trying to get intel, and, well, there's eyes on one. He's gonna connect it. Nades are perfect. Dashy doesn't get out of dodge, but where he falls, Cammy does get traded.
That is it. His teammates are getting banged up around him. Purge, lovely reposition. He's got a lot of space here to play with on the top side of the map. Snoopy a little further out. He's trying to recover the bomb now. As Kenny has no idea how close these players are to him. Whoa, there you go. Snoopy, surely this is yours. I say surely, and it is indeed. Last man alive, Pred.
He just wants the timing. No, he wants the kill, and he's going to get it. Bomb down, 17 seconds. And Purge has to hunt down Pred.
He has to. He got no idea.
Turn the tides.
Pred's on the run. Check that bomb site any second now. You should be good. Purge will get the plant. And now the battle is on. 1v1. Will Purge be caught sprinting? Kind of. Pred does absolutely nail it, and that's the equalizer. Patience pays off. What a round.
No, that's a clinical play as well. I mean, that is just like a sort of nice and standard. Pred doing the perfect thing. Gets a kill on the opposite side of the map, goes for a full reposition, and he gets in the angle in the post plant that he's just able to trap him in. He can see if he runs out to the left, and nope, catches him running out to the right. So Pred bounces, does everything you want him to in that moment. Round count tied up at 2-2. So on the rewind, we had a Big Bruce 1v2 clutch to tie the game up at 2-2. This time it's Pred clutching a 1v2 to tie up the round count 2-2. And after that on the rewind, it was nothing but Boston. Optic want to get something done on an attacking round.
Will this be the one? Very standard look. As we've come accustomed to in these 4 rounds of red card. Boston way back. Way back. They've given up a ton of map. They're going for a full retake scenario here. Cammy catch. Cammy caught. Shotzi now. Oh my word. Oh, the glass! That's gonna sting. First blood Purge.
Yeah, red dot chasing. Not ideal. Just too tight of a setup coming in there from Boston. But Cammy gets caught again in back-to-back rounds. So we do have a 3v3, and Pred with this pressure on the B site, are you wrapping the bomb here or just letting him make the play? It looks like Optic want the team here in the mix. And they're going to have this site control.
Snoopy calls it. Too many players to deal with though for Pred. Purged now up close and personal. Pistol in hand. There's one. Oh, and Bruce, so much damage dealt, but enough for Boston to clean up the round. Massive workout, Purge.
Yeah, Purge is dancing with them, man. I was expecting, like, Optic got 3 players here. You got Snoopy on defense sort of by himself, but Purge doesn't even need to wait for that third and final teammate. He gets in the mix straight away, and I mean, this B site in my mind is absolutely diabolical. The amount of different corners and spots and whatnot you have to check. Granted, that's the entire map, but not a fun place to be, and Purge takes full advantage of it. Just out here playing with confidence.
So much confidence, and again, he sees the game plan and he executes as best he can. And when it works out, man, it is unbelievable stuff. Big fan of the newcomers here to the CDL, the relatively rookie. Perfect stun connects there. Purge will be pushed back for a brief moment there as Kenny and the boys, again, holding that line quite deep. RC out. We'll see where it's going.
Just that silent little buzz. Roaming the map and getting you a first blood.
Oh, it's got hops. It manages to dodge a little bit of space. I don't think it got any damage there, but it you know, creates a real bit of discourse on the map. You have to look for it. You have to be aware of it. And Cammy, your barrel is going to protrude there, son. That's a problem. Shotzi in the back. Might be able to catch out a few more here. Oh, Snoopy shoulders. And what a gunfight this is. Frag grenade to slow him down. Dashy sent in for the kill. Takes care of Awakening. And there's the final. Optic. Beautiful work.
Yeah, that round is absolutely cooked. At the second Pred gets that first blood, you look at the mini-map, see the position that Shotzi's in, and you go, oh, this is all but a guarantee. And Pred 10-3 as well, so I mean a 1v2 clutch to keep his team in it. Gets a kill or two in that round as well. Shout out to the first blood. Pred machine-like and just feeling his lips.
Hey, man. We've all got our things. Yeah, definitely a little bit nervy. I mean, there's a lot on the line here. It's the stats. It's the prestige. Winning champs and coming into your first matchup. And we're at 3-3 in round count. And this is a nail-biter of a red card indeed.
This is the exact same strat we saw from round 1, by the way. Pred was roaming up top over by the hedges rather than down low, but same sort of style. 3 players trying to put on this pressure.
It's tremendous damage again. Already dealt to Shotzi. He's banged up. No one's going to be there to capitalize on that work done, so you can slow things down again. Dashy just dealing with shadows, dealing with shoulders. Immediate tactical retreat. Might be able to catch Snoopy here on the play as well. Big Bruce, what timing! Good gunny as well. 2v3.
He won the flank fight. His team lost the bomb fight, but 2v3, as you said, and Pred, that's his 11th kill so far on this map.
Makes it a 2v2's Cammy and Awakening. Oh, Pred, you're so close, so done. Down and out now. Over to Cammy. A little bit of teamwork gets the dream work done. Oh my word, folks. It's another. It's 4-3. Can Optic tie it up again?
And just gonna remind people, we saw the breaking point coaches poll. That is a massive respawn bias. A lot of scrims when they take place, you do a little bit of S&D at the start of the year, but you're grinding through the hard points in control. So maybe people were looking at Boston thinking they're not as big of a respawn threat, but their S&D, at least right now, if they can finish, looking clinical.
Only 4-3 though. It's first to 6 in Search and Destroy. That's good golly. What a tense game 5 this is.
Oh, Shotzi is already... Yeah, I mean, just ran it down the middle of the map. That is a ridiculous first blood.
Making a ton of noise, causing problems all over the place. Oh, Snoopy makes it a 3v3. And Kenny trying to push the advantage now.
Oh, poor Kenny.
Holds it.
Oh, poor Kenny. Can't get anything to go his way.
That's tough. Down to Shotzi and Dashy. Shotzi started the round so strong. Oh, you may have seen another one. Awakening, did he spot him out? I think he did. He's backed on up. They're trying to take care of Dashy on the other flank as well. Dashy dealt with, all down to Shotzi. For match point, Boston.
This is so tough. Shotzzy didn't get spotted either, I don't think. He had a free flank in that moment, but just assumes that he gets spotted, hoping Dashy can make the play, and here we are in a hopeless situation.
I don't know, he might be able to make something happen here. He's going for it. Slip sliding into trouble, Boston. Match point. Eyes on the prize. One more round.
And you have Shotzzy getting a first blood on red card in the first 10 seconds. That is not an easy feat. He finds the timing through the middle of the map. We've seen Purge play that spot behind Ticket every single time. And in spite of the fact that Shotzzy gives you that, complete round collapse by the rest of the team. Optic, we have seen when they are at their worst, it is because of their S&D. And they are one round away from starting off their S&D on this year, 0-2 to Boston Breach.
But what a way to start their year with a big comeback like this. 3 straight rounds. Let's find out if we can write that story for them. Shotzzy, nice opener there. Purge with immediate trade through. And again, it is absolute chaos, Purge. Here in the final moments. Can Purge find his third? No, he cannot. Big bit of work from Kenny and Shotzzy there. They find it. Here comes Cammy now to immediately push the trade. Nobody home, though. It's Cammy's 5th in a row. Now in the 1v1 against Dashy for the map. King of Clutch. Catches an 8! Cammy! Boston Breach! Take game 5. And they hand Optic the L. What a way to close out the start of the season for them.
Yeah, how about that for D-tier, man? The first time in CDL history that the reigning world champs lose the opener. And Boston able to get it done from the depths. A 2-4-5, a clinical red card hardpoint performance that I know the green wall is going to be salty about. And then an S&D where, I mean, frankly, not even remotely close. I don't know what the stats are going to shape up to look like because the scoreboard is broken, but I think Kenny's going to be sitting on a 0.3 or 0.4 for S&D in that series, and Optic as a whole, I mean, just utterly handled. Shout out to Boston Breach grinding at the start of the year. You talk about the early impact of the CDL points as well. You need them at the start. It always helps for seeding. In Breach right now, I mean, they've just created themselves an opportunity.
Good job, production, there for bringing up the power rankings. That was nice touch. Whoa, you know who else took the L, though? Not only Optic, but our desk and the entire community as well. Folks, how we feeling? 2 in a row. Ooh, is it time? Ooh, what's going on, desk? Is it a bad day? What's going on, desk?
It's time. I turned on my microphone. Thanks for the delay there, friends. And as Chance mentioned, the first time our world champs come into opening day and walk away with an L. We are 0-8 as a community right now on our predictions. We suck at guessing what is going to happen in Black Ops 6.
Honestly, I called when we all win for Optic Texas. That was going to be an upset Boston Breach win. So honestly, I think I should get a point for that.
When you do call both sides, you do tend to win, Alley Cat. Let's break down what we saw here for Boston's win, though, because Optic, the clear favorite, D tier. That's what the coaches poll said. The players, they look good to me, especially Snoopy. He looks very fluid with the movement.
Yeah, I mean, you know, watching the red card hardpoint and then the red card search and destroy, Optic is clearly not a red card team. I don't know why they let it through coming into the series, but, you know, this is a map that I didn't even think we would see too often here in week number 1, and now we're seeing some of these teams who put in the extra effort on it reign supreme in a massive upset. And, you know, this reminds me, Chris, Snoopy, the last time he played them as well, won in a game 5. If you remember when Optic was in their slump, he's been giving them troubles the last 2 times they matched up.
And now, speaking of red card, as you touched on, I talked about it earlier when we were setting up this map, that Boston Breach is full of flexes on this team. If you go back and watch that map number 4, Snoopy was pulling out an AR a good amount of the time, and I feel like that really favors their play style. Obviously, red card is one map. There's still a lot more they're going to have to work on, but if it gets them to a game number 5, their search and destroy looks clinical. The most impressive map had to be that game number 2 for me.
Yeah,
also working.
Yeah, and then the respawn that they won too, guys. Like when we talked about like what we were expecting from Boston, it was the evolution of Snoopy. Ends up dropping 31, but more impressive, having over 100 seconds in the hill allowed Purge to basically have no time in the hill and push out cuts and be the guy that's making it frustrating when you're trying to break hills if you are Optic Texas. So the dynamic shift in the way that Snoopy plays the game seemingly working out for them early on.
It's time to focus in on Snoopy a little bit more as we dive into our scuff play of the game. This, of course, is his 1v2 in the Search and Destroy. Alley Cat, walk me through it.
He had a lot of moments in this game, but the reason this was so pivotal is, as you can see in the scoreboard, 2-2. This was a very back and forth S&D during this time. But Snoopy, the young gun, he's left by himself in a 1v2. He's already on a 2-streak, 7-3. He finds the kill on the Pred for the defuse, and then it's just playing time right now so he can check this bomb.
Yeah, in this area of the map, it can be so frustrating when you're looking for players. I mean, you have DVD shelves everywhere. You have the hole in the wall with the laundry, which is the common clutch spot that you want to clear. The glass, and you could see on the opposing side, Shotzi was looking everywhere for Snoopy and just couldn't find him as he stays mobile and doesn't commit to one spot.
2 Search and Destroys. Boston wins 12-5 rounds.
Yep.
Pretty dominant performance when it comes to that game type. Optic has their work cut out for him, but more importantly, Boston may have a strength that everyone else is going to have to deal with. And now joining us live, we have the one and only Cammy back in the CDL. Cameron, how are we feeling? Cammy, break it down for me. What was it like going to Challengers, and what has it been like coming back to Breach?
Going to Challengers, obviously, it's not the best situation I was put into, but I think I made the most of it. Obviously managed to get myself back in the spot, so let's just hope I stay here for as long as possible.
Absolutely. Kimmy, congratulations on the win. It's another Treyarch title, and we know that you feel comfortable when it comes to these. How do you feel about this game, and how excited are you looking forward to the season with your current team?
I'm very excited, especially with these boys. I think a lot of people are doubting us, but we definitely have a lot of special pieces. We just got to put it all together. And yeah, obviously back on the good old Treyarch. Just take it one match at a time. Keep learning the game. We've improved a lot in the last couple of weeks, especially this past week. So yeah, just keep going forward.
Awesome.
Cammy, you guys obviously played at EWC together, right? And you look at the league and, if we exclude Atlanta FaZe, Optic Texas, and you guys, since you played at EWC as this unit, we had 9 roster changes. Do you think that gave you guys a leg up coming into the season, like building that chemistry over the offseason?
Yeah, definitely. I think, playing together last year, especially me and Joe, we played with each other for a long time, even though if it wasn't Challengers. Same with Purge, and then so the core 3, we were kind of just always with each other, and then we've brought in Eric, and we're in a team house in Boston now, so we're always vibing together and doing stuff together, and it's definitely helping us with that chemistry aspect of it.
And I'm guessing going forward, you won't be breaking any more stoves or ovens or lighting the kitchen on fire.
No, don't worry. I've learned from my mistakes.
He was learning how to cook, and there was a big smoke.
Yeah.
I had to ask him about it.
Fire extinguishers. Go to Walmart. We got plenty of them. Cammy, best of luck in Boston. Congrats on the first upset here on opening day.
Yep, appreciate it. Have a good one.
Much love to Cammy and much love to Boston Breach. We now have back-to-back upsets if you're looking at the coaches poll, and we could see a third. We have another battle coming up, but before that, reminder, Esports World Cup featured the Boston Breach, and we got to give a very special thank you to EWC, the official partner of the Call of Duty League. We're heading back to Riyadh, July to August 2025 for even more.
And it was such an experience. I couldn't even put it into words. It literally felt like I was at an amusement park for esports. So if you can make it out, also make sure to mark your calendars because it is something that you've got to do at least once in your life.
In the meantime, we're going to break. When we come back, you get a new look at a brand new Vegas Falcons roster. They take on TJ and the Carolina Royal Ravens when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
6 is coming in green, and they are about to take on the blue Royal Ravens from Carolina. This could be a close matchup, especially if the Falcons are able to play the way they did against Lure at EWC. But they're clearly the underdogs, taking on some storied players in the CDL from Carolina. I want to start with this Falcons team first, though, because as the underdogs, your expectations are very low. Allie, what is a win in stage 1 if you're a Falcons fan?
A win is a win. A win is a win for
Just
the
get
Falcons.
a match win?
Just getting a match win. For them, just because the expectations are low, like we talked about earlier, the confidence is everything. We heard from Clayster during the pre-show and headquarters talking about, they have a lot of confidence and they're ready to kind of be the underdogs, and that's what they're going to need for the beginning of this season.
Clay, of course, moving over to a coaching role. We talked to him about it. Did you see this move coming, Nameless?
Well, I mean, kind of. It's my boy right there. But, maybe not going over towards the Falcons, but he decides to go down there and help them because they have a lot to learn. And what better player to bring in than Clayster, who has been around forever. He's seen everything and anything in Call of Duty, so he's going to be teaming up alongside Luti to help develop these guys. And I really think Clay can be of massive assistance to them, like tempering expectations, because the region they're coming from over there in Saudi Arabia, they've been dominating everybody. They're the best of the best from out there, right? So they're coming over here, seemingly probably going to be the worst team off the rip, just looking for upsets. So they're going to have to temper those expectations, and that has to be Clay.
But listen, we say that the talent is there. Clayster is historically brought up a lot of young players. Talking about Abizi and Simp back in Black Ops, the Treyarch title. You're talking about Hydra teamed with him as well. We're talking about some of the greats that Clayster has helped mold into the players they are today. So with this lineup and with the talent that we've been told that they harbor over in Saudi Arabia, now brought to the league, I have very high expectations.
Telling you now, keep your eyes on Xnid. The man was nasty in game. On the other side of this matchup, though, we have a new look from Carolina. Let's meet their starting lineup. Do you think they're still in Brian's apartment?
So cute.
I was just going to say, that might be the happiest I've ever seen Slasher in my life. He's actually smiling.
Shout out to the Thanos wall as well. We got to get into this match, though. The players are ready. We have Skyline, Vault Protocol will be our first look at a game number 4, and then you'll see Vault game 5 if we get there. Let's get into our Scuff Pick'ems, as we cannot get worse than an 0-2 start. Queen of the picks from 2024. Go ahead and lead the way. Get the first dub.
I mean, it's a day full of upsets. Honestly, I'm going to go with the Falcons. I think there's so much to prove here, and I think a win to start off the season would be insane.
Vegas Falcons for Rosalie. What about you, Nameless?
I'm going to go with Carolina. I had to lead this.
Slasher wins. Welcome back to the league, Austin Liddico, and the fans say it'll be Carolina as well. 3 Carolinas in Vegas. Let us know how you see it in the chat as we send it over to our casters to kick off this best of 5. We got Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much. Yes, we continue on. It's been a wild day. We've been going map 5 all day. Maybe the madness will continue here, but this is an interesting one. On one side, we're excited to see this new look Carolina side. On the other side, kind of our first look really at Falcons in this league. And it's interesting because a lot of times when you're like an underdog and you come in and there's low expectations and stuff, like people want to root for you because you're the underdog. Like we think of, like you talked about with me, like Heretics kind of when they came in, right? But it's a little different because like Heretics like fought their way through that relegation. They qualified. Right? They qualified. In this instance, you didn't. You were just kind of bought a spot, gifted a spot, came in. Like there's a lot of pressure on you, right? Like,
yeah, and I mean, listen, like they have some good EU Challengers results, right? Yeah. Like they were top 4 in multiple elites last year. They won an elite at the end of the year. So like they have worked their way through Challengers on the European side. Now, will that pay off here? We'll see. But yeah, we're just not sure what to expect.
I just got to feel that pressure. It's like, you know, you're moving across the world. You know, all the stuff that's got to go into that, and now the pressure of just kind of getting a spot in the league and trying to perform against the best teams in the world. We'll see. Can they brush all that off? Maybe Clay's the guy to help. I mean, he's seen and kind of faced it all. Maybe he can get them in the right mindset, but we'll get right into the hard point. Kicks will be the one set up, trying to get shots in. There with the boom. He's able to get a kill, and well, so far so good. Racking up the time, finding the kills outer, trades are on point. They'll look at nice little lead. Really some great time here in P1.
No, I mean, absolutely is. Yeah, 20 seconds. Chase just staying alive, playing his life. He has Roxas looking over him. Finally, some contests out of Vivid, but he gets taken down. Slasher is able to find a double. He's on 3 in a row. He's just going to stay down, trying to contest, but with 10 seconds left, it's all about this gunfight maybe right here between Gwyn and Kix for spawns for P2. He actually gets all the way through behind Gwyn. Gwyn is able to find one. It's just when his Kix go, and there we go. There's that kill, and he gets the spawn. Exit spawns up, and now you're in a great spot here if you are Falcons for P2.
Great job. Fundy's on point so far. How much can you push this lead out? And, you know, it's kind of nice you get a matchup like this, I got to think, too, if you're Falcons. Like, you come in, you play a Carolina Royal Ravens team, which I don't think we have up in, like, you know, your S tier, your top tier. Maybe some improvements, but you get in one, you're not facing, like, you know, Thieves, nothing to face right at the game.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, this is still should be a very good team for Carolina. I mean, Gwyn and TJ returning, and then Vivid in a permanent AR role, which we haven't seen in the CDL. Yeah, I mean, he plays with such pace. If he can do that with an AR, and we've seen him at times, even, you know, the last couple of times we saw him in the CDL, always kind of want to pull out an AR, like he would do it on some hills.
Yeah.
So maybe he just felt like this was time for me, and then Slasher returning.
Well, he's a guy for you. He's always like, like top 3 in engagements, typically like in the league. Like, he plays with absolute pace. Well, how will that change with an AR in hand? It's going to be exciting to see and what kind of this new duo will do on this Ravens team. But despite the fact that you get a pretty good start through P1 and P2 for Falcons, there's a lead there for a moment for Ravens. Now a chance to answer back to your Falcons, but Exton's going to be the only one up. Kix at least finds one before he drops. TJ now back into the point, trying to dip, dance, and dive here at Bar. Still all the time going their way. Rox is looking for an angle, looks right, gets peeked left. It's 2 straight there from Vivid.
And you're holding strong yet. We saw this in our first match. They're not trying to flip the spawns quite yet. When are they going to go on forward? Maybe it's behind that. TJ and Slasher, nice little teamwork there between that double, and there are the spawn flips with 20 seconds left. So great timing from Carolina at this P3. They soak up a ton of the hill time. Now they have spawns for P4.
And sometimes when we talk about teams coming in that play in different regions, think of like EU, APAC in the past, like, there's not that much you can do that's really different, like hardpoint or control, right? It's going to be like Search you're looking at probably within this series where maybe you can catch them a bit if you don't have reps against a team like this or a play style like this.
I mean, like, I just think back to old champs. You know, when we would play an Australian team, a European team, we have no idea about.
Mind Freak, your Tainted Minds, whatever they were back in the day.
T1 Daughters. You don't know players' tendencies, right? Like, Slasher's been competing for 10 plus years. He knows everyone's tendencies in North America. In Search and Destroy, they're not going to really have a clue of what this player likes to do.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the map too. But with a good start from Falcons, it's been a nice rally here from Ravens. Gwyn leading the way, Rookie of the Year last year, up to 12 and 8. TJ, though, coming off his most consistent year, since P04? We're going back. Like, he had been kind of up and down, but last year really put together a great body of work, despite the fact he didn't get the team results.
Yeah, I mean, him and Gwyn, they were a very strong duo. They just could not qualify for champs. Just had a lot of opportunities potentially to get there. But Gwyn right back to it. Rookie of the Year, 15 and 8, double positive on 3 in a row. But as you said, you gave up 40 points between P2 to Falcons after that. Not much. Where, I mean, Carolina, they have a very strong lead.
Well, now if you're Falcons, you got to do the same thing here if you're going to get back into this game. Have a nice P1 into P2. See if you can start to clean things up. TJ, though, gets the kill, up the rope, dances out, and then drop. A little bit of a flurry there for Falcons. I mean, really great stuff at P1. P1's been dominant for him.
Yeah, I mean, Kix has a minute 15 already. I think it's a lot of that is here.
Oh, yeah. Kix has been soaking up at P1. As we say that, though, the Simtex will connect and he will drop, but they're really liking their setup there. Nice little snap from Vivid. Hits the shots. Exton will drop. See if TJ is laying on his bump, trying to get up close and personal, but Kix will take it now. They'll be Gwyn in the same position to pick it up. Nice run there from Falcons. That'll be all 4 clean off the map. You've got spawns here for P2 again, and this looks a lot like the first rotation.
I mean, Jake's 3 in a row. He's 17-9, and yeah, you're in a great spot here for this P2. Until maybe that happens, Gwyn's gonna win a gunfight. And well, Abu, he's gonna fall off the map, and now things maybe gonna get messy. You're not earning time. You still have the close spawns. Here comes TJ. You'll be the first man up alongside Vivid to put pressure on this hill.
We're sticking with kicks for now as he is on 5 straight. Ready for the next gunfight. Snap is in. Headshot through. TJ deleted. Reed there for the backstep push. Slasher is able to take out one. Oh, the timing, maybe a bit unfortunate. Kicks just tries to dip him. He gets the help there. Abu's there to get the kill. And yeah, a really great P1 and P2 again. This time much better P2 though. This has been, what have you got between the P1 and P2? Like a couple points here? If you're a Ravens, not much at all. As he's still popping off.
Yeah, I mean, and there was got a little bit worried when you saw him fall off the map. Maybe they were gonna mess with their setup, but they got the kills afterwards. And yeah, now they take the lead. Carolina gonna fight for some scrap time. That's gonna allow Exit to already be on the hill for P3. Still starting to go down though, starting to go the way of the Royal Ravens. It's Gwyn getting it on the hill.
Well, as Falcons are up 1, lead change looming for Ravens. Let's hear the comms on the Falcons side as we head to elicit it.
انا بحتريكم يسار بحتريكم يسار تعالوا بحتريكم يسار بحتريكم يسار تعالوا لا مش البيون فيفيدان مات يلا واحد قريب عندي صار التايم يقول صار التايم ها 2 اخذ 2 اخذ 2 اخذ 2 قول بار اكبسوه ما يمكن اكبسوه عندي تعال اقرا ما يمكن انا ما يمينك بلعب جسر اصبر يسار ما يعبود ورا العمود جسر ثاني انا اشوف الجسر رحمي خش نص ماتوا باقي سلاشر مرة الأخير رجعوا أنا صامي داكوزي أنا تايم ها خلاص خبط عليك صار خلي نص جهالي جاكوزي فوق تشوفه واحد عزز لي تايم انا بعزز انا اشوف السارك اشوف سارك كله عزز ثاني يا عيال يسار باقي تايم الحاله الاخيره راسلهم معي تكلموا انه جاكوزي باين صار ها حمري جايين باين عليه مستنين انا شوف اسمه بد اثنين انا شوف كذا انا شوف واحد شوف يسار واحد شوف يسار انا غادر معك اخير بد صح فل ناخذها فل اطلع بي 1 بيجونا هود
جسر مات بعتريك
زين واحد يخش بي 1 بس خش بي 1 رجع
جاك سالك روح صغيره
ترين جسر عادي ناخذ وقت عادي ناخذ وقت
معلم فرقات
Well, the passion and energy absolutely flowing, and you still got a nail biter here on map 1. And so far for your Falcons, you have been competitive. You've had a lead at times. I mean, we were checking out some of the scrims last night, right? Like playing against Thieves, and there were some scorelines where I was worried. But you know, do I expect them to beat the Thieves to face the Optic right away? No. This is going to be a body of work they're going to need to improve. I wondered if they could they battle with a mid-tier to low-tier team. So far, at least this map 1, they're fighting. But they still got work to do if they're going to win this map, because running away with it right now late is Royal Ravens.
Yeah, 100%. Exnid there with a nice double, maybe to allow them to get the break, but you have had so much time. I mean, it was what, 178 to 175 or so, and Carolina locking down P1. Vivid able to play his life. He's on 4 in a row. Almost number 5. Dwin's gonna take that one, but you just have aim misses all over the map. And a lot of times this can be what's so difficult, you know, it's those breaks at certain hills. Then have to time your nades. They'll have to be on point, maybe to find the opening. Gwyn with a triple.
Well, finally, a P1 where you get some time if you're Royal Ravens after those first couple. Now you see 20 to close it out if you're Royal Ravens. This is where they need to clean up the P1 to the P2. Shut down what Falcons was doing well. So far, they have done it. This might be the last push on forward. Can they get them out of the point? TJ, next up to bat, able to win the first. Second, his teammate Gwyn picks up. There's one more that gets up. The trade does eventually get through from Vivid, and that should seal it. Map 1. There to Carolina Royal Ravens. You know, Ravens start a bit slow. Falcons come out a bit hot, especially through the P1 and P2. Just kind of cleaning things up as you go if you're Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was just this back and forth battle, right? Where it just felt like, you know, teams were winning a couple of hills in a row. lead change, a couple hills in a row, another lead change. But I think that final P1 where Falcon's able to get in that P4, take the lead around 178, 175, but they could not get to that final P1. That was the difference.
No, there was no separation till the end. I mean, it ends up being what? A 70-point game. Like, it was like a 10 to 20-point lead for either side throughout the most of it. As we take a look through the stats here, I know Kicks got out to a really hot start. Gwyn started hot and kept it going. He ends at 33 and 21, but really a battle until the final couple of hard points.
Yeah, I mean, great start there for Gwyn. 33 and 21. You know, right back to business.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we were ever worried. Like, typically, for the most part, historically with Call of Duty, a rookie comes in or a player comes in, you're pretty good title to title, but you never know. Never know there's going to be some kind of fall off. And they're still going to have that same sauce to be able to take over on maps. Pretty good start.
Yeah, but what an intro video as well.
That was awesome. That was great. It was original. It was fun.
Had a great time.
It was goofy. I liked it. I liked that. That matched with my vibe.
Especially for Carolina. Normally we did see production like that in the past.
And seeing Liticode smiling, seeing Slash with a smile on his face, there's something about it. Just makes it fills you with joy.
It truly does.
It can't be rare. I mean, only time he might have been smiling with like that is like after he got dropped last year and then watched Boston lose like 16 in a row.
He's probably built robots.
Probably just smiling. But a nice one, because look, it's 175, 175 there. So then what, you hold them to 4 points and put up 75 straight?
And I think this is just a good example of, like, we love to gas, you know, certain, like, entry players, like someone like Easy, because
it's hard.
It is difficult to break these pro setups. And that is a great look at it, where they just couldn't find anything. And when someone can just do it as easily as like a Shotzi or an Abizi, well, it's just, you have to give them their props.
And I think that's one thing, you know, when I first said to you, when like Omni movement first got announced, like the beta came out and stuff, I was like, how, you know me, I'm older, I don't have the movement like I used to. I'm like, how insane is it? How hard is it to deal with? I'm like, you die fast. It's still COD. Like, you're pre-aimed on something, you slide and dive all you want. You still get fried.
Yeah, you look like an idiot.
Yeah, you still might get fried. So despite the fact you have the Omni movement, yes, there's going to be some insane plays. Breaking a good pro setup, still tough.
Yeah, and a lot of that is, it's going to come down to sort of a lot of coaches at the top. They really focus on players with their attacks and their nades, especially in this title.
Hit your bumpers.
With their trophies. You need advantages in breaks, and how do you find those advantages to break kills? It's behind the stuns. It's behind entry nades to get people half HP. So if they're on an insane heady, it's 1 to 2 bullets. Boom, you're able to win that.
Well, even honestly, I just think back to that recent round we had in Search with like the 1v1 with Cammy and Dashy. What was the difference? Frag.
Yeah.
Got the damage in, shout out, get a bullet in. That's all it needs. So yeah, some good utility can be massive. And, no, was it Cap that used to always yell at? One of the coaches.
Oh yeah,
I think it was Cap. Just like, hit your bumpers, hit your bumpers, hit your bumpers. He'd just be watching us scrim, like screaming that. Like,
yeah, I hated if someone wasn't throwing stunts.
Yeah, like use your utility. But that'll do it for the map 1. Nice win there from Royal Ravens. Now to map 2. This is where it'll maybe be more interesting. There haven't been a lot of like obviously like search scrims. You're coming from a different region. You might have a different way to play the game, a different mindset, kind of for search and destroy. Maybe it'll catch them off guard. I think it applies a little bit more now to like every team because the game's so new.
Yeah.
It's not really like Champs of the past where Champs used to be in March, but you're still like 3-4 months into the title. And you have tendencies, like no one really has like a lot of tendencies yet per se, but you still like historically do.
You historically do.
Yes, you know how
like if Slasher is playing, I don't know, you know, a TJ of the past in a 1v1, he knows kind of how he plays.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, these guys are going to have no knowledge of that. So
100%.
That's really what we're talking about.
So if you can catch them off guard a bit, maybe you can come away, have this tied up 1-1. You do have obviously some fantastic S&D players on the other side of it. You think of like a Slasher. You think of what TJ's been able to do in the past. Gwyn had some incredible moments last year.
Yeah, this should be a very strong search team.
Well,
but
I do feel like
in a traditional way.
I feel like every time I've like said that though lately, like, it's not really been true. Like this should be a good search team. We'll see if it clicks on this particular title.
Yeah, we'll see. And I mean, this is again a map like Skyline. Like you're fighting 5 seconds.
Yeah, take 3 steps, gun up.
Yeah, like you know, we've seen it on Vault, we've seen it on Rewind. Skyline might even be quicker than both of those.
Gonna be moving, grooving, and looking for a map 2 victory. As we get ready to load on into the Skyline penthouse. Beautiful weather outside. Well, there, not here. What is it, 20 degrees out?
No, it's December, dude. Santa's coming.
That's true. Map 2. Got offense up for Falcons. We'll see what their plan of attack will be. Real aggressive out bottom mid. As they now look for these opening gunfights. the A side plant. Works to get in. You had a pretty passive setup. Or at least one person working forward in TJ.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to a retake here over towards a 4 versus 4, as you said. TJ working underground. And that is not an easy kill. If you play it in range, it's difficult. But he's going to find the first blood near the bomb. Can't find the second, but trades will go down. So man advantage for Ravens.
Both players get their trades. Just have more numbers there if you're Royal Ravens, at least for a second. Now we go down to a 2 versus 1. It's going to be Roxas by himself versus Slasher and Gwyn. 20 seconds to go, though. Can he stop this? One in the corner, puts it to a 1 versus 1. Info on the Slasher. Slasher holds, and he gets absolutely zapped. Headshots in, Roxas fired up, and that's a round 1 win.
I mean, he could have just backed away.
I just shot.
Played time,
Hey,
but he went for it.
There's the confidence.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Clay was kind of talking about. They can shoot. Clay's probably going to talk to him afterwards. Like, there's 15 seconds left. You probably don't have to chow it, but...
He had 3 kills the round. He's feeling heat check.
Shoot.
Well, heat check.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, he definitely didn't have the challenge. But I respect it, though. Just straight headies. You know, it's weird because in Codcaster right now, like, we're not really getting like the hit markers, and it weirds me out. But when you hear the headshot come through,
you hear it.
It is the most delightful sound in the world. Let's see if Ravens can fire back now.
And now this is 2 rounds in a row where you have like a very spread, slow setup here for Ravens. Because maybe what we talked about, like, not really sure how these guys are going to play. And well, Abood able to find a first blood on a Slasher. TJ right back down to the ground.
See if TJ can find the timing. He gets there. And he gets an early kill to get them to the 3 versus 3 at the first blood in the last round. Gwen follows it up, really similar to the last round. TJ still just getting lost behind enemy lines. What a great job he is doing. Beautiful there from TJ. And that's some like old school TJ search and destroy. Just winning is one, getting in behind enemy lines and making the good decisions. Great round out of him.
Yeah, just great shots here. Just ready for the next gunfight. You know, talk about different play styles, you know, it's the same thing really on the other side for like Slasher. Like, he likes to play these spread pick rounds, especially on offense. Just sort of take our time, let someone else make a mistake.
Well, that'll bring us all square. Roxas with the amazing 1v1. Well, 1v2 win to start us off. Now TJ, 3 straight in that round. He has first blood in round 1, 3 in round 2.
Bro, we're playing the bomb 10 seconds into the round.
Oh, TJ thinks he's going to get to a spot, but it's not going to happen.
It's another first blood there for Abood.
Yep, second one from him. Can you win another 3v4 now? If you are Royal Ravens. Slasher's going the whole way around, taking his time, looking for an opening. Looking to get in behind one soon, has to clear back to what timing does he get? Oh God, I don't think he's
on. What FOV is he on? He may not have seen that player.
Yeah. And time's dwindling, 20 seconds to go. Eyes on one, nice snap there from Slasher. He's be last up, another snap from him. One more to deal with. He's gonna get out, just has to play his life. That's great stuff there from Kicks. Great stuff there from Kicks. Slasher gets all the kills, but he buys enough time. Slasher was snapping there for a moment. I thought it was gonna be maybe another 3v4 round victory, but you do just enough if you're Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, they get the bomb down. Abood again with that first blood. They play their numbers. And then, I mean, Slasher finds the opening. That's been the problem for Falcons, is a couple rounds in a row, whether it's TJ, now it's Slasher. They're finding openings to get behind enemy lines, but, I mean, Slasher just doesn't see that player up top.
Whew. Yeah, well, I mean, God, and that shoulder there at the end was a little wide, too. I thought Slasher was about to get them all, honestly.
Well, I wasn't sure how weak he was from, like, the fight prior.
Yeah. 2-1 now to Falcons. TJ, the playmaker on the last offense. For Royal Ravens. It'll be Gwen this time, the first blood. They do take care of TJ, so no ability for him to be the playmaker, but it's 3 straight now for Slasher. Tries to snap again. Not able to connect. You think one of them's going to pick up the kill? Back and forth we go. Gwen's so tagged up, so was Slasher. Just trying to stay up. Slasher's going to drop. Great little song and dance there from Falcons.
And Abood just hit some sort of route because he was like middle pool putting shots in kitchen, then gets behind enemy lines to turn this into a 3 versus 1. And there we go. I mean, it's the SMGs in that round. Xnid there with the trade, gets out with his life, doesn't overchal, and then Abood through the middle of the map. He's just been owning the catwalk area.
Oh, I mean, that sequence looks so frustrating from like TJ and Slasher's POV. Or wait, no, sorry, was it Vivid? Vivid and Slasher's POV? Just players slide back and forth, could never quite get the angle, was getting baited out and tagged up and finally dropped. Great round from Falcons to take a nice 3-1 edge in this now as they chat through things to get ready for the next one. But seeing different looks from teams early in this search and destroy. Extend 3 straight. They are right to it.
I mean, if they're giving them the plant, I mean, they're okay with it. And again, if you're gonna play a 4-on-4 retake, you cannot get picked early, and that's what's been happening here for Ravens.
And they are getting absolutely picked apart. Bood looks to find the angle. Exted's already got the kill. This one looks to be a clean round. It's all on TJ now. Stun is going to hit. Gig is up. Tough fight for him. Can't keep the centering on point, and that's a fast one there from Falcons.
Yeah, they're saying if A's open, we're just going to go A. And it has been. So Bood able to find another one, hits the stun.
Oh, Bood's he's just hitting stuff.
He really
He's
is.
finding any opening and going. Just going. And it seems like one of those maps, yeah, just find any hole, and you can pick apart everything from either side. Can he continue to find that success, or can they kind of adapt to deal with him? But I know he didn't get the first blood in that round, but he has been applying pressure early and often.
And I think for Ravens, I think you just need to simplify this a little bit. I would just be running around as 4. Like, they're just getting picked apart. And yeah, maybe that's what they're doing in this round. Like, let's just play 4-on-4, run around together, and trade.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no one able to follow up TJ's. I think Gwen was so tagged up, they kind of let him run out on his own. Not able to get the trade, so we'll be into a 3 versus 3. X-Dead streak keeps it going for now. Gwen has lurked this entire time. Will it pay off? They shoulder out. Should be a trade pretty quickly. They're able to do that. You had a second player to swing. Vivid looking for his first, and it's not going to happen. He didn't think he was just going to kick it out to Catwalk after Kicks got the kill. Now we'll see what Slasher opts to do with bomb in hand in this 1 versus 2. 40 seconds to work with. He just got spotted.
Yeah, they're just holding hands, and Slasher may have a chance for them to line up here. He's able to read it, but they're ready for him. What, 3 rounds in a row here for Falcons?
Oh, yeah, they are cruising now in this search and destroy. And yeah, I thought he was going to catch one, but it almost felt like he got pre-fired. He slid out. They were very ready for that fight. Very, very ready for that fight. Great job grouping up, setting up. Yeah, they knew that play was coming.
Yeah, Slasher didn't just, 30 seconds left. Had to work the bomb, decides to go for the fights, maybe catch a Tommy, but yeah, just not there.
No, not there at all. He got like a bullet off, he was dead. TJ takes over the start of this round. They just need to do a lot more of that. They're going to bring this back. Some damage into a third. He'll get stunned up and slowed down, at least for now.
And finally, they switch it up, and they take a fight here near A. Whew. But now it's a 2-on-2. Again, just hitting some great headshots here towards the bar.
Slasher's trying to reposition, maybe find the angle. Maybe he saw the tip of his head for a second, but now he'll get the spot, get the kill. Last player was underneath him. It'll be Kicks now with a chance for the 1v2. They have to scoop bomb, which you can see down just outside of A in bedroom. Just make sure you've got the trade here as the push comes in. Just able to get the spot onto him. Pressure is out in another round there.
Yeah, I mean,
Ravens.
Ravens just taking their time, right? They still have 30, 40 seconds, and you know, we've seen so many 1 versus 2s where someone, as soon as they hop on a bomb, they get caught or they line up. Turns quickly into 1 versus 1. They just don't want that to happen. There's so many angles around A. Don't want to get picked going for that plant, so they take their time, able to find him.
Well, they've been trying to take their time throughout a lot of this. Just hasn't been working out. There it does, but
I mean, really, their only round wins are like TJ multi-kills right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, it just seems like their kind of recipe to play Search right now is sort of being countered or done better. Like, just sort of spread it out, find openings, get picks. This is maybe giving it a taste of their own medicine a little bit. Yeah, TJ's got 7. I mean, he's right there with Roxas for most kills. Here, RC car out. Looking to get aggressive. Again on the pull side. Looks to be Falcons. Falcons. TJ thinks he's in a spot, but from P1, he's going to get dropped. Vivid can't get an angle for the trade. He gets tagged up as well. Gwen may be in trouble deep, just looking for the angle. Abood just chilling.
Yeah, I like that. He just buys time. Waits for his teammates to get to him. They have the man advantage. They're just going to group up. Kicks is now there to help out Abood. Gwen's down to 9 HP. Trying to finesse and play his life over to the opposite side of the map. Slasher gets taken down, so just like that, it's all down to Gwen.
Gwen 1 versus 4. Well, he sees everybody up top. Just too many to tango. Very, very strong search and destroy there out of Falcons. They kind of dominated from beginning to end. Really, yeah, outside of some of the individual plays from TJs, like, they were outclassed. Absolutely outclassed.
Yeah, there was a couple of chances, like in some of these clutches, but Falcons shut the door.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised a little at how dominant it was, but like I figured it'd have to be through search and then just where would a respawn maybe come for this Falcons team. But man, they look confident. Really just from that first one-on-one gunfight shell. Like honestly.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I was like, okay, all right, there's the confidence I've been hearing about.
And then just constantly like challenging top cat. Abu just running across top middle, just gonna take that fight. So yeah, props to Falcons in their search.
So far, we're tied up 1-1. I mean, honestly, it was tied 175 in the map one. So you were very, very competitive there for your Falcons. Just a nice late kind of surge there from the Carolina side. And yeah, Surge, we didn't really know what to expect, but I was hoping if Falcons were going to be competitive, that's what it would be through the Surge. But I mean, really competitive through 2 maps. But Surge looked damn good.
They look great. Yeah, I mean, again, there's just it's a lot of unknowns for some of our teams and trying to research these guys, how they like to play. A brand new title, not a clue for Ravens, and they get shut down.
Do you have any worries about maybe Carolina's search and destroy, or it's one map?
No, it's one map. One map.
I didn't know if you saw anything that really bothered you, or just kind of like their mentality around just a map, bad
just
map.
A map, yeah.
Okay, well that'll do it for Joe and I, at least through the first 2 maps to kind of break things down and chat through it. We'll kick it back to the desk.
Thank you, Maven and Merk, and Allie, stop smirking. Yes, you may have gotten a map. And yes, map 1 was very scary for Carolina fans. What's going on here? Is Vegas the real deal already? We thought this was going to be a team that takes time to show and be able to compete on this level.
Well, when you think about it, like the beginning of the season is the prime time to catch any good team off guard. We literally just saw it today. We had 2 upsets back to back because at the beginning of the season, scrims are not always going to translate to matches, especially with so many roster changes. It's a new game. And so there's always going to be that kind of question mark of chaos. And for Falcons, this is also an opportunity for them because even though the expectation is so low, nobody knows what they're going to bring from scrims now into match day. And I think that search and destroy really, really proved it and solidified it for the audience. But also, we have to talk about the hard point too, because they had a very solid P1. It was a very close game. I think everybody expected it to be not as close as it was.
Close game so far. It's knotted up 1-1, but we have our very own Bob Ross ready to dive deeper. Nameless.
We're drawing.
What are we drawing, baby?
Listen, we're drawing conclusions is what we're doing. And listen, this gets me fired up. Nothing better than some search and destroy. And these guys are search and destroy specialists. So we're going to jump into this offensive round, which what you're going to see here is just all-out aggression. Exactly what I wanted to see from the Falcons early on, playing with that confidence. So we're going to pause it here, expand the minimap, and get into it. So what you're going to see right here is Kicks is going to find the kill here on number 3. He gets him early, which then allows King of Booty to push up and get up top their base and cause chaos in that area of the map. But what people have to key in and notice here is number 7, Roxas, playing his life, because as number 8 retreats, he's gonna pick up his back and find another kill to make this round that much easier. A guy trying to cheese, get pushed up, which is TJ, and ends up dying, and then they end up winning the round. So this is beautiful plays, super aggressive. You see the first blood go down, and then you see number 8. He retreats back, and Roxas picks up this push on number 1, which is Slasher, They find that kill, and from there, you still got a Booty on your screen, making plays in their base, causing chaos, and the Ravens cannot mentally catch up to what the Falcons are doing on the map.
I mean, it's just taking space. I feel like that was a lot of that search and destroy. Like, when you saw King of Body push up that side of the map, you're like, he shouldn't even be allowed to be there in the first place, and I think that really tells the story of that search and destroy.
Search and destroy evens things out, but as we see this series going on, Allie, do you want to flip over to the Carolina Royal Ravens? Nameless, would you like to switch over to the Falcons?
I'm going to stay with the Ravens. I think the respawn is going to be too strong, but I will say, even on that map number 1, like when we got over to P4, some great plays were being made by Falcons. Maybe turn some heads in this match 1.
We got our maps and modes. Alley Cat, walk me through how you see the rest of the series playing out. We've had 2 best of 5s going to game 5. Will we see a second vault in this series?
Well, so you know what? That map number 1 taught me a lot about Falcons. I don't think they have a second SMG right now, and that's really going to hurt them on these smaller maps like Skyline. But as we move forward, we slowly get bigger and bigger. So vault a little bit more medium sized. Maybe they'll be a little bit more comfortable in this respawn. Even if not there, they have an opportunity in Protocol. I think that heavily favors their play style, and I'm really hoping to see them steal a respawn.
That control is coming up in just a moment. Before we get there, reminder, what are you doing this summer? We're going out to Riyadh. You can join us at the Esports World Cup. A very special thank you to the EWC, an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The Falcons, well known around there. They just won a club championship. Now they'll see if they can represent well in the CDL, and to find out in a game 3, we have 2 excellent commentators. One's tall, the other one is taller. Let's send it over to Merc and Maven.
Nice.
Thank you, guys. Great stuff there, Chris. And the desk broke it down wonderfully. And we're excited now for map 3 as we get ready to go into the control. But yeah, no, I kind of like Ali said, we'll see if they can take a respawn. I mean, that's going to be the big thing. Yes, I was impressed with the search and destroy, but that didn't like shock me. That was literally when we first talked about it, I was like, how do you think they're going to be people? You're like, search.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. You got that step done, but you still have to win a respawn. I did like what we saw at times in map 1. Now we'll see in the control.
And that's what they were known for, right? Like in the EU challenges was winning search. It's like, so that keeps up in this title. They're happy about that. But yeah, job's not done.
No, still work to do, but you have battled so far. Let's see if they can catch him in control. What were your big takeaways from control the first time we casted it today?
Yeah, I mean, I guess for, I thought a little bit more maybe defensive sided, but really what we've seen is just throughout both of the matches that we saw earlier today, if you're able to get line control, get someone into art, that B zone goes quickly. But again, it's just a lot more coordinated than the people I'm playing with in ranked. Because I still load you like a maniac.
Yeah, no, you're a true psychopath for that one. Map 3 underway as we are tied up 1-1. I looked at the top thing and there wasn't a tick for Falcons, and I almost said 1-0. I'm like, that's not correct. We're in control. I got confused for a second. The Falcons find some of their early kills though, and they'll get onto the point. Trying to pinch right their side though will be Gwyn and Slasher. Gwyn's gonna get picked up. Slasher the next one, maybe he can make a play, but they got the read on that and trying to deal with the front side of it as well. Slasher is able to get one and stay up. Point still being captured though as they try to work towards his second bit of progression. Tucked away in a corner. Roxas tries to get the kill, some damage in, but can't quite finish it off.
Honestly, this is great patience out of Falcons, right? I mean, they know something is up. There's a lot of different areas where you can contest A, find angles, go on a big play through big door, but they just kept one on it. Everyone else was shouldering, trying to find the info, and now A is done. Have a couple life advantage, a ton of time to work with.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Now kind of the tough part. Doesn't look like they're going to get an easy transition across like we saw maybe in our first series of the day, because that's 4 straight kills for Ravens. So you do exactly what you need to. You lose that, you battle back, and now they're trying to get some spawn kills. I mean, you are pushed up deep. You see number 2 in TJ. He's basically behind enemy lines trying to find a kill. Roxas, though, has got the read onto that. We'll see if they opt to leave him. They'll shut it down. TJ will get dropped, but yeah, I mean, you're fighting right off of spawn. It's going to take a little bit of time to push this out now.
Yeah, and really what TJ's trying to do, if you control that building, you can spawn them out over towards that pool house. You have a high top catwalk, and you can just mow them down and spawn, right?
Yeah.
You can have some nasty spawn traps on this map, but it doesn't happen. Falcons recover, and now it's their turn. You do get someone pushed up in a boot over towards Statue. You have one tick on B. Again, you're just pausing the clock. 15 versus 15. Falcons very much in a great spot for this offense.
Yeah, due to the efficiency of that first capture, you still have time to work with. Despite the slow start progressing towards B. You did get that one tick done. I thought TJ maybe had a freebie on the stair ahead. He doesn't work out that way, though. And now you've got 2 down. Yeah, here we go. He's exactly right. The trophy there for coverage. Trophy no longer there for coverage because the next set of nades hit. Somebody's got to go. Somebody has to get out. The nades do connect and they get all 3. It got a little scary there for a second. You know, Slasher hopping on R. You don't ever want that to have to be the play, but he's got to fly.
Yeah, and then you had Roastus. Like, he was watching the cross from Lion, but the nades connected, so he's got to reposition. But yeah, that nade saves the day in round number 1.
Let's see if they can get another trophy on the point. Just get this final tick on in. Tough gunfight there for Vivid. He looked frustrated after that one. Thought he had the position. Gwyn shot everything but the enemy player. Slasher is able to get straight headies there to win it.
Well, that was an insane chow by Roxas. What a chow.
Yeah.
Just in the middle of the road all the way up to towards top part. 5 versus 5.
He's shooting. Slasher trying to get out with 18 HP though. No respawns remaining for Falcons. And it's getting worse. Now 3 players to go. TJ got that one. That might seal it, but for now it'll be a 4 versus 3. They got to do this without extended. If you're Falcons, you got 10 seconds to go. This is your last effort. Here comes the push. They go 1 for 1. Gwyn goes big. He's able to get 2. Last player will fall, and Ravens hold on. I mean, you were, what, a second from maybe winning that round, but you got rid of the trophy. You shut down that big push from Falcons, and eventually you bleed them out.
Yeah, and that's just, like, sometimes just the finer details. Maybe just putting that trophy in a bit of a better spot for cover.
Then you can't just shoot it from top art.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're not thinking about that in the moment.
No, yeah. You know, just to get a couple seconds to mosey out there, like, how would I place this here?
Right here, yeah.
Reposition it there.
No, but I mean, yeah, if that trophy's there, maybe the round is over.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be over just because he ate that first 1 or 2, but they had more.
Had more, and then they were able to hold on. Yeah, it was, what, 5 versus 5. Some big picks go their way, and Ravens win the defense.
You end up getting 1. 5 ticks, though, so some success there from Falcons, depending on how the rest of this plays out. See how this opening break goes. TJ ripped down to 50 almost instantly. Extend then able to swing on it. Slasher was tagged up and weak as well, and he will get dropped once again. An early opening break, or a great opening break out of Falcons. I mean, they've yet to die. The first death was to TJ there and Abood.
Yeah, I mean, they don't overchow. They backed up right away. Already 30 seconds off the clock. TJ, though, does find the opener. So now big door open for Gwyn and Vivid. Start to work their numbers. TJ wins another one, staying patient, now can start to work this objective.
No, just good job having gun up and gun ready for these fights. Once again, TJ, the comms flowing from his teammates. He's got the gun ready for the fight. As he's got 4 straight really in the opening of this round. Rox is just kind of holding top art, trying to spot, make sure nobody leaks on through. No funny business going on, maybe in transition. As the final bit of the point goes in, extension through, 2 minutes to work with, 25 versus 25.
Yeah, they were worried about Gwyn there for a bit. He was just sneaking around. That's who they were looking for. But yeah, A is captured, but a couple of kills off of that. Watch number 2 there. TJ's trying to get on through. Kicks, gets the info, and now they just let Exton know, hey, they're behind you. You need to take your time. Gwyn trying to get to TJ, not going to happen. And Chase just goes for the challenge. He's going to try to hunt him down.
And you kind of have a little game going on the other side. Okay, they picked that up. Roxas is kind of doing the same thing on the other end of it, kind of trying to do, I think, what TJ did the last round. But you win that sequence if you're a Carolina Royal Ravens.
And I think that's one of those situations where you either just ignore him, or because Exton won that first fight, you got to wait for him to go together and challenge that 2 versus 1. Instead, they take the 1v1s, they deal with the players on their side of the map, and now Ravens capturing B.
TJ, I'd love to get that one back. He gets that kill. You might be able to get 3 people on this pretty quickly for free and close out, but you still might be all right. Vivid and Gwyn able to step it up. Doesn't even end up mattering. Ravens go up 2-0. Honestly, real clean offensive round there. I mean, they, other than what, kind of, well, just a break off. That's about it. Like, you had a slow break off. It took a bit to get A. After that, made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, I thought they were on point, and then TJ makes some individual plays. And on the other side, his teammates got out of the trap. Didn't allow the 2 Falcons players to kind of delay that B hit, and then they all able to get on B.
See Vivid kind of listen to the comments of their teammates, yapping back as they kind of chat through stuff, maybe what they want to do differently in this upcoming defensive round. But a chance to close it out with efficiency here. Slasher, you saw him snap it around, carry the 4 streak into this. Some big kills around the point. All the breaks, I feel like
they might go right to B. They might go right to it. Roxy's got a 2-piece, and they're just going to jump on down. Try to get art control is Exnid. Then immediately have a gunfight on 1, hits the slide. Gwyn does take him down, but it's immediate pressure here for Vegas.
And it looks like, you know, after that next sequence of fights, they decided to bring it back over towards A. They just try to get greedy there for a second, see what you can do behind it. I love the attempt to play. And next, they were just dancing back and forth. That'll be 3 down, though, for Falcons, as they'll be coming off a spawn. The only forward man will be Roxas. Now, what can he do? Gun up there, maybe gets a second stun, just a little bit too late to maybe sequence those together.
And this is spawn you kind of don't want, right, Jez?
Yeah, right.
You have all these different angles looking at you. You can hit underground. That's what 7 is doing. Maybe just trying to pause the clock. Actually, you're going to have 3 in this area. Vivid's going to come off a spawn. You have a trophy down. Able to win another gunfight. It is all headshots in the feed. There was only 1 player on it, and they continue to just play around these kills. Now with another trophy. All 4 Falcons players in this B area.
Can they get this B point first? 1 person on it currently. Second bit of progress is done. Pressure now to Royal Ravens to kind of disrupt this. They got 2 kills, so they want to push on forward. That's going to get exited out of the point for now. You only have 20 seconds remaining, though, is the issue. But I love the patience here. Can't just die for free. They're kind of wondering, where did he go? He reach-house and wins it. What a play there from exit, especially the pressure of the clock. He wins that one, too. That's a hell of a play.
No, if he was at B, might be gone.
That would have been done. That would have been such an insane play.
Yeah, but the patience, pays off. They're just thinking he's going to go back towards A, right through the hole. But he doesn't. Stays at the door, is able to find a pick, but not done yet. They have to get this extension. It's going to be 3 dead. Kicks trying to play his life, almost able to snap, but 10 seconds, and they have to sprint forward. And TJ is here to mow him down.
Yeah, you just got so much forward position right now if you're Royal Ravens. And if Falcons outclass them in the search, Ravens absolutely outclassed them in the control. They win it 3-0. I mean, the first offense for Falcons was solid. They got 5 ticks, just couldn't quite close it out. A couple of these big moments that went the way of Carolina, but that is a great control victory there. And honestly, that's like I know it's a different team, but like one of those modes that kind of plagued them last year at times. Like they were trying to improve in that. I know it's a new look, but they'd love to be a more consistent control team.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of series last year for Carolina where they're thinking we can win this and we're at champs, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, for a second I was like, am I misremembering that? I'm like, no, that was definitely the issue. But look at the overall stats there. Nothing really all that crazy in the slaying department. I mean, despite the fact it's a 3-0, there were a lot of close rounds throughout the course of that.
No, 100%. I mean, yeah, first one comes down to like a 5 versus 5. Second one, maybe Carolina runs away with it a bit, but on that attacking. But defense, I mean, both their attacking rounds there for Falcons, like there were openings.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of nades don't hit, and maybe that B point is done.
So close. Love the play and patience from exit maybe to do it, but I mean, whatever they're doing their breakoffs, I think for the most part was great, though. It feels like they had Royal Ravens in what, like a 3-down scenario? Like most of the breakoffs, 2-3 down almost every time. Like they had advantage early. They were able to get position. It's just what were they able to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe Carolina got to switch theirs up. That's what maybe the story is also telling.
Maybe, yeah. Well, it's just interesting because, yeah, you saw, at least in our first series today, like usually at the breakoff you lost. Like, A was captured so quickly. It wasn't really the same type of success here, maybe for Falcons, but, well, to be fair, the one time the 2 picks came outside, right? They tried to swing it to B really fast, so that's a little bit different. But, and this is almost the play. This would have been simple. He has 6 HP. Like, he is just
1 bullet.
Yeah, a gust of wind, and that's knocking him out of it, unfortunately.
And I mean, I don't even know if they would have potentially got B. They probably would have had A, though. Done. Right, because everyone off spawn for Carolina would just be running over towards B, trying to protect that point. They at least had the extension. Could have been a much closer round.
Well, so far, the respawns going the way of Royal Ravens. What was the map for again? Oh, here we go.
Protocol.
Let's say Protocol. I couldn't remember which one it was. We get the Protocol, maybe a vault if needed. But we'll see. What's been your what are your thoughts kind of on Protocol, just in your rank grind or scrim grind, like overall thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, right? Because you obviously have the 2 houses, you have the zip lines. Like, for sub players, I think that can be tough. You're really just trying to work underground AR. It's sort of like just trying to control these. Top ammo is just so. It's very strong, right? You can look everywhere over the map. You have to worry about the subs flanking it. But in terms of hardpoint, I think what you're really looking at is P3 and P4. It's like a map where, I don't know, It's an interesting one because, like, it's really just this one top middle lane and then all about these sort of different sides. And really, underground is just so key when you talk about our SMGs in the league.
Okay, well, we'll see what the SMGs are able to do. Yeah, I mean it's kind of how I feel like it should be so far. Like, if you're SMG, like, usually early on, well, that's why we have like a lot of GAs and stuff that'll happen, like with regards to ARs, because like it's just harder to play a sub early in a title. Like all the timings, you have to figure out what routes are the best. I mean, timings are like everything because you just, I don't know, there's just gunfights in a sub. You're like, I can't win this. Like but that's how it should be. Yeah, like with a sub, like there should be a gunfight you like can't really win unless it's like absurd shots. But like if you've got an AMS like set up deep on a heady, like.
Yeah, and I think really what we've seen through today, like P1 at Skyline, we've been seeing teams pull out a third AR. You'll probably see this year P1 on Protocol where you're fighting for top mid control. So this is one of those maps where depending on the hill, you're going to have different weapon out.
Okay, we'll see how much maybe an extra AR, extra 2 ARs get added into this one depending on the hard point. But that's why we talk about sub players so much. I mean, I don't know. I know sometimes we'll say it's a sub player's world, but like it's hard, man. Running a sub is hard.
I'm not good at it.
Later in the year, you know, maybe a little bit of a different combo, but early it is tough.
I think it's just one of those things when you're going off as a sub, it just looks awesome.
Oh, it does. Yeah.
You look so cool.
You look twisted.
Yeah, you look so cool, and everybody wants to do that.
Then the AR, it's just, you know, you're
I'm just an old man.
I just picture like Zenny at like the wall on what was it, Arden Forest? Just
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, we get right into the fray, and the ARs are lighting up the feed early on. But into the P1 first go. Royal Ravens, you know, at least in the first hard point, like Falcons really able to dictate the pace early on. It was just late that they kind of crumbled. We'll see what kind of effort we get here this time, trying to bounce back after getting slaughtered a bit in that control. Nice wave of kills there as Roxas able to put 2 up. They'll take hardpoint control away from Royal Ravens, and TJ tries to get an underground. You'll see subs trying to make a play from these positions.
Yeah, and that's it. You're just trying to find the flank on the ARs in top house, and TJ.
Oh, loaded.
Yeah, that was an awkward one, and Jix is able to find a double. He's 4-0.
It's like a door just hit me in my ass.
And now, I mean, what P1s have been great for Falcons. Gonna rotate over towards P2 plat. And this could be a hill where, like, I feel like if better teams are probably gonna want to try to control it from the front, chain it into a P3. If you're able to have top ammo control, it can be so tough to cross top middle as Kicks just continues to stay alive, 7-0.
Dancing, just dancing. That looks so frustrating, so annoying for TJ to try and get the angle. The pistol ends up putting him down. TJ's still looking for his first kill. Gwen, the same for him. They've got 5 total kills. I mean, Roxas is on, he's 8-0. So yeah, this is a fantastic start now for Falcons. Can you keep this sequence going? It's a boot from the point, trying to snap, not quite able to take that bump. We go over to Kicks' POV.
Oh, we did get the Hellstorm.
Did he earn it?
Yeah, I got the Hellstorm there, so. Starts off 9-0, has the Hellstorm. I mean, that'll be great for the next P1 if they need it. Now for Ravens, this is your way right back into this game. You can control P3, take it down to the P4, and you can easily have the lead.
Well, let's see if they can chain these together. Kick's gonna be the forward man. Working with Roxas, timing works out perfectly there up the grapple. He's gonna catch a second as well. Kick's picking them apart. Now to Chow the third inside of the point, tuck it away into a doorway. Well, it was trying to be Gwen. Exton's able to lock him down and right into the point with a quick break. Go Falcons, and now everything you said just kind of falls apart, Chow.
Yeah, I mean, you have the close spawns out for the Falcons. You have Roxas right off spawn, but it's just a back and forth battle. Nobody really able to get control. Gotta wait for your numbers here if you're Falcons. Nice for first win onto TJ for a boot. Then immediately gonna hit that zip flank. Try to control top ammo.
Considering he got broken almost immediately, pretty good regain here from Royal Ravens. I know they get a pretty close spawn out front, but they battle back in. It's some semblance of balance by the point. Exit clotheslining people out front, trying to dance into a third, but Slasher at least up to the task in that fight. You look to get the remaining 10 or so seconds here, and now we get ready for our P4. What are you seeing control-wise, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, this can be the blender here if you get into a clean setup, which Carolina, it really isn't doing. Gwen's rotated. Him and Slasher in a great spot, but the numbers, it's down to a 1 versus 1. Slasher gets 2, Gwen gets 2, 5 in a row. And now Carolina get the setup that they want. Vivid locking down, big door. Someone's going to watch Zip, someone's going to watch Spiral, and this could be a lot of time here for Ravens.
I mean, you tell me Vivid's 4-12 and TJ's 3-9. I feel pretty good about the position I'm in. The fact that you had a tie game, basically. I know TJ gets 2 now, but it was really just kind of Slasher. And then Gwen, Gwen went on 5 in a row to get there. So, like, they were getting bodied a bit.
Yeah, getting smoked. But this is, they had to do what they had to do. They had to break on P3, well, re-break it. Early rotation with P4 control, and this is where you're going to win the map.
Slasher deep in his bag now. Movement looking clean. Up to 18 and 8. 6 straight for him.
He's one off a Hellstorm as well. So you have the Hellstorm on the side of the Falcons. Slasher could get one of his own.
Who earned it, Kicks?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he started off, what, 9-0?
Yeah.
Well, Gwen's got one.
Well, and Gwen gets 2. Great stuff there. Maybe earning another streak as you started to make a run here. If you're Carolina, we heard the comms already from Falcons. Let's hear the other side of this now with Carolina Royal Ravens.
Crossing dead. No, heli. I can't get you cross anymore. No, jump out mid on me.
I mean,
Close heli.
I'm absolutely further pressure.
Drop me gun. Big gun. Close big gun. I got a shake. On time.
No one exists. Everyone. I'm dead.
I need top ammo. Turn this down.
Tell me one time. I'm about to jump on the ground.
I don't want to float.
I want top edge.
I'll see top ammo weak. Top ammo weak and one's Ivy, I think.
It's top zip.
Top zip.
Low heli again.
Top mid gun.
Low heli.
Dead.
Nice, low heli and ult. There's 2 on me ult. Alright, trophy on you now. I'm going zip here.
Almost top ammo.
Control buff hold still.
Goes up there.
Top dead. Looking for.
One's gonna spawn out behind us
Yeah,
now.
looking behind us. Every low. They can pitch my grandma's. One's mid box still.
You're gonna challenge me, guys.
Grandma's.
I might need help.
I have your up. I have your stairs and
back right. Jump on me, Tom.
He's gonna be top mid
2
somewhere.
back right, Teach.
No, one. Yeah, one more back right. I can be back right. I have back right. Like both. He's in box.
Maybe he's spawn behind us.
He's top grandma. Trying to hold my mid right now. He's going top broken. It look like.
One's low right. Low right. One shot.
Top broken.
Both is one shot.
I'm not you top broken.
Ladder.
Ladder.
Okay.
Ladder one shot. One top broken.
Trying to
There's 3 on me.
I have a shake.
I'm going under.
I'm trying to work you on.
Backside, bro. I'm gonna play heli.
You on one shot. Absolute Ivy. Absolute Ivy on me. One top ammo.
Low stairs weak.
Top ammo.
Stairs dead. Nice.
Old ammo and Ivy. Top zip.
I set him on home. Mid gun on me. Mid gun dead. Nice too.
Top ammo.
Top zip, right?
Low stairs. Top zip.
I go stairs. Nice 3. Running through right now. They definitely should.
I think he was top.
Roxas is definitely.
Back. He went to the deep back.
Pretty calm, honestly, for the most part. What do you like from it?
No, I mean, just those kills right there. I mean, Falcons actually do a really good job getting a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Towards that P2, they just died at the wrong time. You had Ravens spawning out for P3, around 10 seconds left, and then you go 3 dead. But P3 last time through was pretty back and forth. Is that going to be the same? Yeah, 1 player left, just trying to play their life, and, well, able to do it. A great multi-kill from Abood.
No, this has literally just been the absolute mixer on this point. It's like no one's been able to spawn anybody out deep. You've just been fighting back and forth. They got the edge a little bit last time. I think if you're Carolina, it looks like it might be the case here as well. As underground, it'll be Roxas as he's getting maybe set up for next. But all the time getting soaked up now by Royal Ravens. Gwen kind of leading the way in hardpoint time. Slasher right there with him as well. This is a look at the setup for the upcoming point.
Yeah, this is a good call. I mean, last time through, this is 20 seconds left. This is how you get back in the game. If you get a full hold here, you'd have the lead. So how do Ravens try to break this?
Yeah, they fought for last, like, basically till the end, it felt like last time. Try to set up early and have it pay dividends. And you're getting your return now. That is 4 straight. They wipe them off the board, and you got a chance to flip the script and maybe take control. But remember, you talk about the map 1, it was what, 175, 175. Then you basically don't score a point. It's all Royal Ravens late. Can you have a bit more ice now if you are Falcons in the late moments as you start to surge? You feel the momentum kind of shifting their way a bit. Every kill has been their way. They are slicing them up. You've gotten, what, 1 or 2 kills really in these pushes. If you were Royal Ravens, you found no opening at all.
It's so hard to break. I mean, you have a staircase, and it's really this position here, big door. You jump on that PC, and it is, like, you're not winning that gunfight. Unless it's like a crazy team shot. But yeah, you just have 2 players on either side, and then everyone else watches big door, and, well, they did it. They early rotated. That pays off. Now they're only going to be down around 10.
Right back into the mix. As our next hard point pops, there'll be Falcons inside to start. Missed a lot though. Slasher's been holding on to this streak. Vivid gets a kill. He drops the kicks, but he'll be able to trade that out. Vivid actually gets 2 during that sequence as well, so that'll get them onto the point. Wynn's got a trophy to work with as well. Shot just a little bit too high. Roxas and Exit combined to get a couple. Kicks is going to call his streak into the
all streaking.
He's been holding this since basically the beginning of the game. That's going to take out Gwyn as well. It's everything getting thrown into this, but it's still Falcons in the point. Falcons lead now. Can they keep it rolling? They've lost a couple of players now.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher somehow gets a double there. Just staying alive, top middle. Now it's a triple. TJ's going to find the 4th. There is a bit of a split spawn here for Exit and Kicks. And, well, the split spawn's going to pay off.
Oh, it certainly does. Is he ready for that as well? What Kicks is he's snapping. They'll cut everybody down. They'll get the remaining scrap time, and they'll look at just about a 10-point edge as we get ready for next. I thought Shot's a little too shaky, but the movement's there, and he's able to win the fight against TJ. They've got control of our next point. A chance to push this to a map 5. This is where they need the ice, though. They crumbled late. You can't let it happen again. As I say that, 3 of them drop.
Yeah, what is it? It's the stuns and the nades from Carolina. Just barraging the point, weakening them up, and just allows them to walk up the staircase, get right onto the hill. TJ Slasher able to find 2. Exit and Roxas trying to battle back. Well, there we go. You at least get one off the point. The rest of the Ravens going to have to reposition. They don't win it here, so we will have a P3.
That's where you're fortunate. You've at least got another point to work with. Nice shots of the pistol there from Abood. The feed, they'll go 2 for 2. Tries to chow top window. Gwyn, we'll see her head later as that's sent into the next map. Nice stretch here from Falcons.
Yet a couple of players spawn out. This is what Ravens did to them last time, but inside of ammo, they have to win the gunfights. There's one player left in Vivid who's able to find one, and then they spawn out just as the hill pops.
And that's probably the deepest spawn we've seen on this point. Like, I swear, it has been like, this hard point in this particular map is played like a P1. Like, it has just been chaos around this point. You finally get a decent spawn out. Well, if you're Royal Ravens to get them out, but now you come in with 2 entries if you're Falcons. TJ still up and fighting. 6 points needed for Royal Ravens, 28 needed for Falcons. Falcons continue to find kills. There's another big break here into the point, and they can win it here, Joe.
Oh, they can. Watch number 4, though. That's going to be Vivid. Trying to go up top, maybe to find an angle through the zip line. The rest of his teammates going to work the spawn. Vivid, that point man, he's going to find the opener. Gwyn, TJ follow it up, and now Exit's got to make a miracle happen. Not going to happen. It's a close one, but Carolina able to take it through the respawns.
Carolina just the ice late and a couple of hard points. A little bit different than map 1, obviously, but when they needed to make big plays, they did. And I don't know if that's like, there's some pressure on Falcons obviously coming into the league. Maybe you feel the pressure a little bit late in the hard point. Not sure if that's part of it, or just, you've got a little more veteran experience on the other side of this.
No doubt about it. I mean, for Falcons, a couple of plays away in both of those.
Oh, no.
I mean, throughout all those maps where something goes your way, might be able to take one of those.
As a loss, but as a respectable first showing. Like, you fought them tough on, well, the control was a 3-0, but those were some close rounds. They were. Like, the 3 respawns were pretty tight. 75 points separating map 1, 14 points here. They look great in the search and destroy. I mean, we'll see how to go against the top teams, but you play a team which we expect to be somewhere around the middle of the pack, maybe in the Royal Ravens, and you push them.
Yeah, I mean, they were slaying with them, right? Kick starts off 9-0, and if maybe it's not for Slasher's sort of effort early on in that, I mean,
no, that
could have been ugly.
No, because before Gwen's 5 streak, everyone was basically double negative. Like, what did I say? It was the 2, it was Vivid and TJ, right? We're 3-9 or whatever it was. But somehow the game was 75-75. And that's where maybe when you get more reps against some of these teams, when you're having an advantage in the sling like that, you push the lead a little bit more. It probably shouldn't be a 75-75 game.
Yeah, just comes out of those P4s, and they kind of traded those, and that's where you see it's 189 to 180. A bunch of streaks go off towards P1.
Everything comes out that final.
Everything does. Yeah, just a couple of key gunfights go the Ravens' way.
But for Falcons, we've heard about some of the raw talent, the confidence. You saw it sometimes, some wild ego challenge, just ripping people off the headies. Some really brilliant individual moments, but just not quite enough as they'll lose that 3-1, and that'll be the question mark here going forward. Are they going to be able to take respawns off some of these teams? You're new to the league, welcome, but it is going to be an uphill battle. It absolutely is. And, we've had teams come in before, whether it's been a Mind Freak from APAC, whether it's been a Heretics, and sometimes, I know Heretics came in was a top 6 team pretty much instantly. Mind Freak had some run as well at tournaments, but He definitely has got better as they were in the league longer.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to be playing better and better people. So, you're going to get better.
Yeah, you play to your competition, you try to improve, and that'll be what they're trying to do there with Coach Clayster and company. But that'll do it for our third match, a swifter one there. Desk, what were your thoughts?
Allie, you want to go first? You had
I'll
hope.
go first. I did have hope. But I will say, both teams tip my hat. That was a dominant control performance by the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. Congratulations on the win for them. But I think Falcons definitely made a point and made a statement today with their gameplay. I mean, you saw improvement just as the series went on. So I think that was a great series.
Nameless, if you're Carolina, are you happy with this expected win?
Yeah, I think you are happy. I mean, coming out, starting up 1-0, obviously going up against a team and players that you have no idea how they're going to approach the game, right? And they gave you a run for your money, but I think they're happy about Slasher's performance. The guy really closing out for them on that game number 4. It's something where they may have lacked at times last year, having AR dominance in terms of slaying, and he brought that for them. So for Carolina, hey, man, you start off 1-0. Got to be happy.
All right, we've got 3 matches in the books, 1 more still to go, but let's revisit this one in the second half as we look at the Call of Duty League highlights featuring Austin Liddycoat once again. Honestly, though, I loved watching Gwyn's screen, and Joe was even calling out the big brain plays from Vivid, especially in those respawns.
Slasher is Thanos. He likes to put a stop once the momentum starts to go. He single-handedly kept them in this game during the beginning. You heard Merck and Maven talking about it, where everybody was basically double negative at the start of this from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, but it was Slasher, the veteran, the main AR, ending 33 and 23 and just keeping the momentum rolling for his teammates to catch up.
On the other side, Nameless, who is shining for the Falcons?
I would say Kicks. Honestly, he had some massive plays on rotations. King Abode was going nuts. I mean, he had a big play where he almost won them the game when he got all the way through. But you could see sort of like the discipline errors that they were having, Chris, throughout this last one. Even on the first one, like they put themselves in positions where they could have won, right? And then they throw it away, over challenge a little bit. We saw it when we got towards that P4, like just some tough challenges out of them. But honestly, I think for the first series, this is what you want to see to like gauge where they're at. It's like they know what's going on. They know the rotations, the things that they need to be cutting. It's just going to be the small, minute details. Like when you're in this hill, you saw how they're all just camping corners, waiting to get collapsed upon. You can't do that at the CDL level. You have to be pushing out those cuts, actively challenging them, giving yourself and your teammates time to help you out. So these are things that they're going to learn going forward. But for that to be that close, I mean, that's pretty astonishing.
It's time to take a look at our scuff play of the game. Who earns our honors this time around? And is it a multi-kill? I'm told it's a whole bunch of them. We got Slasher on your screen. 33-23, 24 non-traded kills is the most important number on that list.
And I think it's been a minute since we've seen Slasher kind of slay out like this, too. You know, when you give him the opportunity, give him an inch, he will take a mile. We saw him do it in map number 1 as well. It was him and Gwyn combining, both dropping 30 bombs. So it's nice to see Slasher on the sticks again and kind of getting the attention he should get.
Yeah, and that was played really well, what you see on your screen right here. He calls that streak, and they end up cleaning them out here. And what happens is they pin him in that back spawn, just rotating back and forth from the middle gun and controlling P2. That was the turning point in the game, and it was Slasher who set it up.
I will say, if you look at the overall board at the end of that map, though, the graph, looks like a DNA helix. Like, that thing was back and forth. Carolina wants a much cleaner hard point moving forward. You got smoked in the search and destroy as well. So not a perfect game out of Carolina, but you're walking away with the W on opening day.
And just when we tipped our hats to Slasher before this series started about his search and destroy, so hopefully they hit those VOD and hit the camp back and get that map number 2 back under wraps.
Question is, which Raven will be joining us in our interview? That is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Let us know in the chat. Who do you want to talk to, and what questions do you have for Carolina? And a reminder, we still have a battle coming up at the end of the night that has a lot of people excited. Atlanta takes on Toronto Ultra still.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of our classic matchups, but it's going to look a little bit different this time. You know, we got Beans and Joe DeCeves coming into the Toronto lineup. I think a lot of people are excited to see their debut with Kleenex and Insight.
Yes.
Like, Beans is coming into a situation where this is the best team that he has ever had in the history of his career, and he's being asked to be the main slayer coming in for scrap. So a lot is on his shoulders, but what we've seen from last year is he can rise to that occasion. He can slay, but can he do it organized? We'll find out.
We got another match to go and an interview on the other side of the break. Before we get there, reminder about Riyadh. We're heading to Esports World Cup. Big shout out to the official partner of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup kicking off in July through August 2025. When we return, an interview, and then Atlanta versus Toronto. This is the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League for Black Ops 6. We're now joined by our Carolina Royal Raven, who figured out how to turn on his webcam, and he joins us live over the internet.
What's up, buddy?
Welcome back to the league, Austin, aka Slasher. You're walking away with the W, but it wasn't pretty tonight. What was it like playing with the new team?
It was obviously a lot of fun. I mean, getting to actually get back into it. I haven't played in like almost a year now, so it felt good. I think too, getting that first match win is super important. It felt a little weird in the game, I'm not gonna lie, compared to some of our scrims. I think those guys have a different play style than most of the NA team, so it's catching us off guard, but a win's a win.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, knocking off that ring rust, I like to call it. It's been a decent break for you, probably the longest break that you've ever taken. How's it been, getting back to the swing of things, scrimming nonstop and grinding Black Ops 6?
I mean, it was actually very weird for me because I didn't play Call of Duty for 5 months.
Yeah.
It was the longest break I've had in 15 years probably. I totally just detached from the scene. I watched a little bit. I went to Champs, but outside of that, I was not involved at all. So definitely, I started getting back into playing Cold War 8s in the off season. Had to get the rust off, and it just feels good. It feels like natural, and this is where I want to be and what I want to do.
And you're stressing for so long, being on the top teams and trying to get championships, and you take a step back for a couple months. What did that do for your mental? Is the appreciation back? Is that a good way to put it for COD?
I mean, the appreciation is definitely back, although I've never really lost it. I mean, you know how I am. I just want to compete. I want to win. I'm always going hard. If anything, it was honestly harder than playing because I was just in limbo. I had to figure out what I wanted to do, started hanging out with friends more, going to the gym, just trying to occupy my time and not kind of lose my mind. So yeah, it just feels good to be back.
Welcome back.
Sasha, talk to me about your teammates and talk to me about kind of the building process of this squad and what it's been like for you, and if you have any history with some of these players and if you're happy to be back with them.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a lot of history with TJ Halley. I love playing with that guy. We've had our up and downs. We've had a lot of success together, especially in World War II. And then Gwen, obviously one of the Rookie of the Year, a super aggressive sub, really good. And then Reese kind of rounded our team out. He wanted to switch to a flex player. And I've had a lot of success with Reese and 8s and kind of always talked to him a lot. So I figured he might be a good fit for our squad.
Slasher, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win tonight. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before you go?
Shout out to Mama Liddy watching and all the fam.
Shout out Mama Liddy.
Mama Liddy, love that one. All right, that is Slasher, that is Carolina. They're done for the night, but we still have one more match to go, and there's some new faces up north in Toronto. Let's take a look at the Ultra. The 2025 Ultra featuring Beans, our favorite new addition. Of course, Joe Deceives also making his way up from LA Thieves as Scrap will now be wearing red. Toronto, though, still with the mainstays of Kleenex and Insight. Allie, what do you think of this roster?
This roster, on paper, to me, it seems like it would work as far as roles go. I'm just very worried about the communication, like that clip we saw earlier, where, Beans and Joe, they like to get amped up, very into it, very into the mix, where Inside and Kleenex are used to being a little bit more laid back, a little bit more chill. So I'm excited to see how their chemistry plays out in game.
It's all about the yin and yang, they balance each other out. It's like Merc and Maven. Let's take a look, though, at their opposition, because this is a team coming off a $1 million tournament win. Atlanta FaZe taking home the cup at EWC.
I guess I got my swagger back. Celium finally going out and just slaying at that last tournament, going absolutely off. That's what we've been waiting to see. I think the dynamic between him and Draza both being typically the aggressive AR player, it threw Celium off last year, guys, and that's why they weren't finding as much success. And then Abizi also had a little bit of a down year. It was sad because Simp was like the best player in the world early on with the SMG, but now we're back in a Treyarch title, and they're looking to win every single tournament. We know how good they are in this developer.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes for this showdown. It used to be a heavyweight fight. Do you still classify it as that? Yeah, 100%? All right, protocol, red card, Vault, Skyline, Vault, your heavyweight fight. Will we go to a game 5, Allie?
Oh, man. I feel like out of all the series, if you asked me at the beginning of the day, yes, this should have been the game 5 series. But I think maybe we'll end in 4, and I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. Are we doing pick'ems yet?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Scuff pick'ems. Throw them up on the screen. Allie wants to go first. Atlanta FaZe locked in 0-3. This is your first dub? Why?
It's my first dub because I just have faith. It's a Treyarch title. It's Simp and Abizi. I think Abizi's going to go crazy with Omni movement. I'm excited.
Nameless?
I'm going to go with Toronto. I think Toronto are going to come in, cause an upset. We've seen some big upsets today. Even that last series, very close, could have went either way. I like this Toronto roster.
You have Draza on your fantasy team and you just picked Toronto. I'm going with that Atlanta FaZe. The fans are going to agree with me.
Don't
and
I have
so
Kleenex
do
too?
fans. And Miles, let's send it over to the boys.
Get cooked.
I have Kleenex as well, bro.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, wow, you're torn.
Appreciate it.
That's rough.
Ant's fantasy team is going to clean up this series one way or another. This should be a treat, guys. Like, what a fantastic matchup we've got ahead of us. A new look, though, for the Ultra Squad chance, but is it going to be the same old story, a good match between the two?
That is a very good question. I don't know. An incredibly storied matchup, as you say, but we're going to find out straight away. Both Joe Deceives and Ben Beans are like two different players that like we sort of have an idea what they're capable of. They might have been on some lower tier squads initially, but have been working their way up. So Insight and Kleenex, known quantities. We know exactly how their comms are going to be. We know how they're going to play on the map. We know Insight's going to be very slow in the respawns, but always doing the right thing. But they're like the perfect setup guys to let players like Beans and Joe Deceives just off the leash. Like, Beans is already a slayer. I'm going hot take. Beans might show up and be a top 5 player this year. That's right. Pushing the narratives before map 1 against FaZe.
Before the map's even loaded. Well, let's find out how things go for Beans. On board now with the boys of FaZe, straight into P1. As you know, folks, it's an absolute bloodbath, and let's face it, this map is going to be no different whatsoever. The feed is particularly Toronto, though, Chance.
Yeah, nice little start. Good nades as well. Always going to be a tone setter. But here's Insight doing the right things. He was trying to camp the up top because this is the last place you want Simp to be because, well, it's just going to be his wheelhouse. Beans, last man standing on the point. Can't make the big play. Gets shut down. FaZe in full control.
Yeah, crazy watching it in FaZe. Pick up pieces like that. Simp hits a flank, manages to rob 3 before being taken down. Odo Insight gets his as well. P1 still firmly in the hands of FaZe. Bit of a contest there. And Beans picks one out. Kleenex there to pick up the other. And Ultra right back in it.
It's going to be an interesting moment over towards P2 as well, because right now the Ultra boys are going to be quick with the kill feed. I mean, Knight showing up in the feed there. Simp able to just walk straight through the middle of the map. And while he does get traded out, Draza gives you 2 on the time in Atlanta FaZe. I mean, initial control. The back spawns for Ultra. Going to be quick to the jump, though. And Draza's by himself. And yeah, not enough coverage from the top side of the map. Joe Deceives does a wonderful job getting the big 2, and Ultra get the big break.
He's one of the most exciting players, and the player I most look forward to see on this Ultra roster is Joe Deceives. He had a fantastic EWC for the Thieves. Can he do it here for Ultra? P1 comes to a close with solid differential between the teams. Draws with a 2 with the pistol. P2 comes to a close in 20 seconds, and it does look like FaZe should be marching away with the majority of this time. Insight and Beans try to battle back, get that final 15. P3, though, all FaZe so far. Nice hard point to start things off.
Yeah, I think a funny start as well for Draza. I mean, the dude has 4 kills. I think he only has 1 with his main gun. He's done more with the pistol and knife than the AR thus far. But now for the back spawns, it is Simp versus the world. And the world able to take him down in that moment. Gravity too strong, and now Draza, nice little battle against Kleenex. Comes out on top in FaZe. They are desperate to block these back spawns.
They've got it pretty much blocked. Yeah, Ultra spawning on the right-hand side, but the problem is Insight is still alive and finding kills. Abizi hunting him down on the prowl. Is he going to be able to catch him out? The answer is yes. 3 dead in the feed there for Toronto Ultra, and now towards the front line they go. Beans trying to break in through the back. Not going to happen just yet. Selling the boys soak up that time. And for a squad chance that's really new, let's be real, Ultra still holding it together.
Yeah, doing a good job, but FaZe on this hill really able to just bully him out. I mean, we watched Ravens play Falcons on this hill, and it was an absolute mix fest. Atlanta FaZe just showed exactly how you want to keep it under control. But what we also learned about this hill, it almost feels like a guaranteed full 60. So Ultra being here first is massive. And you can see Sully knows exactly how important it is to stay alive. FaZe, if you want to break this hill, you got to do it as a team.
Here we go. 1 down. 2 through the front. Insight backs up. You see them with the comms. They're furiously pumping away. Beans trying to stay alive. Gets himself at least 1. Kleenex on the pickup. The trades are done. And it's FaZe in. FaZe with a break. And it didn't take too long, so they've got lots of time to work with. But Joe Deceives right back in. Straight over to Insight. Gets himself 1 as well. It's a mix fest. Here down low.
And it's just trades out and about as well. You're just looking for that little something extra, and the little extra might just be Tyler Abizi. Gives you 2 in the feed, but now Joe Deceives there for the response. A trade fest for Atlanta finally stabilized, but maybe not for too long. They don't have the trophies. They don't got the support. They're getting tagged up and back down. And the blender that is P4. But it's Atlanta top and Tyler Abizi that runs the show.
It's the Terrors, the final 4 kills there, all them. 100 points crossed now for FaZe. A delightful hold. Back over to the top side of the map we go. That P4, ooh, that was a fun one and a sign of things to come here on this map. Back over to P1 though, and we have a brief few seconds there where it was going to be Ultras, but now 3 dead once again as FaZe continuing to run things here on Protocol. Kleenex guesses wrong. Simp immediately puts him down. To Simp find another as the spawns are well read, and Joe deceives as he's soon to be dead. I don't think so. He's managed to sneak on out. Can he cause any damage for being brought down? The answer is no. Once again, chance. Oh, Ultra. They're out.
Yeah, that teamwork is a spectacle. Simp continues to make the big plays on P1. 2 different times, he just takes the grapple route, gets up top here, and just causes mass confusion. And talk about a money hill. This has been perfection on P1. Atlanta FaZe running the scoreboard up, getting kills with pistols, but I mean, it's just a peach and a dream. They've soaked up every last second on this hill in Ultra. I mean, they just continue to get blendered in spawn. This is Atlanta FaZe right now in their finest form, and it's only map 1.
Yeah, it's looking great, folks. It's a 100-point lead now for FaZe. The kills are great. The scoreline's great. I bet the comms are great as well. Let's go for listening.
What's up, man? I'm pitching my bush. Top off of me. I'm dead. Yeah, it's 1 tower. I can have your help. Side your stairs. Go stairs. Jump on your head. Nice. 3. Nice. Help your steps. I them, guys. Yo, jump on him. God. There's multiple. I'm watching. One ammo going mid. Let's play. Yeah, I'm gonna go right. I'm trying to get through. You guys shot this. I'm bottom end, which waiting. Right side. Every kill gets flip. We flip. He's right side. Here, last guy go. Respawning behind me. One team top. One team on me though. Yeah, here. Just ammo. One team top. There's 2 middle. 2 top. One's underground. I should have beans. I'm blocking. I should have beans, yes. One out, second. He's on the back. One right, beans, trust. I'm team. Wait. I'm Toby. Top Toby. I'm a challenge guy. We can shot. Mid on me. Go, Jamie, back top mid. Nice. Go, one top mid. One shot on mid. One shot mid. Nice. Back in, Alex. And one more ammo. I should have Toby. Go new fast, Chris. Team pitch, I think. Maybe. I got. On team pitch. What's him do? Mid. Right. This one's far. I pitch. They're gonna pitch around. Yeah, they are. I'm double jumping. Hand pinch.
Well, whether or not you understood all of it, it matters not. It's 203 to 86 and climbing. Hardpoint is soon to be open, chance, and it's a money hill. This could be game.
And Atlanta FaZe rotated here 25 seconds in advance like they knew. Chalk up the old time, do not bother. Get to this spot. Clean up Kleenex, and you should be good to go. He was the last man standing from Ultra. And now their odds, they have to just face smash into a brutally difficult hill.
You're seeing the trophy systems come into effect as well. A wall of FaZe players. Can we break on through Ultra? Here we go. Trying to find it. Celium's in. Kleenex and Beans. There we go. It's the new kids on the block. They find the cleanup kills. They get the break. 30 seconds to go and FaZe on another counterattack.
It's always nice to have a sign of life when the other team already has 220 seconds on board. So good luck with this marathon. And if you're Beans, have fun, head on a swivel. You are completely surrounded and wiped off the board. Atlanta FaZe got the break. Not good enough to win the game just yet, but with how clinical their P1s have been, Less Insight can do some damage. Atlanta FaZe will end it here.
He's trying, mate. 30 to 21. Tough game here from Insight. Draws are soaking up the final few moments. As here we go. The third and final P1 of the map. Draz Nabizi lining up for the hit, and it's Sim from behind, though. Oh, it's Sim from behind. He might be able to get a few more out of this life as well. My goodness. 21 and 14 for the Phenom. Kleenex managing to stop him. Final few seconds at hard point, though, in FaZe. There's a quick contest. Looking for some toes. Doesn't find a thing. FaZe, they get pushed out for a moment, but it's over to Draz. Trying to find the entry. A contest is good. His boys are sent in for the kill, but no, it's Insight once again. You're holding it together, Ultra, and right at the absolute 11th hour.
Again, always nice to get warm. Just unfortunate when you're doing it when you're down by more than 100 points. So right now, Ultra looking for, you know, perfection of Call of Duty. Nobody can afford to die. You got to be on point for every single gunfight, every single trade. In a rotation where it looks like on the minimap they're being suffocated. Insight trying to open things up, and that is 4 dead. But Atlanta FaZe, well, make it only a Beezy that is out towards New, but too easy for him. He gives you 2 kills and really softens up that blow.
Oh, he needed 3. That should be it. Draz, final kills. Find a player in the hard point to stay alive for a moment. Watch out for the nades. There it is. FaZe. Map 1. It took a second to get the last few secs, but whew, we got the job done in the end. FaZe, a dominant opener.
And unironically, I'd be confident enough to say that Simp, I think, just wins them the game with flanks on P1. It was the opening break where he gets the timing, hitting like the steps instead of the grapple to catch Inside up top, and then you just clean house. The players on the point are just food for fodder. Second go around, Simp just gets up top first from the zip line. Exact same circumstance, dips out towards the middle of the map, and Atlanta FaZe get a full 60 on P1. In the third go around, Simp takes the full route across the map to go on a flank. So 3 different flanks to set the tone and get the map control you're looking for. And Atlanta FaZe off the back of it absolutely deliver a clinical protocol there and a dominant win.
Highlights are going to show you a lot of pieces, mostly from Simp and Abizi, who get a lot of breaks when they work together, particularly that down low hill. That was a submachine gun players. Paradise PDW at the ready. So some good looks at Beans as well. I mean, I was surprised to see so much submachine gun action, but again, that seems to be the name of the game here in Black Ops 6, especially early on. The God Gun, if you will, for FaZe. Money Hill's there. If they had tightened up a couple of those final few moments, it would have been an even larger scoreline to finish things out. But hey, man, it's another day in the office. It's a Treyarch title. FaZe looking good.
Yeah, you know, we were cracking jokes about Cold War Cammy earlier. How about Cold War Simp and Cold War BC? So absolutely enjoying the dev we have this year and see if they can continue to thrive. And I was looking for a synonym there. No, they're just going to thrive. They're going to have a lot of fun. We know Atlanta FaZe is going to be a top team in the game.
It is thriving. These are ideal growth conditions for a squad like this, and they're going to be performing in just that. But hey, man, we've been saying the same sort of thing about a lot of the other teams. Optic obviously looking fantastic in their map 1. They end up losing their series. So I'm willing to go. A good start from FaZe. The respawn's obviously looking very squeaky clean. Ultra, though, especially an organization, a brand that's done so well in the search and destroys, and against a team like this, let's see how they go. Beans is a shooter, an absolute shooter, as is Joe Deceive, so you cannot count out any of them. Of course, 2 on your screen there. Insight and Kleenex know what they're doing, but that's a pretty big gap between 250 and 141. These boys were put to task, and that task force was eradicated. Map 1, a thing of the past now, Chance. We're definitely going to move on from that, but Search, here's the next bit of data collection. How's this going to go? And then, of course, Vault Control for map number 3, and a red card of all the maps. I'm rather excited to watch.
It's going to be a fun time. And considering Atlanta FaZe, like, you know, I mentioned Stemp on the flanks towards P1, but the way they handled P3, just all of that extra emphasis on the back spawns. Atlanta FaZe, they figure out the game faster than anybody, it feels like, every single time. I don't have the stats offhand, but I'd imagine they make a lot of, like, Major 1 grand finals in CDL history. Yeah. Very quick players, incredibly intelligent. So red card S&D is going to be a lot of fun because it's a map, a ton of variation, a lot of different sort of ideas you can play with. We saw a few different looks from Boston, a few different looks from Optic as well, but I think Atlanta FaZe, often the meta setter, might show us off some of the goods.
See if the meta setters have got it on red card, but yeah, I mean, the sort of, I suppose the trend in every series we've seen today is you win the hard point, you lose the S&D. Is that going to be the case for FaZe? Have they put in the work early? Again, a team that typically always puts in the work and always finds the, you know, those weak game modes, cleans them up pretty fast. Let's find out how this red card S&D goes, because, man, if anyone's going to turn heads and anyone's going to turn the league inside out early on, it's always these guys.
And you talk about like the grinding. Are they going to have that sort of like S&D repertoire built up already this early in the year? The answer is yes. Draza is like the biggest grinder that we have in the game. He lives and breathes Call of Duty. Even in the off season, he is one of those players that is grinding chows endlessly. So you got him on one end and the First Blood Reaper and sort of king of that role for, I don't know, 6 years in a row now. Incredibly high expectations for this team. And on a map like Red Card specifically, like, sure, Insight's a player that can absolutely handle being on an island, loves to be able to take his time, but Celium, that is also his absolute wheelhouse. So you're gonna have to see Ultra at their very best, I'd say, just for this game to be a contest.
It looks like they're having a good time, though. We saw a lot of laughs there in the player cams. I mean, these boys, no strangers to pressure. Yeah, good vibes always. No strangers. We'll see if they can keep it up, let's say, when the rounds get a little tense, get a little tough. But we're almost ready to rock and roll into map number 2 here, folks. Red Card, S&D. And looks like FaZe on the attack first. Here we go. Plenty of looks in the previous series of how you should be attacking and defending these rounds. We'll see how success plays out for our two teams.
It's going to be a B hit for sure. Middle of the map control, close the door so you don't get the intel, and it send everybody towards this site. I mean, Joe Deceives has an insight for a little bit of help, but only 2 players on the defensive end, and Atlanta FaZe are making all of the noise on this approach.
The First Blood yet. A lot of tags, a lot of damage, a lot of problems. And Abe, of all the players to get it. Whoa, he catches Joe Deceives on his back, but somehow stays alive. Manages to walk away with that one. Huge. Damage done. Okay, so he'll be leaving. Trades continue. But it's FaZe certainly on the receiving end of all that damage. Draws and Cell now on a 2v3.
Joss has intel on 2 of these players, so that might be the call to hit something out, see if you can isolate the one, but all 3 players from Ultra now grouped up together. Not giving away anything, and Joe Deceives does not get the ace, but he came close. 3 kills in the round and took down a BZ as well. Joe Deceives, I mean, he's done a ton of grinding in his Call of Duty career as well, and he's done a good chunk of it with the FaZe boys, so you know he is hungry to take them down.
A classic Joe Deceives shake as well. After rounds, he shakes his headset. Keeping it tight on his head. Keep an eye out for it. It's a classic. There it is.
There you go. Yeah.
Gives a little shake. Stays in the game. 3 on the round for Joe. See if he can keep the spree going. Very difficult to get streaks in S&D, but hey, we'll see it at some point. Nades are up. And nades are down. Not a lot of damage. I don't think too much information either, but you're all out here by A phase. Here come Ultra.
Oh, here comes a BZ.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, he's already found the position. Freebie.
No way, Bean says. Managing to trade that one out immediately 3v3.
Oh, there goes the next man, and that's your bomb carrier. 2 AR players have to make that approach.
No Semtex are already here to take care of Draza, so he gets away with his life. Do they know that the bomb is down there? You can see it very, very clearly in this game. Draza definitely spot. Yep. Yeah, there it is. 100% confirmed. Set up around this bomb now and know that the recovery is on its way. Less than 40 seconds to go here. Beans an insight. What have you got?
Well, they just got the call, hey, bomb's down, so on Atlanta, nobody has to move. Celium instantly turns to watch the flank, and that's what Insight is trying to work on, and, well, there you go.
Do or do not. There is no try, and Beans, that's an awkward hop. Omni movement at times can be a little punishing on the jump at the tip of the slide, and FaZe punishing at nearly all times. Good round.
Yeah, I mean, if BZ just finds that open and he gets, I mean, completely up in your face, and again, finding those little sort of small windows of opportunity, 10 seconds of the round to get positioning like that, and his team follows him up perfectly and draws again. The second he spotted that that bomb was down, everybody on Atlanta just snaps into position. They know how they want to handle really any given situation. There are no doubts about this team's chemistry.
We sort of try to keep tabs on the amount of teams that make big changes coming into seasons, and FaZe, one of the few to remain stable. 1-1 here early on in red card. Everyone's trophies putting in the good work. BZ back at it again with the first bloods. He's got himself another back-to-back now. This time, no trade. He's long gone. That advantage for FaZe stays strong.
I'm shocked. I say shocked. Keep in mind, though, Joe Steves is behind enemy lines. He might be going on the world tour, though. So if he's even able to catch Celium, I mean, the play's on B. Bomb's getting ready to go down. Ultra are going to have so little time to go for this retake because you're going to have to put on the PF flyers to go back across the map.
Oh, this is that problem again. It's so long to get across the map. 44 or 45 seconds on the bomb. Watch that clock. By the time we get into our first real fights, plenty of time will be passed. FaZe with a massive advantage with a man up. Now the bomb down. Oh, here we go. Cell chows it. A freebie. Immediate aggression. Staying on the stairwell as well. Beans is going to be there to pick him up at the very least. The trade, no. Draza. He's been suppressed. Has to now retreat. But again, there's 15 seconds to go. You've not even come close to the bomb. Huge amount of work still to go for Ultra. Can they find the kills? No, they have to throw themselves at the round. And that is that. Big win from FaZe simply by getting the bomb down.
Yeah, and that's just the pressure and the presence as well of like the first blood. Because Joe deceives, if it is like a 4 versus 4, he might just get positioning over towards B and then tell his teammates, hey, maybe you got a 3v4 on the site. If you see the pressure, you can just back down. But if they wrap, I have everything. Instead, because of Beezy, First Blood King does his job. Joe deceives goes on the fullest of full flanks. And I mean, well, they just get out-rotated. So Atlanta FaZe, for the moment, playing with their food. And I can't help but see the head shake on Joe Deceives now. It's constant.
Dude, all the players, everyone's got their own traits. They've all got their own things they do before getting into games. I can't help but see them. It's a curse. Chance, it's a curse.
Yeah, I think it's because he's from Arkansas. I don't know why you're cursed, though. That's a different thing.
Isn't Joe really good at baseball? I forget. This might be a conversation for another case on Showdown, but round advantage here for FaZe.
And look at where Kleenex is at, dude.
Look at where Sim's at. Everyone is, I mean, we are poles apart. We're truly spread right now. That's an awkward situation to be in. Yeah, you take that one.
Well, now the problem is Sim gets active.
Sim's active. You got no bomb. You got the bomb site wide open here. Whoa, a red dot on the minimap. No worries. Beans, what a win. The terror is down over to Draz and Cell, and Ultra at full force now planting on B.
And this is just, I mean, the bomb site is hell to attempt to retake. Different corners you have to check, insane angles. It's a tight-knit thing, and both these players have ARs. This is, you're praying for a pick before you want to move, but so far, Ultra, no mistakes being made.
Yeah, this is great. Oh, man, that is it. They 2-2 split either side. Everyone gets their respective kills. A beautiful round. Really by Ultra there, and again, such a strange setup to see everything go off at the start. Kleenex's first blood, the trigger discipline, you name it, it all went their way. Good looking search here on red card.
And I just didn't see the route that Kleenex was able to take, but I mean, he pierced through just the middle of Atlanta FaZe's setup, and we've seen a lot of those attempts. Beezy just been running it down like straight through mid, whether it be Bush's side or just like, you know, in between ticket effectively, and Kleenex has been attempting to do the exact same thing with, I mean, a degree of success there. So tied up 2-2, and Atlanta FaZe back on the attack, and similar setup. 2 players down mid, 2 players out of A. Get those nades out.
Forward Sim, who might be going 0-3 after this round. Draz with a little bit of coverage, but there's a lot of members of Ultra here, and they have shuffled and repositioned. You're never going to guess where they may be. And they all swap places as well, so, you know, Joe's AR, Joe's submachine gun down low now. He's trying to find something. And number 6 on the minimap is on the hunt. Meanwhile, through the middle of the map, here comes FaZe. Kleenex, oh, he's in serious trouble here. That stun buys him a couple of seconds. Beans gets involved now. Gunfight's on. Joe's flank pays off. Finds himself 2. Oh, Cell gets 2 of his own, and now it's a 2v2, make it a 2v1 Celium for the ace in the round. A ridiculous game.
This is an important moment as well. I'd say one of my like sort of biggest takeaways from Celium last year is he spent the majority of the year without that clutch factor. He started pulling off insane stuff towards the end of the year, but it took him a long time to find that form. So an early opportunity to see how he handles the 1Vs against Insight and Kleenex. I mean, that's the duo to try to do it to.
that's a, does it count?
Like, that's the real test is what I'm saying.
Surely we count this as more than 1. No. It's still just an Oliphant. It still only counts as 1. But he has to get it yet. Here come the boys. Cell playing this as close as he possibly can. Shoulders. So slinky, so brilliant. The bang's there. They know where he is. Kleenex is on it, but he's just missing the mark. Oh no, they might hit the defuse. No, Celium, that's not where your bomb's planted. That's so unfortunate. The clutch wasn't there, and it all got done without a single piece of damage being dealt.
And I'm telling you, that's one of the, like, you remember the things he was doing in like MW2 a few years ago, where it's he's got the wall bangs dialed in.
Oh yeah,
he's doing diabolical stuff. It takes him, or at least last year, it took him a while to get to that level. And I think that's just another example of a 1v2 where it's almost like he doesn't even try. Like if the wall bangs connect, he looks insane. But then if he misses, it just completely falls flat. So I don't know. I'm still holding out for the more Celium ice.
I mean, look, he'll go back to the lab and sort things out.
I have no doubts.
Insight finds his first, immediately traded. And the RCXD, short-lived. I hope he kept the receipt, or at least checks the warranty on that one, because that did not go very far. Ultra now on the attack forward. E-bomb site is about to burst. Joe, if you're the first man through the door, you best hope there's a stun or two for you. Nades, it's all out. Draz gets his. On the quick reshuffle, it is chaos on the B-bomb site. Sim, huge damage. Oh, Joe gets away with it. Whoa, it's a second. No way. Celium now, 1v2.
Well, hey, round 2. Run it up, Celium. 4 opportunities. We're getting the practice in early.
Oh, 30 seconds. Bad news though, this time he's on defense. He's got to work the retake. Oh, he might be able to catch Joe. Or he might give it up later. Nah, that's it. Fight's on. Wait, Joe didn't finish the bomb.
That's heads up on Joe. I think he was just angled, waiting for that shot to come through. So that's Joe to see his 200 IQ.
Great job. Well, here we go. Celium, problem number 1. Joe identified. He's looking to isolate the other player. Ah, that was it. Great heads up. Smooth moves out of him, but not enough to stop Kleenex. Great job out of Ultra. Celium, 0-2 on the 1v2s.
Now we're going to watch him shake his head, maybe go back in the next round, though. I will say for Celium, though, great reads the entire time. Super active working that flank. I think Joe Deceive just hopping off bomb was the, well, that was the heads-up play. This is the gunny play.
I mean, Draz was full health as well, so that's nasty. Great work. That PDW. You call it the God Gun for a reason. At certain ranges, you know. Use it at the range it's designed to be used at. It's great. It's great. 2-round advantage for Ultra. Phase on the attack, and they are sending it.
Maybe their default strat as well. This is the round 1 of Easy. In the middle of the mix, Kleenex gets shut down off his 4 spree. Now you got a 2v2. And you're able to isolate a player. Beans, though, wins his 1. Abizi has to hunt him down. Gets it. Versus now Insight. The fastest player in the game versus the slowest.
This is ridiculous. And of all the situations to find ourselves in. All right, let's go, dude. Well, Insight has backed up perfectly, and that's it. Wow. What a move from Jamie Craven. I'm pretty sure you just said easy peasy, lemon squeezy in the player cam. I can't confirm that. We might have to go to a VAR for that, but this is a perfect position. Nothing but shreds there.
And I mean, the difference in players, by the way, Insight, that's his 2nd kill. What he's known for is the clutches in these moments. An incredibly valuable S&D player. And obviously, I mean, Beezy is one of the most valuable S&D players in the world, but that's at the start of the rounds where he typically thrives. So shades of 2 different players in their 2 best like environments. An absolute battle, but the laser beams and X-ray from Insight are really putting Ultra over the edge.
That's certainly helping. Well, this is map point for Ultra to tie things up, and what do you know, folks? The script continues to be followed. It's not over yet, though. We might have jumped the gun a little bit. Speaking of gun, it's Joe Deceives. It's not Joe Deceives. It's Kleenex with the first blood, so Draza out of the equation for now. We might see you on Vault, my friend. Reshuffle. As FaZe tighten their ranks.
Hey, Kleenex doesn't have to worry about the middle of the map at all because Insight has it on lock. So it's just confidence. All guns forward for Ultra.
Pick from Cell. Kleenex finds it. Oh, gets away with his life, and he's being chased down. The bomb site has been given up somewhat, though. Zabizi and Cell. They're still looking for Kleenex. They might have caught him out. No, he's just somehow slipped through the middle. Oh my goodness, he's gonna check this bomb too. Beezy, 15 seconds on it, Celium. You've got got to jump on that bomb quickly. Oh, my goodness, and FaZe have survived. Abeezy's timing and a little bit of magic gets the job done. Fantastic work out of FaZe. Nice composure on the retake.
Yeah, that is so chaotic as well. Like the decision making you're having when you're trying to hunt down CleanX for Abeezy to take that full route. I mean, not an easy call to make. And then Celium absolutely delivers in that round. Not only just keeping the pressure on Beans over by stage and like sort of getting that entry kill for things that start getting mixy, but Cell picks up a couple after the fact. So a massive S&D round there for Celium. Just keeping the hope alive, but Ultra, I mean, still firmly in the driver's seat. CleanX and Joe Deceives have been having themselves quite a map.
Yeah, and they've got rounds to burn. 5-2 lead is a superb one. 5-3, still good. 5-4, not ideal. Let's see how it goes. Abe's in. Abe's in. Oh my god, he's just shotgun Beans into the next round.
Yeah, do you want to play up in the top window and be a little more exposed, or try to use that hedge and pray that Abeezy doesn't run at you? We got our answer for this round.
Oh, he's spotting inside as well. How does he get this information? How does he know these players are going to be there? We're looking towards the A-bomb site plant, but there's still nobody there. Middle of the map, all safe and sound thanks to Celium. You can't necessarily guarantee the run to B without any friction. And here we go. The back and forth. Oh, they're dancing. They're playing footsies under the table, and CleanX manages to get his. Wow, Joe Deceives gives the advantage now to Ultra. 3v2.
The panic is set in. Atlanta FaZe are feeling this heat.
This man turned it up. Can anyone from FaZe turn it down just a little bit? Lots of shots there and a bit of damage. Insight's tagged. 15 seconds on the clock. Over the CleanX. Wins his one. 10 seconds. That's it. Ultra tie up the series with a little bit of cool, calm composure as our Northern Kings find success in S&D.
Yeah, iced out on the red card. No penalties there. That's clean and efficient work, man. CleanX and Joe Deceives, both the route takers. Maybe a couple rounds they want to look back at and maybe clean some stuff up on like the sort of over rotations that they were committing to. But ultimately, a very well-played game of red card, and Atlanta FaZe by the end of it almost left dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. CleanX with a ridiculous pick. He was able to find Abeezy. I mean, one small misstep coming out of Atlanta, and Toronto fully capitalized. So that might be their roster at their best. That is double digits for CleanX. Already leading the charge, and Joe Deceives not just the 9 kills, but also the 3 bomb plants in 3 first bloods. Make no mistakes, Joe Deceives, top 3 in the game in Search and Destroy when it comes to the objectives. He's up there with the likes of Simp and Envoy, so he's making sure he's starting his year off in Black Ops 6 right.
Well, there were big shoes to fill in the form of Envoy, but so far, so good. Well, Protocol, red card, they're in the books. Vault, though, up next. That game of control is going to decide who takes the lead in this series. And again, just the way things have been going with the classic respawn modes, who keeps winning the respawns doesn't necessarily mean they win the series. We'll find out what happens, folks, after this quick break. The final match of the day continues as you take a quick look across the S&D card there. It was a banger. 4 straight rounds there for the Ultra Boys. That was the difference maker. I said break again. It's my first day. I'm so sorry. It's back to the desk.
This is my first day out here. It's all right. We're all back. Hey, good to see you guys again. Let's talk a little bit about what happened in those first 2 games. We got Alley Cat and Nameless here to break everything down. Hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe look good. Search and Destroy. Joe Deceives looks good. Where do you want to start, Allie?
I want to start with Search and Destroy, actually, just because it was a little bit more competitive, as we would like to talk about, than that first hard point, and I want to leave that drawing up to conclusions to Ann. But talking about that Toronto S&D, I just want to tip my hat to CleanX and Joe. That was kind of my biggest question mark, was kind of the synergy.
There you go.
Synergy between the SMGs, and they really showed it, their prowess in that S&D. Joe, I think he's always been known as a good Search and Destroy player, an S&D star, as some would say. And for him to come out in the first match against Atlanta FaZe and get 3 first bloods, go 9-5, and tie up the series was big for his career.
Chance is good with numbers. He says he's a top 3 objective player when it comes to search. You agree with that, Nameless?
I mean, sure. Chance says it. He's typically on point. I mean, Joe Deceive's phenomenal player, and this is why I picked Toronto Ultra to win this series. I think the addition of him and Beans is going to bode well for them going forward, especially in those search and destroys. But what we got to see is this control. It's everything. How are they going to perform in the slaying category? Map number 1 doesn't go their way. They got to bounce back here in 3.
Let's take a look at map number 1. Are we going to draw some conclusions?
Why don't we draw some conclusions?
Yes!
Let me get my pen out here, and it's Atlanta FaZe. So let's use blue so there's no confusion. So what you're going to see is on every hill, there's something called an end game, and basically where you're putting the other team in the blender. So I'm going to highlight that for you guys and what every team is trying to accomplish here on P1. What you basically want to do is you want to have a guy over here watching the outside so nobody can go up the zip to their building. You want to get somebody in their building that's sort of roaming around, stopping them from going inside bottom and going up top as well to get to the windows. And then you obviously need somebody to go over towards time, which is going to be number 1. You control middle, you control the right side zip, and then basically you can put them in a blender because they're all going to be spawning back here trying to flood up and get through and get kills. And this is typically very difficult to do. It takes a little bit, maybe a couple waves of kills, but what Atlanta FaZe does is they do it off the rip. As you can see right here, Simp gets pushed up to their base. He's going to be finding kills. Draza gets over towards the time, and Simp is just wreaking absolute havoc right here. And meanwhile, what I want you guys to notice is the entire time he has Celium over here playing for information, jumping up and looking over mid for the assistance, and you're going to see a BZ also rotate around to help him when they need it. So everything that they need is covered. Every single part of the map is locked down, and Ultra have nowhere to go other than into the irons of Simp and Abizi.
And that communication is so important, especially in game like this, because you're not going to be able to predict that you're going to get all 4 down. You're not going to be able to predict where Toronto Ultra is going to be to get all of those kills and get those wipes. So Atlanta FaZe able to get those first couple of picks, understand the situation that they're in, and able to make the right adjustments, not only in their gameplay, but just making sure they trust each other to have each lane covered in their comms is huge for a team like this.
Atlanta FaZe takes map number 1, but it's Ultra tying things up after 2, and we have a game 3 loading up. Thank you for picking up my pack that I threw on the ground.
You're welcome.
Before we go to break, can we see Atlanta FaZe? How hype are these guys? We got a video.
Stopping me. I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one and not stopping him. No. It's a different situation. Black tails when I pull up in the latest 101, so they never can replace them. This is not the attic, now we live in spaces. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Tell me that I can't, I'm bound to go too crazy. Laser focus and the diamonds all canary. I try to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
I can't tell which team intro I like the most, Chance. I think it might still be the Ravens.
Yeah.
I think it's the Ravens. It's still
for
the
now,
Ravens.
yes, for sure.
That was a banger, though. That was great. Good job.
Best song Atlanta FaZe has used in years. I'll say it. I did, like, honestly, a bit of a bop.
100 racks. 100 racks. You don't like that? That was a banger as well. I mean, FaZe always deliver.
Yeah.
You remember that? That was the Cold War year as well.
I can't forget that, Miles. What do you mean?
Was it a Cold War? Was it cold? I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're all great. I love them. I love them. Ultra as well. Everyone delivering on the team intros here in the Black Ops 6 season.
You know, speaking of, Miles, it always cracked me up. 100 racks was like that was second place, the prize pool.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so just, you know,
crazy.
I wrote that one in the cards from the drop.
Yeah, from the drop. That's tough. That's real tough. Anyway, folks, speaking of tough, Vault Control. We've seen a couple of these so far today in this Herculean effort to get through the day 1 qualifiers, but we've got a couple more to go. See how this one rolls out, Charles. We've seen a lot of love towards that B zone. The A zone is a spicy affair as always. The B's where the shenanigans are.
And just to throw this out there early, I might have said Bean's top 5 player in the game. Didn't exactly happen in map number 1, but in almost every single map up at Control we watched this guy play last year, he was like dominating some statistical categories, always up there in the kills and damage. Fortunately for him, Abizi, also very good player, starts off 3-0.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to be, man, when we're trying to run up the stats and get some intel. Oh my, nice one from Draz. Bean's getting in there. Instant attack though from FaZe. As soon as someone's damaged, sent in for that kill. Sim nearly able to get the second there. The transition on the Kleenex was enough to get him down to 14 HP. Still, not a whole lot of time stopped here from Ultra, I say that. As Kleenex gets involved. The second. Beautiful shots. 3 dead. Stack it.
God, those comms are so good too. You see Kleenex as soon as he hopped up from underground, knew exactly where he had to look, got the information, knew which player was which, and talk about Ultra snapping the position. It's one flank rolling through from a BZ, but he gets red. Atlanta FaZe attempted to pounce, but Toronto Ultra have everything covered, and now you get the pressure. You get number 5 Beans inside of Art. And this is the opportunity. You are playing heavy for these kills.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can get a couple, that helps. I mean, he's still got one member of FaZe, a BZ in the middle that could stop the B hit. But here we go. Beans 1, Beans 2. Oh, yeah. Huge. And the point is still being captured. A spree for Kleenex as well. My word. Ultra running vault.
And he's doing the quick little check, see if they're sliding out towards the right street. If not, worry about your back. Well, right street tagged them up. He's got to back down. But this is 3 different players that have been dealing with Beans. They slide into him. You at least trade him out. But in the meantime, the B zone has fallen. The transition Ultra just showed off. They're capping the A zone. Atlanta FaZe try to swarm around them. They cover everything, get 3 kills, and they just jump into the perfect position. 0 time wasted. Beans delivers.
A to B, as clean as it could possibly be. Beans 2-piece certainly helped that. Buys an additional, 5-6 seconds of free time. The rest of the boys were stacking the point. They find a BZ in the middle of the map as well. It all was just picture perfect for Toronto Ultra. Can they do it again? Not this round,
honestly,
of course.
Just so sad knowing that if I don't 4-stack, I'll never have that experience in ranked play. Like, that's just, it's too good.
You don't know that. Oh, it's sight. You might have that experience in ranked play. A lovely peach. And a BZ on the immediate flank. Spots that one. Doesn't realize another player behind him, but that's going to only bite him momentarily. Great start from Ultra. But Simp and Abe, they've come swinging back into this one. Can they get themselves onto A? Answer is yes.
Best shots with the 74U in the game, or the Jackal, call it what you want. Sim's going to be dangerous with it. The 2-2 split of trades on either side, and Kleenex is going to have to be the cleanup crew, and he does just that. Lays waste to Celium, and Atlanta FaZe back to square one, down 3 lives. And Kleenex has proven to be quite the force on the map.
Yeah, really. 11-3 is not a bad look. EKA is probably going to be like 27-4. Like, wow, he's amazing. Who knows? 3 in the feed though for FaZe. That should be an A capture if they can get the push out kills now. It's over to Sim trying to make that front line a little safer. Timing just a teeny weeny bit off. But here we go. Makes up for it with a kill on the Beans. There's a red dot on the minimap for you to eat, my friend. That's another 3 down. FaZe looking great.
And now Ultra are going to have to just sort of chalk up this A zone by the looks of it. Ooh. And they wanted Celium to die, and they are not going to get it before 2 players fall. But they're just trying to play protection over towards this B zone, because Atlanta FaZe, plenty of pressure on the top side of the map, but Beans takes care of Simp. And Atlanta FaZe, it is a 3-life lead, a minute and a half to work with. A decent chunk of time, but they need a little bit more map control, and as soon as you say it, 2 players fall. Ultra in a sweet spot on defense.
Yeah, really good. Not the transition they were hoping for, FaZe, but we get to see them attempt to break this setup. And they get themselves on that point. Beans through mid. Ah, that's tough. That trophy weighs a ton, heavier than Mjolnir to put down. Joe. Oh, no way. Can he get the second? He can. That's ridiculous work. Enough to just trim the lineup of FaZe. And now they've got to go back to spawn. Huge work again out of Ultra.
Yeah, it's such a big bailout gunfight there by Joe Sieves. Bean switching back to the aims up top, and that's 2 players falling. Atlanta FaZe, this is sort of maybe option number 3 to talk about of how you win a round. You got to go all the way around the left side of the map to try to set up these spawn kills, and they're getting cleaned up. Abizi's tagged up 1 HP as well. He's just getting stunned and traded, so you think there's that pressure. Ultra handle it perfectly, but now the B zone's open.
B zone's open, and it could be a 2-man stack in a moment. Draza now trying to be the security for the front side of the zone, but that's Kleenex with a big one. He takes care of Celium as well. 25 seconds on the round, and Ultra got 2-0. Big win out of Abizi. Able to get in the zone, maybe.
It's a hope and a prayer. Yeah, just sliding into death. Draza can't get anything going. You trade him out, though. 3 players alive. simply not going to happen. Ultra looking way too good on the defensive end.
Defense is great as well. I mean, we saw the offensive round was superb, but it's not over yet, folks. Straz, he finds one. As the bad luck ended, or maybe for a moment, they're 2v4. This is not over yet, folks. Insight finding his as Beans on it. Ultra, whether it be offense or defense, they find the win.
And I just love little moments as well. You could just tell the comms from Ultra are flowing. That moment where Benjamin Beans is going to slide into like Seeker. Inside's calling out, nope, everybody cross the right side. You get free clearance. So he's 1 HP going to Chow mid. Everybody ready for the jump, and Kleenex ready for war. 17-9 after 2 rounds, and I mean, he just ran the show in the middle of the map.
He was one of the players we were always excited to watch, thinking about the way Omni movement was going to change COD. I mean, we've already seen Hydra, we've seen Sim, we've seen Shotsy, we've seen Abizi, but Kleenex, he's putting on a real show for us now. Ultra, can they make it a perfect run here on Vault? Another attacking round. Back to it. A to B. FaZe are here to meet them in the fight as well.
Abizi versus the world. We'll see how he does there. Trying to hunt him down, but the terror strike, Abizi gives you 1. It is Kleenex again there for the cleanup crew. They don't have the reinforcements, so got to stabilize, wait for your boys to come off spawn, and figure out where Atlanta FaZe are hiding.
And it's not so much about them hiding, it's about Abe being in your spawn as well. Beans, you are dead, brother. This is not a long life. There's no way. Tough scenes right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is gunfight after gunfight. God, this is a trap and a half. Those boys are back there, and there's nowhere else they're going. Look at this. That minimap is not friendly. Find a way out, Ultra. And find a way out soon, because your life count is bad.
Well, they just got all the kills, but they only got 30 seconds on the clock, and they still haven't gotten past Sim. And Sim and Abizi have slowed him down enough that the AR is going to be back off spawn, so you just have to take 30 seconds to be able to square up in the middle of the map. And then welcome to the middle. Draza has it, and now they're just, I mean, maybe going to go for a desperate B hit. That's just a painful minimap.
So that's how you defend on Vault. That's the way to do it. Ultra may have won the previous round, but this was domination. Oh my goodness. Everywhere you look. I don't know how Stilliam got that second, dude. That is disgusting. One man on A. Fighting for his life. Reinforcements now showing up. Can they get to the zone? Oh, it's possible. Pause the clock. No, Abizi. You better shoot them bodies. That was gross.
And look, we don't have the data just yet on exactly how this map is going to shape up on the like offensive versus defensive side of things, but I'm pretty confident defense is going to be slightly favored. Today's been changed my opinion. Offense has been crazy, but for the round 5s, I'm of the opinion you would rather have the defense, and that is a 0-tick round. Like Atlanta FaZe just slammed that door shut. So if they can force it to a round 5, Atlanta FaZe might have a small advantage, but we'll find out.
2-man dive through the Vault into B. Oh, I love the looks, but Beans there with the aims, but Sim to bed. Insight should be down. Nice dodge. Managed to avoid the car. Easy though, doing everything he can to dodge and dive, but defensively, Ultra have held this magnificently. That's a couple of sweet kills, and FaZe were unable to really be effective over there towards the B zone. Should be able to drain it. Oh yeah, and the pressure is now on. You're in a world of hurt, FaZe.
Yeah, Ultra do have a pretty clean defensive setup, it looks like, as well. Because I love that A hit, like flooding through the middle of the map, and you can set up like a funnel system where you're just constantly flooding players out towards that B zone. But Ultra don't let any funny business happen in that moment. And Celium, I mean, everywhere he steps, there's nades and stuns and hell raining upon him. So it looks like on the defensive end, Ultra might be turning up the heat as well.
Okay, yeah, okay. What we saw in the previous round is exactly what we're seeing in this round. I mean, Abe is going to be able to get this one player out of spawn at the very least. Now you try to fight your way forward. I mean, you've got hopes and dreams of the A zone right now, but with 30 seconds remaining on the clock again, it's a big map. Getting to 2-man, 3-man wipes certainly hurts. And look at this battle. Look at this. Look at this dance. It's finally brought down, and that might be enough, is it? Or get a player in, still trying to cause problems, but Ultra with an iron grip on the map.
I mean, this is an absurdity too. You were right to call that a battle too. It is Kleenex versus Abizi right now, but I don't know how Kleenex got an extra kill there before the 3 FaZe players surrounding him stopped them, but that is clinical from Ultra from start to finish. I mean, on defense, they were utterly perfect in the one attacking round they needed. I mean, again, how quick these guys were to snap into position. Get 3 of the 4 players they needed as soon as they captured the A zone, wiped off the map, and they jumped on the B zone. Beans inside of Art, back into the correct corner. I mean, they just did everything right. And obviously, I mean, tip the hat to CleanX. An absolute spectacle of a performance from him there on the control.
Absolutely, folks. Well, Ultra take the lead, and we go to another hard point. Quick peek at the stats. It's the 25 and 18s one thing is great, fantastic, but it's the damage across the board from everyone. Everyone putting up sort of reasonably similar numbers, which is super impressive. Joe Deceives 2020 in the KD, 2020 in the Vision as well. That's 11 assists, 15 non-traded, and the most damage in the lobby. GG's Ultra 3-1. Happy to take that on Vol. And again, a masterclass in defense, a masterclass in the offense as well. So for FaZe. FaZe's defensive round was unbelievable. The spawn trap there, again, reminiscent of what we see from FaZe in Treyarch games. They just have that certain eye for the way the maps play out, whether it's they're controlling spawns, whether it's finding the kills at the right time as a team. Just paid off, man. Great stuff out of them.
I just want to send that like mini map of Atlanta FaZe with that like forcing P2 stranglehold to everybody that's in like plat and above. Be like, guys, this is what we're going for.
This is what we're
every round. If we find the opportunity, please snap into these positions right here.
Yeah, it's not too complicated, but this is where you gotta be. See how they can do it. But man alive, well, we saw non-stop wipes, great ones being won by the FaZe boys as well, and we simp in that little flow state moment there beside, you know, this sort of corridor at the bottom of the stairwell. Huge work. And again, the battle for the B zone, folks, you're going to see lots of that this year. Very, very close range engagements, whether it's with the Jackal, whether it's with the Aims, tussling over these zones, and that is disgusting work out of Abizi. Technically 4 in the feed, somewhat of an interruption there, but rancid work all map long from our players. Yeah, that's right, CleanX calls it in at the very end because he had to let them know he got it. That's what it's all about, boys and girls. That is what it's all about. Ultra take the lead.
I just love how every single highlight we just saw is players sliding around, picking up pieces, doing something crazy, jumping off of this, and then we flip over to Insight, and it's on a heady, L triggered up, swapping to the pistol, doesn't move. L triggered exact same spot, but that is good work. And again, Insight, I mean, might be the easiest player in the league to play with in a round. You always know what he's going to do. He's always got you covered, and he always has immaculate comms. So a strong point here for Toronto Ultra, who against their long and bitter rival, thriving in the moment, a 2-1 lead in the series. These guys have been here before.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to my question at the start of this matchup is, yeah, sure, it's FaZe versus Ultra, but is it really the same sort of matchup? Are we expecting the same sort of thing? But man, Beans and Joe Deceives have fit right into this system. We haven't had a listening with the squad yet, but it's clearly working. It really, really is. I don't think the respawn in the Protocol first time round was terribly good for them. I mean, they did take a pretty hefty loss there. Technically, not a 100-point club, but regardless, a bit of a bang. I wonder how this is going to go. Skyline. It's a smaller map, it's a faster map. I would imagine the Terrors and FaZe in general are going to be really, really happy to play this. This should be a fantastic map either way.
Well, this is one of those of like scrim data is going to clash with the actual matches right now because the Protocol map 1 pick was Atlanta FaZe's pick. It makes sense. We watched them play. Absolute class on it. Toronto Ultra chose the Skyline, which, as you pointed out to me, feels dangerous because Atlanta FaZe, it is one of those teams that, like, if you have a map that is even remotely similar to Bocage, you don't want to deal with the Terrors when they're in the mix, but Skyline can be exactly that. And Ultra, I mean, they're just walking straight into the fire of it, but if it's their map pick, that means they're prepared.
Well, I think, again, I feel like, yeah, it's a style thing as well. I mean, the way FaZe sit, again, S rank, baby. You're not too surprised there, but Ultra being an A-rank team, I think is also very, very fair. The only clear outlier we got terribly wrong today, coaches, was Boston Breach. You know, kudos to them for the big win over Optic earlier today. Yeah, to go back to the idea that, you know, FaZe stylistically, Skyline seems to fit them. The Terrors are going to run rampant with the subs all across the map. Celium's going to be in any one of the dirty little corners, finding, you know, those anchor points, playing really well. And Draza flexes fantastically. It just seems to fit FaZe and the way they play. This is the sort of map I would dread facing them on. But we'll see how that actually goes because, you know, it happens, folks. And when it hits the fan in the CDL, upsets happen. A 3-1 over FaZe, day 1 for Ultra. That looks pretty good on the resume.
Yeah, get that squirrel up and ready to go. Add more to the resume of these storied players and see if Beans and Joe Deceives can really start adding and piling into their own. It's going to be a fun map to watch. I think Draza might be the player that I'm at least like sort of keeping an eye on in the background. He struggled a little bit on the control. He started to turn things around, but needs a stronger performance on Skyline. Of course, that Abizi and CleanUx battle. This might just be a show.
Well, so far it's the Ultra Show. Their opening has been ideal. Cell playing slow, Cell playing dead. FaZe still now on the counter-attack, trying to make their way across map. And they have yet to really cross the 50-yard mark. Here comes go number 2, and Ultra find their trades. Oh, here we go. Starting to fall to pieces a little bit. Yeah, they couldn't regen enough hit points in time. There's still one player down low. That was Joe. Takes a couple with him. And FaZe finally get on the point after that nice 18 start from Ultra.
Yeah, everybody on Ultra, though, spawning on the left side of the map. So you imagine they have the advantage on the retake, and CleanUx and Beans deliver you everything. And look at that cheeky spot for CleanUx, too. He ends up dying from the nade, but that's maybe a nice one to add to the repertoire, catching the players jumping off the top AC, but all's well that ends well. Ultra set up around P2. Abizi looking to make the impact, but it is Abizi versus 3 players on Ultra.
Yeah, new points up. Abe can't get one, and with that, Toronto once again in firm control of the hard point. They got themselves into the office, and Beans, oh, he saw them. He gave up for a second. It's not enough. Here comes Joe. Joe finds one. Over to Insight upstairs. The quick reposition here from Ultra to get those guns into the fight as fast as they can, and he does as well. Insight with the old circle strafe. It's a bloody classic. That's the hard point open now, and Sim gets in for a second. Insight 6-1. It's good looks. Woohoo! Ultra with the lead.
Yeah, he does get red though, jumping around back, and Ultra right now, they just want to play keep away if they can. And frankly, CleanUx wins this one gunfighter. Actually, Joe Deceives is there for the kill as well, so they're going to get the man off the point and even get the final 10 seconds. So what could have been a small victory for Atlanta FaZe isn't. And now Insight 8-2 in a cheeky spot behind the couch. See how this angle pays off.
No, this is a big Omni movement moment. Like, this goes in the trailer. Well, you've got angles like that. You can hit the guy on the stairwell. I mean, that's huge. Meanwhile, CleanUx 10-3 mid-map, absolutely spraying. Ultra have not missed a beat so far here on Skyline. They are looking sensational. And again, confidence has to be sky high right now. They're starting to shoot magnificently. 10-3 for Insight, 10-4 for CleanUx. The old Ultra boys, they are putting on a show. But don't forget about Beans. He is glowing there in the point.
This is, I mean, completely brutal. They win the opening break. Atlanta FaZe spend the next 30 seconds to try to fight out of P1. And Atlanta FaZe were successful. Just for them to get slaughtered like this, and then the exact same thing happens on P2, and then the exact same thing happens on P3. Ultra right now, I mean, this is really as good as it gets, and if they make this break on P4, I mean, you might just want to call GG. Granted, though, P4 can be a money hill. Atlanta FaZe, they kill every last player on Ultra, so they get the hill right from the start, and Ultra have 0 pressure on the map. A 90-point deficit. We'll see how Atlanta can chip away.
Well, we'll see how Atlanta can chip away. First, let's do an Ultra listening. Let's see how they sound. Let's see if we curse the living daylights out of them with this listening.
Really got rocks, guys. One shot. I'm running me. Time. He wants time. Umbrella boys, girls. Drop dead. Nice.
Bro, he's going to top enemy. He's going to jump low.
Nice.
Table.
Nice shot. Back time. I'll have you. I'm left me. Yeah, help me. I can help you. I'm
top. Kitchen weak. What do you have?
He won now, Simp.
Running mid, big fuck.
Yo, one's left me.
Low bed still. Low bed. In bed.
Yeah, they cut one more low bed.
I have help. I'll see him.
I'm hitting.
Tell dude, dead. I'm
going low. Ben, stay up.
You want to stop bridge. Yeah, bomb better already. Rock. Yo, I spawned you.
Kitchen me. Kitchen out, dead.
Nice, good shit. Let's do.
Top flat lane down. I can kill him.
Time. Dead.
Yeah, I'm one shot, bro. Hey, in time. They could go low.
I will look low.
Go top stone.
Top stone, they're gonna chow me bridge.
Someone low. Top right. Two top. Bridge.
Low just out.
On the bridge as well. Bridge as well.
Top fucking pot. Yeah, it's fine.
Good time. Let's push out the piano.
My bad.
I'm looking. Yeah, I got good shot.
One shot.
Push out.
Nice.
Hold
on me, I'm one shot.
I'm just going.
One top bridge. Same counter, see one top zip.
Let's see, hold.
Top line. Finish top zip.
Blind still, he's in new.
Come on.
Sim. Yeah, Sim is back out. Dead. One more behind table.
Absolute. He's going back to house. Ran at you. Top house.
He's up there. Spawn you guys, yep.
I spawned.
Dead.
P1 stun. Only one.
Yes!
He's going piano.
Piano says, Josh.
Piano
says,
top.
Two piano.
Still back.
Piano again.
Alright, listen.
Slow down. Low cast. Slow down. Slow down. We're good.
Life for now. Two kids share on the pillar.
Main top. I got you.
Absolutely.
One's up. That. Three. Want your time.
Pressure.
Yeah, that's fine. Push.
Drowser spawned in. Two spawned out. Only one time stable.
Front. He's going bridge fast. One's back.
Let's go piano as well.
Bulk jumping new, guys.
Yeah,
New.
P1.
Mission dead.
One P1 and old. P1 and old. Their side P1.
P1 jump. Weak.
I spawned.
That's weak P1.
Lovely listening, classic Beans, and we cursed them a little bit, Chance.
A 90-point lead has been chopped down to about 60, but Ultra right now are in a moment where they do need to stabilize because Atlanta FaZe has taken the momentum and that might just continue. A break on P3 where Ultra got there first, and we've seen stagnant setups on this hill. Atlanta FaZe happy to let the gunfights come to them.
Yeah, very much so, and they're going to be sitting pretty here. Sim, this is a lovely spot to be in, and it pays off. Another 3 down to the feed. Last man up Beans, he's gone. Clean wipe. Oh, baby, we're looking at a very, very spicy moment here. Ultra, though, blessed be the COD gods, except for Beans. He must have done something weird in the menus today. He doesn't spawn on that right-hand side. He spawns on the left. The COD gods not smiling upon him. 15 seconds to go. Over to the bedroom. We're going to fly. Oh, and Simp. He gets a couple. The setup now for Ultra being put to the test. 4-man attack. Here we go, boys.
This is just so delicate. One break, and well, you might just break them down. Ultra, I mean, they're just desperate to stay alive, and you can feel this pressure swarming. Simp, first man in.
All the usual spots. Kleenex on the backside of the bathtub. Beans on the inside of the point. Simp down. The first wave ineffective. Amazing.
Well,
might get the time. If he gets another kill here, no, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. There's enough time to get Draza involved. Inside guns him. Simp now on the flank. Read by Beans. Wow. Gorgeous work out of Ultra. They hold on for 2 waves.
Yeah, they stabilized. I thought Abizi was getting ready to make a highlight reel play, but they kept things under control. And I mean, still more pressure here, and Abizi's still a nuisance, but this is just sort of like chip damage because the kills still flowing by way of Toronto Ultra. And Draza, you make it to the back, but that is just easy reads. Toronto Ultra, I mean, these guys have found a way to calm the chaos on this map. And while that lead got within maybe 20 points, it is right back up to about 55 going into new. Atlanta FaZe are going to need 3 hills back to back where they just strong arm them.
Doable. Very doable. Beans of Kleenex might not let that happen. Over to Abe. He's gone. Wow. Kleenex is absolutely roaming Skyline right now. 26 and 18. He is overtaken inside. Only in the KD department. Not necessarily in the deaths. And Simp flying gets a couple. FaZe the last man standing. Here comes the time.
And how do they read these spawns as well? Someone crossed desk. Well, Abizi at least gets the intel and spots them. And unfortunate, head on too much of the swivel. He gets caught. Beans gets an 8th kill. Simp trying to chase down these kills, but they are difficult to find flowing. But no one's on this hill for the moment, but the left side spawns. If you're thinking about the long game right now, Ultra still have a lead. But admittedly, Atlanta FaZe are putting the pressure on.
Dodge the streaks by the looks of things as well, so good looks here. Can Joe clean up? Yeah, he does. Backline safe. Hard point yours. FaZe. Hell's bells are ringing, boys. You better get up there. Abizi answers with 1. Kleenex picks him up. The final few moments here in the hard point, and FaZe have battled their way in. Can they get any more kills? No, it's perfect timing from Ultra, and now it's their hard point.
And just like Atlanta FaZe on P3 on Protocol, Ultra on this P2 do such an outstanding job of keeping the pressure towards the back of the map, so everybody's ready to swarm on these kills. Keeping things under control, and just 18 more seconds to go. Ultra looking to start their year off right.
Oh, it's not over yet though. Selim's in, Selim's down. Reinforcement shot at the right time, and Ultra fans, hands in the air across the world. Not because you don't care, but because your team have made a massive change and have come out on top against one of the best in the game. Ultra, what a way to start the year.
Hey, that is some big European energy coming out of Toronto Ultra. I mean, God didn't. We got a lot of jokes to make, but that is an outstanding series. I mean, from start to finish, they might have gotten picked apart on one single map on Protocol, but for Ultra, that's just back to the drawing boards, because outside of that, that was some flawless Call of Duty being played. And I'll say, that's the best series I've seen CleanX play all season.
My God, you're not wrong. 33 and 25, pushing that 4K damage. Another Skyline hardpoint in the history books. A very fun one indeed. Huge work though across the board. Everyone here was frying. Everyone was having a good time. Beans 28-23 with a 20 non-traded. That's a delight to see as well. And huge hardpoint time. CleanX really leading the charge there, but nonetheless, Ultra, a very well-rounded effort. You have to say it. That was a team change that they made, and many were questioning, do you take FaZe to task in your first series? I call that a dub. Ultra fans should rejoice. What a series that was. Protocol not good. They got slaughtered. That was a real smacking. That was a super smacking schwacked. But after that, Red Card, Vault, Skyline, Ultra, all series long. Good stuff, Chance. That's all I got.
Great stuff indeed, and I'd say inside on Protocol is just going to be like, okay, the zip line, the top flank, like I hear you, I'll get that under control.
I hear you. Des, do you hear us?
I hear you. Down?
No.
Well done. Chance, I agree. CleanX's best match of the season, without a doubt. We love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's finish this one, Allie. You want to tell everybody at home how many correct predictions you got today, Allie?
I am 0-4. I just had to give you guys a head start, you know, because last year was just so bad. I'm sorry.
Nameless, you crushed it, though. You finished with two correct answers on our opening day.
Optic sold. Optic sold. Should have been 3-1. But yeah, I mean, coming into this one, you know, even before when we were highlighting the teams in the pre-show, I was talking about Toronto. I love this roster. I mean, you bring in Beans to fill Scrap's role, and you got Joe Deceives.
Roll the beautiful Bean footage.
Great at search and destroy, and that's what we saw in that game number 2. But what surprises me is how dang good they were in that Skyline. I mean, some flawless rotations.
All right, this almost matched up. Well done, production. Beans to open up the plays. Here's the first double. He's a multi-kill machine, but it seemed like everyone in this lobby was capable of that at any moment. What's the macro breakdown? What was the difference between Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe?
Honestly, it was the slaying. You have to talk about that map number 4. Draza right now on the point. He's the only one positive, sitting at 25 and 19. It was just the pressure from Toronto Ultra, which is not usually something we see from this camp. That's with the addition of Joe and Beans, but also the fundamentals seriously lacking from the side of Atlanta FaZe. And this isn't the first time we've had to say that about their hard point. They've had some slow starts in the past when it comes to this game mode, and I think it really hurt them in this series.
I just think they were losing track of players a lot, right? Like in this game, like spawns are everything. Like we like to talk about how fast it is and how much you're going to be, you know, fighting each other back and forth, but you can also get punished. I mean, we highlighted it in the Drawn Conclusions map 1. You could put people in spawn blenders. There were so many times, namely the first rotation for Toronto Ultra, where they had the advantageous position and FaZe was not patient with each other. The timings they were losing players and getting caught in the back and spawning out. So Toronto Ultra way more prepared coming into this series than Atlanta FaZe.
Incredible stuff for day 1. We saw a whole lot more maps than I expected, and we got to celebrate another scuff play of the game. This one comes from Joe Deceives, search and destroy. It was Tobias hitting 10 kills. Joe right behind him with 9 of his own, but he was the first blood king, right? He gets 3 against a Bezian crew on that Atlanta FaZe squad.
And this is nothing new for Joe. Even a lot of last year, he was in fact the first blood king. So going up against a BZ who holds that crown, I'm sure this was a a huge moment for Joe. They're also friends, so maybe a little bit of rivalry as we start off the season. But for Joe, I think this was just a huge moment for him. This is the best team that he has been on, and you can clearly see it in the gameplay.
Atlanta FaZe coming off the most recent win. They're at EWC, now handed a loss, and we have to talk with the person who just handed them that L. Kleenex is on the mic. Tobias, how we feeling?
Feeling good, you know, not too bad.
So talk to me a little bit about what's happened since Riyadh, because we saw you guys finish at that tournament much lower than you predicted, and then a few months later, we see an announcement that Scrap is going to LA.
I mean, yeah, right after Riyadh, I think we had like 12 hours where just instantly everything just blew up. We knew we weren't going to be a team, so right after that, we went searching for players. I think me and Jamie knew we were going to stick, so found the right fit. Joe and Ben, why not?
And how has that fit been? Because, you know, when I think about Toronto Ultra, I think about, you know, kind of cooler comms when we go into the listen-ins. Everybody is on the same page. Joe and Beans, they bring some energy, as I'm sure you know, especially out of game. What's it been like kind of working through that with your team?
I would say the first week it was a bit hectic, but I think at this point they're starting to learn like the dynamic of me and Jamie and our coaching. I think, you know, we're getting the hang of it, but still sometimes a bit too chaotic, and I think we'll get there at some point, so just keep working at it, I think.
Yeah, of course. Have you felt that you've had to adjust your gameplay in or out of the squad at all to kind of fit with your new team?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I had to slow down a little bit more. I think Joe's a lot faster than people think he is. I think he just runs around and guns people, and I think I need to adapt a little better to that. So that's definitely been a challenge so far, but yeah, not too bad so far.
Awesome. Thanks for the insight.
Toby, congrats on the win. You're unbelievable throughout that series. The team looks fantastic, and I want to ask you about Search and Destroy. You come into that red card, Joe Deceives has a hell of a performance, and you know, with this roster, obviously Beans and Joe, they're slayers, but they're also great Search players. Was that a conscious thought when you and Insight were looking for players to fill on your roster?
Yeah, I think last year we struggled a bit in S&D to keep it consistent, but obviously Joe's a great playmaker, and I think Ben knows how to play his role well as well. You know what? Just works out. So why not?
Can I ask
Perfect
you,
fit.
now that you have Beans, will you guys be lobbying and fighting for the sniper the entire season, or are you just going to give up like after one vote?
Yeah, GA clears.
Listen, Marcel, if he had the sniper, I think people would be a bit shook, but you know, we had to keep it out just for the comp, I think.
Final
I might fight for it, you know?
Kleenex.
We'll see.
Sorry, I gotta finish this, and final question for Kleenex tonight. You guys, of course, used to team with Scrap. He's now in LA. You just beat Atlanta FaZe. So who does Toronto have beef with coming into 2025? Who is the one squad you're excited to play against on LAN?
Obviously LA Fish, you know, I've never played against Scrap on LAN. I've played against Dill a few times, but it would be fun to match up against some former teammates, so looking forward to that one.
Epic showdown. That is Kleenex. That is Toronto Ultra. We got to let you go. Thank you for joining us live.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
That was fun. We haven't had Tobias in enough winner circles.
True.
Great to have him join us here at the end of the show. I got one pick right. Let's go back and revisit the entirety of today, because we all started off 0-2. Everybody in chat, starting with Minnesota taking a Game 5. Allie, G2 Minnesota, a nice little combination. They're bringing that red edge into the fight, and it looks like Nero and crew a lot more firepower than we expected, and a lot more coordination than a lot of people expected.
What's crazy is it wasn't really a question of the talent on the Minnesota Rocker team, but I think it's a bigger one of it's a lot of kind of more inconsistent players put onto the same roster, maybe with the exception of Gio and his performances last year. So for them to come out against Gentlemates, which is considered a very top team right now as far as talent goes, as far as stacking goes, and to come out and show what they did, I wouldn't say I'm most impressed with Nero. I was worried about if he was going to keep up the consistency he found near the end of last year, because he is a very explosive, very high engagement SMG, and for him to come out in this series and for them to get the W, I think was not only good for his confidence moving forward, but for the organization as a whole.
Round 11, Game 5 to open up our first day of the CDL. Minnesota strikes first as they take down Kismet's new crew, the Los Angeles Gorillas mates. Over in Boston, Well, the upsets continued as Snoopy finds some new friends. The same three from EWC, Awakening, Cammy, and Purge, handing Optic Texas their first loss of the new season, Nameless.
Yeah, just an absolute stunner. I mean, coming in, the Search and Destroy looks phenomenal. Lingering problems from Optic Texas. We've all said that that's our worry with them. We saw it before Champs, right? They caught fire at Champs and they won that tournament. But right before it, they set a record for most Search losses in a row. So it's a definite concern and something to look at. But if you're a Boston fan, you gotta be ecstatic. Are you kidding me? These guys coming in, everybody has them at the bottom of the coaches poll, and then you got Purge going off. You got Snoopy looking way better here in year number 2. You might have yourselves a roster.
I think my favorite out of this whole series had to be that map number 5, simply because Cammy was the takeover for that one. And it's been a while since I think we've kind of sing the praises of Cammy and always kind of waiting for him to get back into form. So to see that W and see the Boston boys get this win, I think was huge.
New setup for Boston. First celebration as the crew takes down Optic Texas, one of our S-tier teams, one of 2 that fall on opening day. Pretty good stuff so far.
Yeah.
And that was only the first 2 matches. Third match, Carolina Royal Ravens, TJ. Now playing alongside Slasher instead of Clayster. Where's Clay? He's coaching Vegas Falcons, a squad from Saudi Arabia that we didn't think was going to take a single map. They played the Ravens very tight today, Allie.
They did play the Ravens very tight today. They even took a map in the Search and Destroy. Looks absolutely disgusting for the Vegas Falcons. So definitely look forward to that as the season progresses. But I also want to give some flowers to Gwen. Rookie of the year, he showed up, he showed out, and he continued how gross he was last year into the series, getting them the win in that map number 4. And for Carolina Royal Raven fans, if you're looking for somebody to cheer on, it's going to be Gwen, and it's going to be Slasher. Thanos himself also getting some numbers on the board.
Yeah, Carolina Ravens feeling pretty good about that one. Tough last year, you didn't qualify for Champs, and obviously you lose a story player in Clayster, and you get another story player on your roster who maybe has a little more gas left in the tank in Slasher. He took a little bit of a break, which we talked to him in the interview about, and his inspiration and motivation for COD is back. And TJ, coming off of his best year in the CDL last year, has brought that over to this game as well. So excited for these guys. I do think we need to tighten it up a little bit, and we'll figure that out in the weeks to come.
I have a brand new challenge for us going into the 2025 season. I want to ask, what is the upset of the day? Out of the 4 matches for Saturday, Allie, you were 0 for 4, so you get to go first.
Why do I don't think that adds
up.
I don't think that adds up. Upset of the day, maybe I'm looking over at that 6 p.m. matchup of Vancouver Surge versus Toronto Ultra. I think maybe we could see a game 5 in that one, but also that 7:30 LA Thieves versus the New York Cloud9. I'm interested to see how that new roster plays
So
out.
which one are you picking?
6
o'clock?
I'm picking 6 o'clock.
Surge over Vancouver?
I think I'm
Or
gonna
Surge
pick
over Toronto, just to be clear here? All right, we got it. Nameless, we will get you drawing as well. A whole lot of new fun. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes for making it possible. Shout out to all the casters and everyone in the chat. Remember, the show kicks off bright and early, 3 p.m. Eastern for day number 2. See you then.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me? Let's go. They know we done been up before. They know I done been up before. I think we gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's win. Do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again.
Nice, 2, 1, 2, 1. I'm backing up. Yeah, you're good. 1v1 is Dashy. He's slow as f. Yeah, bomb down on these coasts for sure. He's slow. Yep, push it. He's laying down behind the blue. He's laying down behind the blue right here.
Nice, go, baby, man. Go. Let's go, boys. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on, Eric. Let's go. Come on, Eric.
That's right.